Chapter 32. Han Yunqi's timid expression vanished without a trace, to be replaced by indescribable fury. She viciously stomped on the assassin's face. "You what? I'll send you to your death. Go back and tell Hizei of the North Court that this Wang Fei will remember this debt." She was a doctor, and a doctor of poisons at that. To put it nicely, she was a poisons master. She knew how to treat poisons, but she was even better at poisoning. The black-robed assassin had pulled her hand all the way here from the prison cell, completely unguarded. If she didn't seize the chance to poison him, she'd be letting down her professional ethics. Han Yunqi knew that as soon as she left the Justice Court's prisons, she'd be accused of absconding regardless of whether she died or not. But time was of the essence, so she threw caution to the wind. Since those people wanted her to escape, then she might as well make the accusation a reality. After tossing and turning for over an hour, she had less than an hour left. After leaving the alley, Han Yunqi ran for her life towards General Mu's estate, her thin figure running through the early morning mist like a little deer. "Master, that looks like a steamed Wang Fei," Chu Shifeng said timidly. He and the Duke of Qin had just returned to the city after searching for medicine when they ran into Qin Wang Fei. Fortunately, they dodged in time, or else they really would have been sent flying. Right now, master and servant were hiding on a rooftop by the road. Long Fei Yi was dressed in white brocade robes, looking extraordinarily handsome and noble. He furrowed his brows and chased after the woman without a word. Why was this woman running so fast so early in the morning? Was she running for her life? Han Yunqi ran and ran with all her might. She was running to save a life, but she ran even faster than running for her life. Why was the damned justice courts so far away from the general's estate? Han Yunqi had no idea how fast she ran. By the time she reached the general's gates, she was out of breath. She pulled on the door knocker and pounded on it until she couldn't speak. Very soon, the guard opened the door and was given a fright when he saw her. "Qin Wang Fei, why is it you? Where's Imperial Physician Gu? Quick!" Han Yunqi was still gasping for breath. She couldn't speak, so she simply stopped talking. She pushed open the door guard and was about to rush inside. Unexpectedly, a loud shout came from behind. "Han Yunqi, why are you here? Stop right there." Who else could this voice be other than Princess Chongping? Han Yunqi's footsteps paused. She didn't turn around and immediately ran inside. Princess Chongping panicked. Men, chase after her. Han Yunqi escaped from prison. Several attendants hurriedly chased after him. Princess Chongping also lifted her long skirt and ran over. She had just received news from Hizei of the Northern Court that Gu Beiwe had been imprisoned. She immediately went to find Divine Dr. Han. Divine Dr. Han said that he still needed to wait for news from the Medical Academy's board of directors and recommended an imperial physician. Han Yunqi once again ran with all her might, madly running towards Mu Qingwu's bedroom. Several attendants and Princess Chongping chased after her with all their might. Very soon, the quiet general's estate was in chaos. Han Yunqi firmly believed that this was the fastest she'd ever run in her life. When she reached Mu Qingwu's door, she almost ran into it. Fortunately, she pressed her hand against the door and stopped. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. She frantically knocked on the door while gasping for breath. General Mu, who was personally guarding the door, hurriedly opened it. When he saw Han Yunqi, he jumped in fright. "You, Han Yunqi, why is it you? Where's Gu Beiwe? Didn't he go?" Gu Beiwe hadn't returned. He'd already sent people to look for him, but those people hadn't returned. He was anxious, but didn't dare to leave Mu Qingwu's side. Now that he saw Han Yunqi, he was truly a bit stunned. Han Yunqi was truly out of breath. She gestured inside, indicating that General Mu should let her in. At this time, Princess Chongping's voice came from behind. Han Yunqi, stop right there. Don't let her in. General Mu, She's a fugitive. Stop her. What was going on? No matter what happened, curing the poison was the most important thing. General Mu saw Gu Beiwe take out a black sample of poison blood from Mu Qingwu's wound. He also saw Mu Qingwu's lips turn black. Even if he didn't know anything about medicine or poison, he knew that the poison had flared up. Even if he didn't believe Han Yunqi, he had no choice but to believe it. Han Yunqi said he was poisoned, so he really was poisoned. Han Yunqi said that the poison would show itself in these few days, so it really came true. Wasn't the poison needle in Qingwu's body also taken out by Han Yunqi? The more General Mu thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Han Yunqi had diagnosed it, but Han Kongan hadn't seen it. He'd even said that he wanted to invite the Medical Academy's board of directors to treat him, but they still hadn't come. Curing the poison, how urgent was that? General Mu would acknowledge whoever could cure the poison as his ancestor. Thinking of this, General Mu recalled Gu Beiyue's reminder before he left. The Empress Dowager had personally issued an arrest warrant to lock up Han Yunqi. No matter what, the Empress Dowager would have people come up with evidence. And the evidence was Mu Qingwu. General Mu wasn't a fool. Of course, he knew that the Crown Prince's faction had been coveting Qingwu's military power for a long time. Seeing Princess Changping's people chasing after him, General Mu made a prompt decision. He pushed Han Yunqi into the room and went out himself. He closed the door behind him and even locked it. As soon as the door was locked, Princess Changping's attendants arrived. Seeing General Mu standing at the door like a demon, the attendants, who were used to relying on others' power, became timid. They pushed each other, not daring to come forward. Princess Changping was so angry that she couldn't run anymore. She panted as she walked over. It took her a long time to catch her breath. She ordered, "General Mu, immediately open the door for this princess." "Princess Changping, this is my son's bedroom. What are you trying to do so early in the morning?" General Mu asked unhappily. Princess Changping was stunned. What was wrong with General Mu? Didn't he also hate Han Yunqi? It was Han Yunqi who had caused Qingwu Gij to be like this. "General Mu, are you crazy? You let Han Yunqi, that murderer, in. What are you trying to do?" Princess Changping was furious. "Imperial physician Gu is treating him. Don't make trouble." General Mu wasn't polite at all. Princess Changping was dumbfounded. She immediately shouted, "General Mu, you're possessed. You're still pretending. I saw you let Han Yunqi in. This princess is telling you Han Yunqi is a fugitive. Are you harboring a criminal?" "Princess, you're mistaken. Qin Wangfei is locked up in the imperial prison. How could she be in my Mu estate?" General Mu lied confidently. For his son, he was willing to lie with his eyes open. As long as his son could wake up, everything would be easy. "You," Princess Changping was furious. "I clearly saw it. You're lying." "That's right. General Mu, you're a first-rank official. You can't lie with your eyes open." The attendant hurriedly echoed. General Mu glared at him. "You also know that this general is a first-rank official. What qualifications do you have to speak to this general? Why aren't you retreating?" The attendant's face was ashen. He could only resentfully retreat behind Princess Changping. Princess Changping pouted. I don't care. I saw it. I want to go in." As she spoke, she really wanted to force her way in. General Mu simply leaned against the door and opened his arms. "Qingwu is seriously ill and needs to rest. Old man, let's see who dares to force their way in today. Without the Emperor's orders. Even if this old man dies here, I won't open the door." Inside the room, Han Yunqi was in the midst of doing another scan to determine the depth and location of the poison. Hearing General Mu's words, she let out a sigh of relief. At least this old thing wasn't muddle-headed. She only had 30 minutes left. There wasn't enough time to brew the medicine and then find a way to concoct the antidote. Since she was here, She naturally had to use acupuncture to expel the poison. The detoxification system scanner was currently scanning back and forth. The poison's location would soon be determined. At the door, Princess Chongping was currently tugging on General Mu's hand. She pulled with all her strength, but no matter what, she couldn't move it. General Mu, you'll kill Qinggu Gij. No matter what, you can't let Han Yunqi stay inside by herself. I brought an imperial physician. You should at least let him in to take a look. Han Yunqi already treated him twice. Both times there was no effect. She said he would wake up, but he still hasn't woken up. She really can't be trusted. General Mu, I'm begging you, let the imperial physician in. Imperial physician? Sent by the Empress Dowager, right? General Mu sneered inwardly. His body was like a mountain, unmoving. Princess Chongping couldn't move him, nor could she persuade him. Just as she was feeling anxious, Mu Luiwe suddenly led a group of people over. This group was none other than the North Court official, Hizei and his men. She'd come up with a brilliant plan for the North Court official. She'd arranged for an assassin to break out of prison and kill Han Yunqi. Then, she'd lead the troops in pursuit. After seeing Han Yunqi's corpse, she'd frame her with the crime of fleeing and dying. But who knew that a weak woman like Han Yunqi would actually be able to escape from the assassin's blade? If it wasn't for Mu Liuyue's report, the North Court official really wouldn't know where to find her. Seeing the North Court official bring a group of soldiers over, Princess Chongping was overjoyed. She hurriedly said, North Court official, Han Yunqi is in the room. Hurry up and capture her. When General Mu saw the North Court official, he knew things weren't good. He wanted nothing more than to hang Mu Liuyue up and give her a good beating. In times of chaos, it was the world of soldiers. In times of peace, it was the world of officials. Soldiers couldn't fight with officials. Otherwise, they'd be accused of plotting a rebellion. Inside the room, Han Yunqi had already found the exact location of the 10,000 snake poison. The poison would gather at Mu Qingwu's chest, erupting bit by bit from the depths. This location was very close to the heart, so she had to use the needles immediately. She couldn't afford to waste any time. Han Yunqi rejoiced that she'd come early. She tried her best to ignore the sounds outside the door. Calming herself down, she focused her mind and took out the needles she needed, placing them one by one to the side. She then began to undo Mu Qingwu's clothes, searching for the exact acupoints. General Mu, this one's duty is to pursue a fugitive. I hope you can make things easy for me. The North Court official was still very polite. The fugitive isn't here. North Court official, please. General Mu didn't give him any face, blocking the door and not moving. Princess Chongping clearly saw the fugitive enter. Could it be that General Mu thinks she's lying? The North Court official asked again. General Mu didn't reply, turning his head to look elsewhere. General Mu, since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame this official for being rude. The North Court official first tried peaceful means before resorting to force. His voice was cold as he ordered, Men, please move General Mu aside and search the room. In an instant, the soldiers surrounded General Mu, wanting to capture him. The North Court official was different from Princess Chongping. He had the authority to capture fugitives and had a legitimate reason to use the soldiers. You dare! General Mu roared, scaring everyone into not daring to move. He was a great general with hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. We're following the Empress Dowager's orders to capture a fugitive. What are you all standing around for? The North Court official was also angry. Chapter 33. Inside the room, Han Yunqi was in the middle of inserting the first gold needle. She was very unwilling, but she still heard the commotion outside. At this juncture, if those people barged in, things would become even more troublesome. They would definitely accuse her of a second murder. However, her acupuncture technique couldn't be rushed and had to be done one by one. General Mu, you must hold on. She didn't even notice the cold sweat on her temples. Han Yunqi gritted her teeth and once again concentrated on inserting the second gold needle. With He Zhe of the North Court's words, the soldiers all stepped forward. General Mu's brows were tightly knitted and he couldn't bear it any longer. He impulsively pulled out his long sword. "Guards, protect young general!" Just as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers rushed out from the side of the room, all of them holding long spears. Seeing this, He Zhe of the North Court took in a cold breath and angrily questioned, "General Mu, what do you mean by this? Are you going to mobilize the soldiers?" This time, the surrounding people were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect General Mu to do this. Although there was a saying, when a general is away, the emperor's orders are not obeyed. General Mu was currently in the capital. Without the emperor's orders, he couldn't mobilize the soldiers. Furthermore, the soldiers under his command could only be stationed outside the capital. He only left a small group of soldiers in the residence to act as guards. How could soldiers go against the soldiers? Moreover, He Zhe of the North Court was under orders to arrest people. Was General Mu going to defy the Empress Dowager's imperial edict and openly rebel? General Mu was very clear about the consequences of his actions, but for his son's life he was going to risk everything. "General Mu, I'm under orders to arrest people. You dare to mobilize the soldiers against me? Are you really going to rebel?" He Zhe of the North Court said sternly, "Father!" Suddenly, Mu Luiwei cried out, "Father, calm down, calm down!" At the side, the housekeeper and attendants were also flustered. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. Even if it was for young General Mu couldn't mobilize the soldiers and give people a reason to criticize him. If this matter were to reach the emperor, the crime of rebellion, especially when the soldiers rebelled, was punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family. How many people in the imperial court were waiting to find fault with the general's residence? After being yelled at by his family, General Mu finally calmed down. He glared fiercely at He Zhe of the North Court, but his heart was filled with sorrow. This was the sorrow of being an official. This was his Achilles heel. No matter how much the emperor valued him, as long as he raised his troops for no reason, or if he went against the government for no reason, then only death awaited him. There was no room for negotiation. In times of peace and prosperity, generals were actually the most useless people in the imperial capital. General Mu resentfully put down his sword, and the surrounding soldiers could only retreat. Seeing this, He Zhe of the North Court was overjoyed. With a look, a few burly soldiers captured General Mu. It was not that General Mu could not resist, but that he could not resist as a general. General Mu was escorted to the side. He Zhe of the Northern Court was pleased with his success. "General Mu, don't worry. If we find Han Yunqi, this official won't dare to accuse you of harboring an escaped concubine. This official will say that you have done a meritorious deed by reporting her." Haha. General Mu was so angry that his teeth were about to shatter. He looked at He Zhe of the North Court and mournfully shouted to Princess Chongping, "Princess Chongping, Qingwu really was poisoned. Han Yunqi's diagnosis wasn't wrong. The detoxification is urgent. She's saving Qingwu's life right now." Princess Chongping didn't believe a useless piece of trash like Han Yunqi. "You've been possessed. What nonsense are you saying?" As she spoke, she hurriedly shouted, "Imperial physician! Someone come. Find an imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician?" A trace of coldness flashed through He Zhe of the North Court's eyes. The Empress Dowager had already issued a secret order to take Mu Qingwu's life. Han Yunqi had come at the right time. She was the best candidate for the murderer. "Someone come, break that lock." He Zhe of the North Court suddenly shouted. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing Han Yunqi to jump in fright. The hand, holding the needles, trembled for the first time. There were still a few gold needles in her hand, but her hand was trembling as much as her heart. The rustling sounds outside the door indicated that those people were removing the lock. In the next moment, they would push the door open and enter. At this moment, Han Yunqi's delicate and pretty little face had drooping eyes and her tender lips were tightly pursed. She was cold and inviolable. One of her hands continued to insert needles, while the other pulled out Mu Qingwu's dagger and held it in her hand. As long as she had 10 more minutes, she would be able to force the poison out. She was going to risk it all. No matter who tried to stop her, she would take Mu Qingwu hostage. Let's see who would dare to move. Time slowly passed. However, very quickly, Han Yunqi discovered that after the rustling sounds outside the door, there was no more sound. It was completely silent, and even after a long time, no one pushed the door open to enter. What was going on? Not only was it quiet outside the door, there was also no movement at all. Did something happen? Han Yunqi couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Nothing was better than having something happen. She had to seize the time to expel the poison from the body. Without any distractions, her concentration was much more focused than before. Her speed was also much faster. One by one, the gold needles were inserted into the corresponding acupoints in an orderly manner. In a short while, Mu Qingwu's chest was filled with over 20 gold needles. His originally white skin gradually turned red, and the color of his eyes deepened. In the end, it was so red that it turned black. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was overjoyed. The poison was about to be forced out. She took out another gold needle, but who knew that at this moment a wave of loud cheers could be heard from outside the door. Long live His Highness, Duke of Qin! Han Yunqi's hand froze. Her self-control had always been very good. Unless it was an extremely special situation, it wasn't easy to disturb her. However, this loud cheer made her subconsciously turn her head. The Duke of Qin, her new husband Long Feiyi? Heavens, was he here? Was that why everyone was so quiet just now? Why did he come? What did he come for? Did he find the medicinal ingredients so quickly and come to find her? All right, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this great deity had come. She was safe, absolutely safe. Han Yunqi really wanted to say, Long Feiyi, you're this lady's destined savior. With Long Feiyi's arrival, Han Yunqi was certain that she was safe. No matter what was said outside, no matter what movement there was, she blocked it all out and focused on expelling the poison from Mu Qingwu's body. At this time, everyone outside the door was kneeling. Even Princess Chongping was bowing, not daring to get up. Mu Luiwei, who had long admired the Duke of Qin, was kneeling at the very back. She seemed to be in a daze as she stared fixedly at Long Feiyi. It was as if she and Long Feiyi were the only things left in the world. Everyone and anything else had been thrown to the back of her mind. Many of the soldiers and guards present had never seen Long Feiyi in person. They all trembled with fear as they lowered their heads. They were both excited and afraid, wanting to look but not daring to. This was a man who existed like a god. Long Fei, he casually stood in front of the door. His tall figure was as straight as a mountain, his cold and hard lines, and his chiseled facial features. He was like a high and mighty monarch, as if all the wind and clouds in the sky were gathered in his eyes. You may all rise. His voice was as cold and unyielding as ever. Everyone stood up, but most didn't dare to raise their heads. Long Feiyi had chased after Han Yunqi all the way here. He had been watching and listening from the rooftop, so he more or less understood the situation. His cold gaze landed on Hizei of the North Court. North Court official. When did Qin Wangfei become a fugitive? How come this prince didn't know? Hizei of the North Court trembled as he met Long Feiyi's cold gaze. He immediately lowered his head, his entire body as cold as an ice cellar. Since she was a fugitive, then she had already been imprisoned. The Duke of Qin was questioning why Hizei of the North Court had arrested her without his permission. Reporting to Your Highness, Duke of Qin. This arrest warrant was personally issued by the Empress Dowager. Bringing up Princess Chongping wasn't enough to explain, so he could only bring up his master. So, you're using the Empress Dowager to pressure this prince? Long Fei Ye's cold voice became even colder. Hizei of the North Court knelt down again in fright. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your Highness, Duke of Qin. Even if this humble subject had 100 heads, he still wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The situation is like this. The young general was attacked by an assassin. When the imperial bodyguards arrived, the young general was already unconscious. Everyone saw Qin Wangfei point a dagger at the young general's stomach. Afterwards, Qin Wangfei said that she would treat him, but unfortunately, she couldn't cure him even after several attempts. General Mu, is that true? Long Fei Ye's cold gaze landed on General Mu. Even the irascible General Mu wilted in front of the Duke of Qin, replying in a low voice, "Yes." "What's going on now?" Long Fei Yi asked again. General Mu was a bit hesitant, not knowing what to say. "Speak." Long Fei Yi suddenly roared. Everyone trembled in fright, with General Mu shaking the most. He kowtowed 3 times and reported everything in detail, including Mu Qingwu's poison acting up. "So, you arrested her without any evidence, and now you're trying to stop me when I'm trying to save her?" No. Your Highness Duke of Qin. The Empress Dowager is just being cautious. After all, Qin Wangfei is also a suspect. That's why this humble subject ordered this humble subject to imprison Wangfei first and invite an imperial physician to diagnose her. That's right. Imperial Uncle Qin, imperial grandmother dotes on imperial sister-in-law, but we still have to do things according to the law. Moreover, Han Yunqi hasn't even woken up Qinggu Gij yet. Who doesn't know that she's the Han family's trash? How can we trust her medical skills? Imperial Uncle Qin, you should let us go in and take a look first. What if? Before Princess Chongping could finish speaking, Long Fei Ye's cold gaze drifted over, causing her to timidly shut her mouth. Long Fei Ye clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. Amen. Indeed, we should do things according to the law. Hearing this, Hizei of the North Court and Princess Chongping both let out sighs of relief. Princess Chongping knew that in Imperial Uncle Qin's eyes, Han Yunqi was nothing more than a servant girl. Imperial Uncle Qin hated her too much. So how could he protect her? Once the atmosphere relaxed, Hizei of the North Court timidly said, "Duke of Qin, how about we let the imperial physician go in case—" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi coldly interrupted. "If we disturb her and affect the antidote, will you take responsibility?" Take responsibility for the young general's life? Take responsibility for Qin Wangfei's crimes? Hizei of the North Court was scared out of his wits. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this old subject believes in esteemed Wangfei. Just let esteemed Wangfei treat him alone, the Grand General earnestly said. With Gu Beiyue's reminder, he no longer trusted the imperial physician Princess Chongping brought. Long Fei Yi stepped aside from the door and coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to go in? The North Court official and Mu Luiwe timidly looked towards Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping wanted to go in, but she didn't have the guts. Since there's no one else, then please wait a moment, North Court official, Long Fei Yi indifferently said. Chapter 34. I don't dare. How could Hizei of the North Court endure the word please? However, Long Fei Yi continued, if Qin Wangfei can't save Mu Qinggu, then bring her back and do your job properly. If Qin Wangfei can save Mu Qinggu, he paused, his voice suddenly cold. You don't have enough evidence to lock up this Princess Wangfei, so don't blame this prince for doing his job properly. Hizei of the North Court quivered, scared silly. He wasn't sure if Han Yunqi was saving or harming someone. He had always listened to Princess Chongping and the Empress Dowager. Everyone waited in trepidation, no one feeling confident. Princess Chongping and Mu Luiyue both hoped that Mu Qinggu would be fine, but didn't want Han Yunqi to escape punishment. They were both conflicted and nervous. The handkerchief in their hands was about to be crushed. The servants brought in a stool. Long Fei Yi sat domineeringly at the door, like a god who looked down on everything. He said to wait. Even if he waited for 3 days and 3 nights, no one would be able to move him. The more Zhe of the North Court thought, the more afraid he became. He wasn't like the others. He was just a small justice. Mu Qingwu's life and death had nothing to do with him. If this continued, if Mu Qingwu really woke up, he would be finished. No, he had to think of a way to get in. But who knew that at this time, the sound of knocking could be heard from behind Long Fei Yi. The person inside was knocking on the door? For a moment, the entire crowd was silent. Everyone's gaze focused on the door. The sound of knocking seemed to be knocking on everyone's hearts. Dong, dong, dong. There were only Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi in the room. Who could be knocking on the door? Long Fei lazily rose to his feet and personally removed the chair. The door had been bolted from the outside, and the broken lock was still hanging from its hinges. Did Han Yunqi cure Mu Qingwu's poison? General Mu was both excited and nervous. He wanted nothing more than to push the door open. However, seeing that the Duke of Qin had no intention of moving aside, he could only suppress his anxiety. Long Fei Yi wasn't in a hurry to open the door. Instead, he looked at Zhe of the North Court meaningfully. Zhe of the North Court's heart was about to jump out of his chest. His legs went soft and his vision turned black. He didn't know what the outcome would be. He really wanted to close his eyes and not watch. Long Fei Yi personally removed the chair, removed the iron chain, and pulled open the door bolt. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his hands, following his every movement. No one was not scared witless and held their breaths. The people inside seemed to have heard the sound of the door bolt being pulled open and stopped knocking. This time, the whole place became even more silent. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Abruptly, Long Fei pushed open the door. Bang! At this moment, Zhe of the North Court's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He saw a person standing inside the door. His figure was tall and straight, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His facial features were especially deep. Although his face was as white as paper, the charm in his large eyes was still there, shining with a candid light. This person was none other than young General Mu Qinggu. He was awake. Not only was he awake, his eyes were bright as he stood at the door. His angry gaze was fixed on Zhe of the North Court. He woke up just after the poison was cured. When his wound was bandaged, Han Yunqi told him everything. Everyone had yet to regain their senses when Mu Qinggu suddenly shouted angrily, Zhe of the North Court, what is the meaning of this? Qin Wangfei is this general's savior. What right do you have to say that she was an assassin and frame her for misdiagnosis? What right do you have to lock her up? Without her, this general's life would have been long gone. What? Do you also wish for this general to die? Heavens, Mu Qinggu actually woke up. Han Yunqi really saved him and woke him up. It's over, it's over, it's all over. Zhe of the North Court's legs trembled and he almost collapsed. It's a misunderstanding. Young general, this official is innocent. This official really didn't know that Qin Wangfei could save you. Mu Qinggu angrily glared at General Mu. Father, Qin Wangfei has no enmity with this child. So why would she harm this child? How could she be an assassin? That day, this child was poisoned by an assassin. It was Qin Wangfei who saved this child. This child only lost consciousness after seeing her. General Mu's face turned red as he felt ashamed. Father, I was just worried. You've become muddle-headed. You almost took the lives of esteemed Wang Fei, and this child, Mu Qingguo, reprimanded. General Mu already knew that he was wrong and quickly knelt down. Old man was wrong. Wrong. Mu Qingguo was filled with righteousness and anger. He clutched his wound and walked over the threshold. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding, he noticed that Duke of Qin, Long Fei Yi, was standing to the side. He jumped in fright and immediately knelt down to greet him. With the Duke of Qin present, how could he speak so loudly? Forget it. Where's Han Yunqi? Long Fei Yi asked. At this time, Han Yunqi had just finished tidying up. She washed her hands and walked out just in time to hear Long Fei Yi say her name. She didn't know if it was because his deep voice was very pleasant to hear or if it was because her name was pleasant to hear. But in any case, Han Yunqi felt very comfortable when she heard it. Qinxie is here. Han Yunqi was very obedient. She walked out with a docile face and obediently stood by his side. In a flash, everyone's gazes shifted from Mu Qingguo to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. After all, no one had ever seen the two of them stand together since their wedding. As for the relationship between the two of them, no one knew. Han Yunqi, who had a petite figure but a powerful aura, stood by Long Fei Yi's side. In an instant, she looked like a little bird relying on its master. As soon as Han Yunqi entered the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, there were all sorts of bad rumors circulating outside. Some even predicted that Han Yunqi would never see His Highness Duke of Qin. But this time, Grand Concubine, he hadn't even made a move. Instead, the Duke of Qin had appeared in person, surprising everyone. Could it be that Han Yunqi had turned over a new leaf because of her beauty? Just what was the Duke of Qin's attitude towards her? Why did you escape from prison? Long Fei Yi asked. Escape from prison? Only criminals escape from prison. I didn't commit any crimes, right? I don't count as a fugitive, right? Han Yunqi's face was innocent as she turned to ask sincerely. North Court official, what you say counts. Do you think I escaped from prison? As soon as Mu Qingguo woke up, Han Yunqi had told him everything. With Mu Qingguo as the witness, even the emperor had no chance of convicting her. Since Long Fei Yi was here, he wouldn't let her suffer any losses. He couldn't be here to lose face, right? The current Han Yunqi was full of confidence. Escape from prison? Faced with this question, Hizei of the North Court wanted to kill himself. No. Esteemed Wang Fei didn't commit any crimes. She's not a fugitive. If I didn't commit any crimes, then why did you imprison me? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Hizei of the North Court panicked. His logic was all messed up and he didn't know how to explain himself. He knelt down and kowtowed. It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. This official kowtows to esteemed Wang Fei and apologizes to esteemed Wang Fei. Esteemed Wang Fei, please spare my life. Han Yunqi blinked her innocent eyes. Your Highness, does the North Court official mean to say that he's framing me? Misunderstanding and framing were two completely different things. Framing the Duke of Qin's official consort? This crime wasn't a small one. Hizei of the North Court stiffened. He wanted to cry, but it was useless even if he cried himself to death. He could only continue kowtowing and pleading. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare my life. Esteemed Wang Fei, please spare my life. This official knows his wrongs. He knows his wrongs. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with hatred. That night, when he splashed her with ice water and sent people to assassinate her, did Hizei of the North Court ever think of his current fate? If Long Fei Yi hadn't appeared in time to stop this group of people, Mu Qingguo would have already died from the poison. As for her, the evidence was conclusive. She had committed a capital crime. No matter how much Hizei of the North Court kowtowed, Han Yunqi remained indifferent. If people respect me a foot, I'll respect them 10 feet. If people destroy my 3 grains, I'll steal their 3 grains. She was a doctor, not a saint. She wouldn't save everyone. She was a little girl, not a man. She didn't have the magnanimity to forgive those who harmed her. With Long Fei Yi as her strong backing, Han Yunqi knew that the tables had turned. She calmly looked towards Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping's heart felt guilty. She didn't even have time to be happy that Mu Qinggu was awake. She resentfully lowered her head. However, the hatred in her heart was too strong. She couldn't accept the reality in front of her eyes. Han Yunqi, this trash, actually saved her Qinggu Gage? Even Han Yunqi's father was powerless. Where did Han Yunqi's ability come from? She didn't believe it. She saw that Qinggu Gage's chest was also wrapped in bandages. Heavens knew what this woman had done to him in the room. A woman looking at a man's body? Did she have any shame? What she couldn't accept the most was that as soon as Qinggu Gage woke up, he actually got out of bed and got angry. Wasn't this all to protect Han Yunqi and testify for her? Normally, when Qinggu Gage protected Mu Luiwe, his biological sister, she would feel jealous. How could he protect another woman? Princess Chongping lowered her head, but not her heart. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Long Fei, you didn't have the leisure to stay here and listen to someone beg for mercy. He impatiently glanced at Hizei of the North Court and coldly said, "This prince already said that official matters must be done according to the law. Men, take them away and hand them over to the Ministry of Appointments for punishment." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers under Hizei of the North Court all rushed forward. To be able to serve the Duke of Qin, even if it was just once, would be the glory of a lifetime. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap to Hizei of the North Court's face. Hizei of the Northern Court couldn't care less about losing face. He rushed over to Princess Chongping's side, kneeling and begging. "Princess Chongping, this lowly official will listen to you on this matter. You have to explain this lowly official and plead for leniency." The Duke of Qin had already interfered in this matter. More importantly, Mu Qinggu had also woken up. The Empress Dowager would naturally restrain herself and clear all responsibility. Once this matter was handed over to the Ministry of Appointments, not only would Hizei of the North Court lose his position, he would also be severely punished. Princess Chongping kicked Hizei of the North Court aside. "You still dare to speak? Weren't you the one who instigated me? Men, take him away." Hizei of the North Court cried out, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. It was Mu Lu." Before Hizei of the North Court could finish speaking, Mu Luiwe stuffed his mouth shut. "You dog official, you almost took my brother's life. It was all you who instigated Princess Chongping. The Duke of Qin is impartial and won't allow you to quibble." Mu Luiwe's face was full of righteousness, but her heart was anxious. She was afraid that the Duke of Qin would find out the truth and have a bad impression of her. Unfortunately, despite her efforts in acting, the Long Fei Yi treated her like air and didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunqi watched Mu Luiwe's performance, her heart filled with anger. Even if she and this big ice cube were only a couple in name, they were still husband and wife. "You're using tricks to curry favor. Do you think I don't exist?" Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi smiled lightly. "Third Miss Mu, speaking of which, the one who's been saying that I have ulterior motives and want to harm your brother is you, right?" Chapter 35. After being exposed in front of everyone, Mu Luiwe panicked. I was only worried about my brother's safety. In that situation, who knew if you had good intentions or bad intentions? A woman like you shouldn't hold on to such a small mistake. Unfilial daughter, why aren't you shutting up? Pa! A swift and severe whip sound cut off the rest of Mu Luiwe's words. "Ah, father, you hit me." The wound on Mu Luiwe's arm was even deeper than Han Yunqi's the other day, leaving a deep gash on her arm. General Mu's anger soared to the heavens. "This old man is hitting you. At such a young age, you're already so vicious." Qin Wangfei was sincerely treating the patient, but you made wild guesses and went against Wangfei at every turn. You almost took your brother's life. Shouldn't this kind of unfilial daughter be hit? After saying this, he lashed out with the whip again. Mu Liuyue's body had another bloody wound. She was so scared that she covered her head with both hands and cried bitterly. "Don't hit me. Father, I know I was wrong. Woo! I won't do it again. I won't do it again." General Mu threw down the whip and knelt in front of Han Yunqi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this old official thanks you for saving my son." As he spoke, he heavily kowtowed. Then he continued, "This old official framed you. This old official deserves to be punished. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please punish me. Your Highness Wang Fei, please punish me." This crude, barbaric, and simple-minded old thing was actually magnanimous. He admitted his mistakes, unlike Hizei of the North Court and Mu Liyue, who had a lot of excuses. However, this wasn't enough to let him off the hook. He was the main cause of this matter. Han Yunqi had never been so kind. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not speak for a long time, Han Yunqi boldly made the decision. "General Mu, you're already so old. The salt you've eaten is more than the rice we've eaten. Why can't you tell right from wrong? Can't you see right from wrong?" Everyone could tell that this right and wrong was a reference to Princess Chongping and Mu Liyue. Princess Chongping clenched her fists in anger. She wanted to argue, but since the other party didn't mention any names, she couldn't. General Mu nodded repeatedly. "This old subject has become muddle-headed. In the future, when you look at people and things, you have to keep your eyes open. You are also a person of virtue and prestige, so this princess will not punish you. I only hope that you remember that this princess is not a waste." As soon as Han Yunqi said this, Long Fei Ye's cold eyes became deep. This woman was quite smart. General Mu was different from the North Court official. General Mu was a general who controlled a large number of troops. Moreover, he wasn't the one who complained, nor was he the one who locked up Han Yunqi. For her to teach him a lesson was already pretty good. How could she really punish him? Han Yunqi's actions left General Mu with a lot of face. The Mu family owed Han Yunqi a favor. Yes, this old subject will obey. A trace of admiration flashed in General Mu's eyes as he straightforwardly agreed. After speaking with General Mu, Han Yunqi turned to Princess Chongping. Starting from this matter, Han Yunqi had suffered all kinds of grievances because of this unruly and vicious princess. If she didn't teach her a lesson, Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to vent her anger. However, Chongping was a noble princess. Punishing her wasn't something that Han Yunqi, the imperial aunt, could do. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi, thinking, will this big ice cube say a few words of justice for me? At this time, Princess Chongping also secretly glanced at Long Fei Yi. Seeing that his complexion wasn't very good, she felt a bit nervous. Timidly, she came forward and bowed. "Imperial Uncle Qin, Chongping was worried about Qinggu Gij, so I became muddle-headed and listened to slander. That's why I chased after the North Court official to cause trouble. Please forgive me this time. The one who suffered was your imperial aunt, not this prince," Long Fei Yi said. These words were out of Han Yunqi's expectations. This guy came, but he pushed everything away. With this kind of unclear attitude, who could figure out his true thoughts? This big ice cube came to save her for the sake of the Duke of Qin's household space, as well as to cure the poison. Han Yunqi was certain of this. Princess Chongping also couldn't figure out these words. However, she didn't believe that Imperial Uncle Qin came for Han Yunqi. The reason he came was more to protect the Duke of Qin's household space. In front of the Duke of Qin, Princess Chongping didn't dare to be too arrogant. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 unwillingness in her heart, she still lowered her head. "Imperial aunt, Chongping misunderstood you." This apology was said like a mosquito's hum. She couldn't take it lying down. She clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves, her nails digging into her palms. She'd been utterly humiliated today. She snuck a peek at Mu Qingguo, only to see him glaring at her with disgust. Princess Chongping was about to go crazy from anger. She secretly bore a grudge. Han Yunqi, it's all because of you. This time you were lucky. Next time, you definitely won't be so lucky. At this time, Mu Qingguo clutched his wound and knelt down. Many thanks to your Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei for saving my life. Han Yunqi hurriedly reached out to support him. Young general, your injury hasn't healed yet. Hurry and get up. Your wound is about to split open. It'll be enough for you to lie in bed for 8 to 10 days. Mu Qingguo didn't dare to let Han Yunqi support him and hurriedly dodged. In fact, if possible, he really wanted to chat with this woman for a bit longer before opening the door. That day, when he saw this woman walk into the Duke of Qin's household alone, he knew that this woman was different. Unfortunately, his injury was too heavy. As soon as he dodged, his vision darkened and he lost his balance, falling towards Han Yunqi. "Qingguo Gij!" Princess Chongping shouted. She dashed over like an arrow and pulled Mu Qingguo over to her side. Mu Qingguo was already unconscious. Princess Chongping looked towards Han Yunqi, her face full of anger. "Han Yunqi, why did Qingguo Gij faint again? Did you do something?" Han Yunqi ignored Princess Chongping and called General Mu over to support Mu Qingguo to the bed. Han Yunqi checked his pulse before saying, "He's been unconscious for many days. His body doesn't have enough energy. Let him rest. When he wakes up, feed him some millet congee. He can only start to nourish himself after 3 days. Take it step by step and don't overdo it." General Mu nodded repeatedly. "Many thanks to Qin Wangfei. The Mu household will remember your life-saving grace." Seeing this scene, Princess Chongping's heart burned with anger. "General Mu, why do you listen to this woman? Qingguo Gij was fine just now, but now he's fainted. There must be a problem." General Mu's heart burned with anger. He wanted nothing more than to whip Princess Chongping like he did to Mu Luiyue. Unfortunately, Chongping was a princess and wasn't someone he could discipline. He had no choice but to endure. However, he had already made up his mind. Princess Chongping was unruly and willful. With her around, there wouldn't be any good days in the household. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't let Princess Chongping marry into the Mu household. After taking a few deep breaths, General Mu calmed himself down. Coldly he said, "Your Highness, Qingguo is fine for now. Please return." Princess Chongping immediately shook her head. "No, I want to guard him. If he doesn't wake up, I won't return. I want to take care of him. Your Highness, you're a golden branch and jade leaf. A single word from you can take our Qingguo's life. Qingguo can't afford your care." General Mu couldn't help but spit out. He couldn't hit the princess, but he could at least say a few words. Princess Chongping wasn't stupid. She could hear the mockery in his words. She pursed her lips and was about to cry. "General Mu, are you blaming me? I didn't do it on purpose. Your Highness misunderstands. This old subject doesn't dare. This old subject only feels that men and women shouldn't touch each other. If your Highness stays, people will gossip. It's better if you return," General Mu said coldly. At the side, Han Yunqi was about to laugh out loud. Anyone could see Princess Chongping's admiration for Mu Qingguo. With her status, this marriage should have been in the bag. However, with her stirring up trouble this time, it would be strange if General Mu could tolerate her. If General Mu didn't agree, even the Emperor and Empress Dowager couldn't force him. If Princess Chongping wanted to marry into the Mu estate, it would be wishful thinking. However, this was her reaping what she sowed. Han Yunqi wouldn't feel pity for her. Princess Chongping also knew that General Mu didn't approve of their marriage, but even so, he'd never speak to her like this before. She wanted to say more, but General Mu's expression was cold. Her eyes couldn't help but sting. Turning her head, she saw Han Yunqi looking at her with a smile. Her heart burned with anger. What are you laughing at? Sooner or later, you'll cry. Princess Chongping fiercely roared. Stomping her foot, she turned and ran away with tears in her eyes. Han Yunqi didn't mind at all, looking at Princess Chongping's departing figure, her lips hooked up in a cheerful smile. Princess Chongping, let's see how long you can hold on. The poison from that day in the Supreme Court's prison will soon act up. This is a modern virus. In the ancient times, no one can cure you. When the time comes, let's see who's the one crying. Han Yunqi didn't say much. She left behind a few packets of medicinal herbs and gave detailed instructions to General Mu on how to change the medicine, as well as all the taboo matters. General Mu noted it all down. At the door, Long Fei Yi watched everything without batting an eyelid. At this time he finally opened his mouth. His voice was almost devoid of warmth. Han Yunqi, you should go back now, right? In her anxiety, she'd actually left this great deity hanging at the door. I'll go back now. She ran out with a smile on her face. She had a faint feeling that this guy wasn't very happy. Fine. She'd entered the prison just a few days after their marriage. As the husband, he really didn't have much to be happy about. General Mu and the others hurriedly came out to send her off. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else and turned to leave. He had such a cold personality. He was like an iceberg, but also like a mystery. Everyone was afraid of him and curious about him. Han Yunqi obediently followed. Thinking back to the warning she'd given Princess Chongping, she felt it was funny. She'd really hit the nail on the head and let this guy Long Fei Yi bring her home. Long Fei Yi's legs were long, and he walked very quickly. Han Yunqi had to jog to keep up. Finally, when she was about to leave General Mu's residence, she remembered something. Gu Beiwei was still locked up in the prison. That guy was secretly locked up by Hizei of the North Court. Not many people knew about it. He wouldn't be tortured, right? Seeing Long Fei Yi get on the carriage, Han Yunqi timidly said, Your Highness, I forgot something. Can you wait for me? As soon as the words left her mouth, Han Yunqi regretted it. How could a great deity like Long Fei Yi wait for her? Thus, just as Long Fei Yi was about to speak, she hurriedly said, Your Highness, how about you go back first? I'll be back soon. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't even spare her a glance. He directly lowered the curtain and said coldly, If I don't see you in the hibiscus courtyard in an hour, you'll have to bear the consequences. He was so cold that he didn't even ask her what the matter was and had the coachman leave. Han Yunqi was stunned. So cold. She shivered and hurriedly turned back to ask General Mu for the life and death agreement. She also had General Mu quickly go to the Supreme Court to release her. Chapter 36. After explaining things clearly, Han Yunqi rushed back to the Duke of Qin's estate right on time. In his sleeping quarters, Long Fei Yi had already changed his clothes and was reclining in a rocking chair in his study. His soft, golden robes accentuated his innate nobility to the extreme. This was the first time Han Yunqi had seen a man who could wear nouveau riche gold so well. It was easy to feel inferior in front of him. Han Yunqi adjusted her breathing and stepped forward. Your Highness, the 3 ingredients are on the table. You can start making the antidote now. Long Fei Yi said mildly without sparing her a glance. Han Yunqi glanced at the short table on the side and saw 3 large piles of ingredients. Purple summer, purple autumn, and purple winter. Goodness gracious, these ingredients weren't easy to find. She never expected this guy to find such a large pile. Han Yunqi was secretly delighted. Actually, she only needed a small amount. The rest could be used to expand the detox system's inventory. These ingredients could be used to treat many different poisons according to different formulas. Your Highness, please wait a moment. Qin Xie will come over as soon as she's done, Han Yunqi said as she prepared to put the ingredients into her medical pouch. But Long Fei Yi's cold gaze turned towards her. Just make the antidote here. Your lordship wants to see it for himself. This guy was still suspecting her. Han Yunqi secretly rolled her eyes. Suspect all you want. In any case, you'll never guess the truth. Your Highness, Qinxie doesn't have any other ingredients on hand. I'll have to go back to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion to make them. If this official is interested, there's no harm in coming with Qinxie, Han Yunqi said with a smile. Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Long Fei Yi was curious. He didn't remember the Duke of Qin's estate having such a place. Qinxie fixed up the abandoned loft in the northwest corner and named it Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. In the future, Qinxie will live there so as to avoid disturbing your highness, Han Yunqi replied honestly. Actually, she was a bit nervous, afraid that this fellow would chase her out of the hibiscus courtyard to face off against Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru. But he didn't have any objections and simply nodded before rising to leave with her. Han Yunqi secretly let out a sigh of relief and nimbly put the 3 herbs into her medical pouch. Long Fei Yi didn't pay much attention to this action. He didn't know that Han Yunqi's actions were just a cover-up. She had already put the 3 herbs into the detoxification system and strictly followed the proportions of the other herbs to prepare it. She also automatically adjusted the temperature of the brewing process. From Long Fei Ye's sleeping quarters to Han Yunqi's Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, they had to pass through the garden. This amount of time was enough for the detoxification system to prepare the drug. Han Yunqi secretly took it out and hid it in her medical pouch. When they arrived at the entrance of the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion, Long Fei Yi asked, "What is a leisurely Cloud Pavilion?" "The clouds have no heart and the water is idle," Han Yunqi said indifferently and turned her head to look at him. "Your Highness, Qinxie married into the Duke of Qin's household and only asked for a corner of the Leisurely Cloud Pavilion." Actually, what Han Yunqi wanted to say to Long Fei Yi was, "Dear, don't doubt me. I was forced to marry into the Duke of Qin's household. I don't have any ulterior motives. I only want to live a peaceful and ordinary life alone. I won't provoke you, and you shouldn't provoke me either." However, she was very clear that if she said it so bluntly, Long Fei Yi would definitely kill her with his gaze. Didn't the ancients like to express their feelings and aspirations through poetry? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The clouds have no heart and the water is idle. This was one of Bai Juyi's famous lines. Han Yunqi thought that Long Fei Yi would be stunned. Unfortunately, he only looked at her for a moment. His face was expressionless as he walked into the pavilion without a word. Not only was this guy's face paralyzed, his heart was probably paralyzed as well. Han Yunqi followed him in and found Long Fei Yi sitting by the tea table. He was currently sizing up her little world. This guy's body, which was as proud as a mountain, immediately filled her little living room with pressure. As soon as he saw her enter, he withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "Can we start preparing the medicine now?" "Amen. Qinxie will go get a few ingredients." Han Yunqi was especially respectful. "You're that curious, right? Today, I'll let you experience it." Under Long Fei Ye's piercing gaze, Han Yunqi took a few medicinal herbs and a pestle for grinding medicine from the side of the small study. Then, in front of him, she took out a few packets of medicinal herbs and 3 types of medicine from her medical pouch. These packets of medicinal herbs were the antidotes that had just been prepared in the detoxification system. Regardless of whether it was the amount of medicinal herbs, the ratio of mixing, or the temperature of boiling, the timing, they were all perfect. If it was manually prepared, there was no way for it to reach the level of intelligence. Western medicine paid particular attention to precision when making medicine, while Chinese medicine was more vague. However, if the precision of Western medicine was used in Chinese medicine, the results could not be compared to traditional manual medicine. In other words, even if it was the same type of Chinese medicine, the medicine that Han Yunqi took out would be much more effective than any other doctor in this era. How did Long Fei Yi know all of this? Who asked him to be a non-modern professional? The medicinal herbs that Han Yunqi took out from the study were all ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs. Mixing them together with the antidote wouldn't have any effect. Your Highness, actually preparing medicine is very simple. Han Yunqi's smile was especially beautiful. As she spoke, she mixed the antidote and some anti-inflammatory medicinal herbs together and put them all into the pestle and pestle. In the end, the prescription is still the most important. As long as you find all the medicinal herbs, put them together and grind them together, it should be more or less done. As Han Yunqi grinded the herbs, she explained in a very professional manner, "Of course, there is also a particular way to grind the herbs. The most important thing is the strength. It can't be too heavy, but it can't be too light." As she spoke, she handed the stone pestle to Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, do you want to try?" Long Fei Yi had long lost his patience. He asked indifferently, "How much longer do you need?" Han Yunqi's expression was serious as she took out some medicine and spread it on her palm. She sniffed it a little before replying, "I reckon it'll take 2 hours." 2 hours. That was 2 hours. Long Fei Yi immediately stood up. "When you're done, come to my bedchamber to apply the medicine." This was an order. Without waiting for Han Yunqi to reply, he left after saying that. "All right, Your Highness, take care." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She sent him all the way to the door. Seeing that he was far away, she finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She told him to doubt her again. If there was a next time, she would definitely make him even more bored. After closing the door, Han Yunqi didn't grind the herbs anymore. She put them all into the detoxification system to resolve them. 2 hours, It was enough for her to take a good bath and nap for a while. The matter at the great general's estate had tormented her for many days. If she didn't rest soon, this sickly glass body of hers wouldn't be able to withstand it. 2 hours later, Han Yunqi appeared outside Long Fei Ye's study, feeling refreshed. She realized that this fellow was reading. He was leaning lazily against the warm couch with a book in his hand. The way he looked with his head lowered and brows furrowed. He was as handsome as a celestial in a painting. It felt especially surreal. For some reason, Han Yunqi couldn't help but recall the scene of that night in the darkness. The light of the lanterns had shone on his bronze chest, revealing the distinct lines of his muscles and his wild, untamed appearance. It had been so captivating that it shook her heart and soul. Damn it, she was here to apply the medicine. She hadn't even touched it yet. So how could she let her imagination run wild? Biting her lip, Han Yunqi walked in. "Your Highness, you can apply the medicine now." Long Fei Yi put down his book and sat up. Only then did he look over at her. Those dark and deep eyes stared straight at her. For some reason, Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously avoided his gaze. Why did she feel so timid? This timidness wasn't fear, but a kind of nervousness. Wasn't it just applying medicine? It was so simple that she could do it with her eyes closed. What was she nervous about? Han Yunqi inwardly ridiculed herself. She walked forward with her head lowered. She took out some medicinal herbs and some supplementary items from her medical bag while doing some mental preparation. Very quickly, she recovered. She raised her head and met Long Fei Ye's deep and domineering gaze. With a serious and professional tone, she said, "Take off your shirt." Golden silk robe and pure white undershirt. Even when this guy took off his clothes, his movements were so elegant and noble. Among his firm and refined muscles, there was a shocking scar. It was as if a centipede was perched on his bronze chest. It was sinister, but also rough and wild. She didn't expect that in just a few days, this guy's wound had actually healed. It had to be known that poison wounds healed slower than normal wounds. Han Yunqi looked at him in disbelief. In addition, her ears were a little red. This scene made Long Fei Yi very unhappy. "Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then apply the medicine." Long Fei Ye's tone was cold and impatient. Han Yunqi suddenly raised her head to look at him. Her face was even more incredulous. However, she met Long Fei Ye's disgusted gaze. What did this guy mean? What did he think she was looking at? Although she was a little love-struck, that was a normal woman's pursuit of beauty, all right. In a moment, all her nervousness was replaced by anger. Right away. As she spoke, she didn't bring the medicine. Instead, she brought a knife and placed it over the fire to roast. What are you doing? Long Fei Ye coldly asked. Performing an operation. Your self-healing ability is too good. Your wound has already healed. The medicine can't penetrate it in a short period of time, so I can only open the wound. Han Yunqi replied in a serious manner. Actually, it was fine not to use this method. As long as she added a few more medicines to the antidote to strengthen the medicine, the effect would be the same. However, Long Fei Ye's disgusted gaze made her very unhappy. In this world, there were two kinds of people that you should never offend. One was a hairdresser, and the other was a doctor. The former would make you ugly to the point that you wished you were dead. The latter would make you in so much pain that you wished you were dead. Are you sure? Long Fei Ye looked at her suspiciously. I'm sure. Han Yunqi was meticulous, as she explained. Your Highness, it's fine if you don't perform an operation. However, if you don't perform an operation, these medicines may take half a month to extract the poison from your body. You can decide for yourself. He only had 10 days, and 7 days had already passed. This feeling of being controlled by someone made Long Fei Ye feel very uncomfortable. However, he could only find Han Yunqi to secretly detoxify the poison. Perform an operation. He agreed. Adding an operation to the wound made the pain much more terrifying than a direct operation. Han Yunqi was very much looking forward to the change in his expression. She really didn't show any mercy, but who would have thought that after the operation, Long Fei Ye actually frowned. His expression was cold as he looked down at his wound. Good heavens, what kind of pain would make him frown? Han Yunqi found that her thoughts were too excessive. She restrained her thoughts and hurriedly applied medicine. Her movements were a lot lighter, trying to reduce the pain as much as possible. Very quickly, the medicine was applied to the wound, and the bandages were wrapped to stabilize it. The matter was settled. All right, I'll come tomorrow morning to get the medicine and treat the wound, Han Yunqi said seriously. You don't need to change the medicine? Long Fei Ye asked. Chapter 37. There's no need. In 1 day, this medicine will suck out all the remaining poison from the body. The wound can't touch water, and don't press on the wound when you sleep at night. Han Yunqi explained seriously. Actually, if this fellow wasn't afraid of pain, cutting him open was indeed the fastest way. Long Fei Ye nodded and waved his hand lightly, indicating that she could withdraw. At this moment, Han Yunqi, who was carrying the medical pouch, looked like a servant. All right, she'll endure it. The next morning, Han Yunqi came to collect the medicine. As she said, all the poison had been absorbed by the antidote. The medicine, which had originally emitted a sweet fragrance, was now filled with a foul odor. Han Yunqi simply bandaged the wound. This time, Long Fei Ye's poison was completely cured. She thought that Long Fei Ye would say something, but who knew that after she put away the medicine, Long Fei Ye still acted arrogantly and waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. What an arrogant and heartless fellow, Han Yunqi thought to herself. She didn't immediately leave, but bowed and sincerely said, Your Highness, thank you for the matter of the great general's estate. Although she knew that Mu Qingwu's matter was for the sake of the Duke of Qin's estate's face and for the sake of curing the poison, he still saved her life. Who knew that Long Fei Ye's tone would be cold? You know how to cure the poison, but you're not a bodhisattva. Remember your status, mind your own business, and don't go out. Do you understand? Han Yunqi resentfully replied, Yes, Qinxia will remember. Qinxia will take her leave. She silently thought that as long as he was a good person, she really couldn't do something like not saving him. As for going out less, Han Yunchi sneered. Chinchia can't do it. She might as well die if she had to sit at home for the rest of her life and be responsible for eating, drinking, shitting, and sleeping. Touching the remaining 3 tails in her sleeve, Han Yunchi thought that women, no matter what era they were in, must have a career. Being a fake couple with Long Fei Yi and minding their own business wasn't a bad idea. Once she settled down in the Duke of Qin's residence, she would have to find something for herself to do. Otherwise, where would she go to get money? For the next few days, Han Yunchi didn't see Long Fei Yi when she was strolling in the garden. This guy came and went like a ghost. She guessed that he had left long ago. However, Long Fei Yi actually sent a maidservant for her to use. Her name was Chun Xiang, and she was a bit younger than Han Yunchi. She was about 15 or 16 years old. She was petite, clean, and pretty, and had a clever personality. When she smiled, she was particularly shy. Han Yunchi took a look at it and liked it. "Do you know martial arts?" Han Yunchi asked curiously. Chun Xiang shook her head. "No. Where did you work before?" Han Yunchi asked again. "My family lives in Creek Village on the western outskirts. I was bought here yesterday by a big brother called Chu Shifeng." Chun Xiang replied obediently. "Then did he tell you anything?" Han Yunchi asked again. He told this servant to listen to esteemed Wang Fei's words. He said that if I served esteemed Wang Fei well, esteemed Wang Fei would reward me handsomely. Chen Xiang said honestly. "Handsomely rewarded?" Han Yunchi's mouth twitched into a fake smile. She told Chen Xiang the first thing she needed to do. When Murong Wanru came looking for her, she said she was sleeping and had no time. As a result, Murong Wanru invited her to drink tea and was rejected. She invited her to go shopping and was rejected. This morning, she sent someone to invite her to go on an outing and was rejected again. Grand concubine, he wasn't at home, so Murong Wanru's status couldn't force her to do anything. Although little Chin Xiang was young, she was diligent and capable. With her taking care of trifling matters, Han Yunchi felt much more relaxed. Of course, she couldn't idle around either. Over the next few days, she inspected the detox system. It was similar to a space with many smaller spaces inside. One was used to check for poisons, another to make medicine, and another to store medicine and medical supplies. Han Yunchi lay in the courtyard, sunbathing as her mind wandered to the detox system. She discovered that there were still unknown spaces in the system that her consciousness couldn't enter. That's strange. Could it be an area that hasn't been developed yet? The researchers hadn't mentioned them to her before. Han Yunchi was very curious, but she knew it was useless. She couldn't figure out such things, even if she cracked her head. Fortunately, the few spaces in the detox system were enough for her to squander. Withdrawing her consciousness from the detox system, Han Yunchi raised her head to enjoy the warm winter sun. Princess Changping's ringworm poison should have flared up by now, right? For someone who loved to look pretty, it was amusing to cover her face and ask for medical help. While she was secretly rejoicing, little Chun Xiang jogged over. "Esteemed Wang Fei," someone came to the courtyard gates. "They said you had guests." "Guests? Who could come to the Duke of Qin's estate to find Han Yunchi? Who is it?" Han Yunchi opened her eyes in confusion. The mama said it was an honored guest waiting in the guest hall. Something about a young general and an imperial physician. She spoke too quickly, so your servant didn't hear clearly, Qin Xiang replied. Mu Qingguo and Gu Beiwa. Han Yunchi was immediately amused as she rose to her feet. She actually wanted to see Gu Beiwa and thank him in person, but she couldn't find a chance to go out. She didn't know where to look. Long Fei, you didn't like her going out, so she had to restrain herself a bit. She never thought that Gu Beiwa and Mu Qingguo would come knocking on her door. Han Yunchi changed her clothes before leaving the courtyard. As soon as she arrived in the guest hall, she saw Gu Beiwe and Mu Qinggu sitting and drinking tea. Gu Beiwe was still wearing his white robes, looking cultured and refined. Mu Qinggu no longer had his sickly appearance, standing in the standard military posture with bright eyes. Seeing Han Yunqi come in, the two of them were happy and bowed. This humble subject greets Qin Wangfei. May esteemed Wangfei be blessed. No need for formalities, sit. Han Yunqi was in a good mood. Mu Qinggu didn't say anything else and immediately knelt in front of Han Yunqi, his hands clenched into fists. Esteemed Wangfei, this humble subject came today to thank you for saving my life. Quickly stand up. Didn't you already thank me that day? Han Yunqi smiled. That day was that day. Today, this humble subject has come to formally thank you. This humble subject has nothing to repay you with. If there is anything this humble subject needs in the future, esteemed Wangfei will definitely ask. Mu Qinggu was very serious. His dark eyes shined as he looked straight into Han Yunqi's eyes. This kind of serious big boy was really cute. Han Yunqi nodded. All right, I'll remember it. As she spoke, she took out a life and death certificate and faced Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu, I think I should also properly thank you. Seeing that thing, Dr. Gu was stunned at first. He immediately stopped Han Yunqi from bowing. Esteemed Wangfei, you can't. Gu Beiwe was also serious as his brows tightly knit together. When Han Yunqi saw this, she really wanted to reach out and smooth it out for him. This kind of warm man really wasn't suited to frown. Thank you very much. Han Yunqi handed over the life and death certificate with both hands in a very sincere manner. In this matter, only Gu Beiwe was trying to save her without any ulterior motives. Gu Beiwe looked at the black and white words on the white paper and lightly said, Esteemed Wangfei, please destroy this thing for me. Actually, this humble one came here too. Before Gu Beiwe could finish speaking, Han Yunqi already knew what he was going to say. I was the one who sniffed out the poison. In the imperial prison, she had promised him that as long as she could save Mu Qinggu, she would tell him how to detect the poison even if she was empty-handed. Han Yunqi didn't want to lie, but if she were to tell Gu Beiwe about the existence of the detoxification system, Gu Beiwe probably wouldn't be able to understand it for the rest of his life. She could only say this, but as soon as she said this, a familiar voice carried over. I sniffed it out. Sister-in-law's nose is very formidable. This voice, Murong Wanru. She walked in with slow steps, dressed in a light yellow robe. Her body was delicate, especially that tiny waist that could be held in one hand. Her figure was lovely and moving, as was her face. Murong Wanru was born a servant girl. Although grand concubine, he had taken her as a foster daughter. She didn't have a title. When she saw Gu Beiwe and the young general, she still had to pay her respects. Her body was as light as a swallow's, making one want to support her. See here, Mu Qinggu immediately took pity on her. Miss Murong is too courteous. Hurry and rise. Murong Wanru nodded gently before rising to sit by Han Yunqi's side, her eyes hooded. Sister-in-law, you're still blaming me, aren't you? I've already begged you 3 times. You should at least listen to my explanation. Han Yunqi was at a loss at her inexplicable words. Could it be that Miss Wanru has some unspeakable secret that prevented her from inviting grand concubine Yi that night? Gu Beiwe spoke up. Han Yunqi finally remembered. Actually, she hadn't counted on Murong Wanru to save her. It was already good enough that she didn't hit her while she was down. If Murong Wanru hadn't mentioned it, she really would have forgotten. Moreover, the 3 times Murong Wanru had sought her out, it was either to drink tea or to go shopping. She hadn't even brought up the matter. Apologizing to her now was just putting on an act in front of Gu Beiwe and Mu Qinggu to protect her image. After all, if Gu Beiwe spread the news, her reputation would be ruined. Murong Wanru sighed and said helplessly, Imperial Physician Gu, it really was Wanru who didn't handle the matter properly. Wanru is ashamed. As a matter of fact, I've always wanted to see sister-in-law to explain things, but she closed her doors as soon as she came back. As Murong Wanru spoke, she rose to personally pour a cup of tea and offered it to Han Yunchi with both hands before continuing. Sister-in-law, I know you're not a petty person, but this matter is too serious. But I really didn't do it on purpose. Drink some tea and give me a chance to explain, won't you? Why did these words sound more and more like she was calling her petty? If you want to explain, then explain. What's the point of wasting words? Han Yunchi didn't accept the cup of tea, but said coldly, "It was Imperial Physician Gu who came to you for help, not me. You should explain things to him." What powerful words! Murong Wanru gave a start, but quickly recovered to say to Imperial Physician Gu, "Imperial Physician Gu, I do want to explain things to you. But sister-in-law has been ignoring me for days. I have to ask for her forgiveness first." Han Yunchi was about to throw up. Did she have to step on someone else's foot to save her own image? She cared so much about her image, didn't she? She would ruin it in front of her today. Then hurry up and explain, Han Yunchi said coldly. That night, after Imperial Physician Gu left, I was so anxious that I wanted to leave immediately. But I fainted before I could leave the city gates. As Murong Wanru spoke, she lowered her head pitifully, her voice choked with sobs. Sister-in-law, you also know that my body isn't well. I get dizzy when I'm anxious. I did come back, but I had Xia whip his horse to report, who knew that the wicked servant didn't go, but hid at the door and fell asleep, sister-in-law. You say this, sister-in-law, it's all my fault. Han Yunchi's lips curled into a mocking smile as she asked, "When did you know that Xia didn't go to find Imperial Mother?" Chapter 38. Murong Wanru thought it over. This morning. I didn't wake up until morning. Seeing that Mu Fei hadn't returned yet, I sent someone out again, who knew that I'd see Little Sixth sleeping by the door. Oh, Han Yunchi dragged out her words meaningfully. So you didn't send anyone else? Han Yunchi had been locked up in the prisons for 3 whole nights. Murong Wanru was at a loss for words. After a while, she said, I went personally, but I couldn't find Mu Fei. Sister-in-law, you know that my words carry little weight, so I couldn't speak up for you. I was anxious, so I could only keep looking for Mu Fei. After all, Grand Concubine doted on her, but she cared more about face. She dared to use Grand Concubine as an excuse to lie, so this girl really had guts. So, you didn't send anyone to tell Imperial Physician Gu? Han Yunchi asked next. Murong Wanru furrowed her brows as her eyes glistened with tears. Sister-in-law, I was so anxious. I forgot. Oh, Han Yunchi made another meaningful sound. Then did you find Mu Fei in the end? Han Yunchi kept asking. Murong Wanru shook her head. I didn't. Then I heard the mama at the estate say you came back, so I hurried back. Sister-in-law, I wanted to see you many times to explain, but you didn't want to see me. Hearing this, Han Yunchi sighed at her own inferiority. What an expert liar. Thus, Han Yunchi looked at her seriously. Then why did I hear the Duke of Qin say you were at the estate these past few days? He saw you in the gardens many times. Murong Wanru's face paled at these words. The Duke of Qin, Han Yunchi had told on her? Heavens! What did this woman say to the Duke of Qin? What would he think of her? Reality proved that when you met an expert liar, you had to be better at lying than her. The Duke of Qin. My health isn't good, so I didn't go looking for him every day, but I did send people. At this moment, Murong Wanru's explanation seemed so weak. Gu Beiwe knew what was going on and remained silent. However, Mu Qinggu had always been straightforward. He had a good impression of Murong Wanru before, and now he saw her clearly. He snorted unceremoniously. Miss Murong, there's no need to explain further. We still have things to say to Qin Wangfei, so please make things convenient for us. He was chasing her away. Murong Wanru burst into tears. Her ugly face had clearly been exposed, but she still looked delicate and pitiful, as if she had been framed. I'm sorry. I don't know what misunderstanding there is here. I'm sincerely looking out for you. If you don't forgive me, I'll... As she spoke, she actually offered the tea with both hands and knelt down. I'll kneel and never get up. Han Yunchi didn't buy it. She said calmly, it's getting late. If there's anything, let's talk another day. Gu Beiwe and Mu Qinggu exchanged glances before nodding. Before they left, Gu Beiwe gave a soft sigh. Although it wasn't as direct as Mu Qinggu's snort, it still made Murong Wanru's heart feel stifled. She didn't know what he meant, but she knew it couldn't be anything good. She really didn't feel good about it. These two had a lot of weight in high society. As long as they spread the news, Murong Wanru's painstakingly created image would be ruined. This was all Han Yunchi's fault. Why didn't she die in prison? Murong Wanru was filled with hate. Seeing Han Yunchi and the rest walk away, Gue Mama rushed over. Miss, it's fine if she doesn't forgive you. I'm just afraid she'll complain to esteemed imperial concubine. Grand concubine he cared about face the most. She'd even mind half the day if a servant from the Duke of Qin's estate was scolded by the Empress Dowager's people, much less something as serious as Han Yunchi's imprisonment. If Murong Wanru didn't report, she'd be implicated as well. Murong Wanru didn't move, but her eyes flashed with malice. When will Mufei come back? Tomorrow is Bodhisattva's birthday. Esteemed imperial concubine will definitely come back today to pay respects to Buddha, but she didn't say when. Miss, look at this matter. Gue Mama was very worried. Once Murong Wanru was punished, her group of servants wouldn't be able to escape either. Murong Wanru only smiled in satisfaction as she straightened her back. Since she's coming back today, I won't get up. I'll just kneel here and admit my wrongs to Mufei. Since she was going to complain, of course she had to get there before Han Yunchi did. Gue Mama understood as soon as she heard these words. She quickly lowered her voice and said, Miss, don't worry. Once esteemed imperial concubine comes back, that woman's days will be hard. This servant will go keep watch for you right now. Han Yunchi personally sent Gu Beiwe and Mu Qinggu to the gates, but as soon as the carriage left, another gorgeous carriage came galloping towards them. Han Yunchi could tell at a glance that this was Grand Concubine Yi's carriage. Wasn't she supposed to stay in the courtyard for a while? Why did she come back so soon? As Grand Concubine Yi's carriage stopped, Han Yunchi turned to flee, but it was already too late. Gue Mama came out and grabbed Han Yunchi as she shouted, Good luck to esteemed imperial concubine! Esteemed imperial concubine has finally come back. The old mama's brute strength was extraordinarily strong. Han Yunchi couldn't break free of her grip and was struggling with all her might when Grand Concubine got off the carriage. Seeing this, Grand Concubine grew angry and shouted, What are you doing? Pulling and tugging at the gates. Do you have any sense of shame? Gue Mama and Han Yunchi both jumped in fright and let go. Han Yunchi secretly rolled her eyes and bowed in greeting. Qinxie respectfully welcomes Mufei back to the estate. Gue Mama fell to her knees with a thump and cried out, Esteemed imperial concubine, you finally come back. If you didn't, something would have happened to young miss. Something would have happened. Dog servant, if you have anything to say, say it inside. Haven't you lost enough face for my Duke of Qin's estate? Grand Concubine scolded. Cold as she shot Han Yunchi a glance, her words and glare even more piercing. Han Yunchi could only lower her head and endure. She was her mother-in-law, an elder and Grand Concubine. She couldn't afford to provoke her. Grand Concubine was graceful and luxurious, her bearing magnanimous. She didn't seem to take Gue Mama's words to heart, but things changed as soon as everyone entered and shut the doors. Grand Concubine Yi's exquisitely made-up face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Go Mama, what's going on? I've only been gone for a few days. Could it be that some monkey wants to be king already?" Once again, she targeted Han Yunqi's words. Han Yunqi didn't need to think with her toes to know why Gue Mama had come. It looked like Morong Wanru wasn't planning to let her off. Perhaps she already knew that Grand Concubine Yi was coming back. "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, hurry and go to the guest hall to take a look. It's such a cold day, but young Miss has been kneeling for a long time. No matter what I say, she won't get up. She said she'll kneel until you come back so she can apologize," Gue Mama replied hastily. "What's going on?" Grand Concubine Yi grew alarmed as she hurried to the guest hall. Han Yunqi dearly wanted to seize the chance to slip away, but where could she go? With Grand Concubine Yi status, even if she hid in the hibiscus courtyard, she'd still come out as soon as Grand Concubine Yi called. Even in modern society, there was power to suppress people, to say nothing of imperial power. There was no hiding from it. Han Yunqi did her best to convince herself to face it and adapt. Seeing Gue Mama look her way, she gave a cold smile and followed after her. As soon as she reached the guest hall, she saw Morong Wanru still kneeling in place, her body stiff and her hands holding up a cup of tea. "Aya, Wanru, what's wrong with you?" Grand Concubine Yi's heart ached at the sight. She strode over to help her up. "Get up, talk things out. Who allowed you to kneel? What if you hurt your knees?" "Mufei, I was wrong. I made a big mistake. I've let you down. Let down big brother and sister-in-law." Morong Wanru's face was filled with guilt as she covered her face and wept, heartbroken. Grand Concubine Yi grew even more anxious. "Don't cry. What if you hurt your eyes? No matter how big the matter is, there's Mufei here. Mufei will make decisions for you. Tell me what's going on." Morong Wanru raised her head, looking pitiful as her eyes misted over. She was about to speak when she choked with sobs, but didn't say a word before burying her head in sobs again. Grand Concubine Yi sucked in a deep breath and sat down on the seat of honor, her voice stern. "Gue Mama, speak." Gue Momo had been waiting for this opportunity and immediately reported the matter. She didn't forget to add oil to the fire. Imperial Concubine Dowager. Young Miss was so anxious about this matter that she fainted. She was afraid that Imperial Concubine Dowager would suffer in prison, and she was also afraid that our Duke of Qin's manor would lose face. She sent out servants and went to search for you herself, but couldn't find you. That's why things were delayed. As soon as Gue Mama finished, Morong Wanru opened her mouth and cried, "Mufei, don't blame sister-in-law. This was all my fault. I didn't have time to find you." Grand Concubine Yi's cold expression grew uglier and uglier. Her phoenix eyes seemed to turn gloomy before a storm. Gue Mama glanced at Morong Wanru before hastily continuing. "As soon as esteemed Wang Fei returned, Miss sent someone to the hibiscus courtyard to seek an audience. She's been there multiple times, wanting to apologize to esteemed Wang Fei. But esteemed Wang Fei refused to see her. When esteemed Wang Fei came out today, Miss offered her tea and even knelt down. But esteemed Wang Fei, she..." Finally, Grand Concubine Yi exploded. Han Yunqi was on one side and murmured, "Qinxie is here. Is Gue Mama speaking the truth? You really went to prison. Did they have an arrest warrant?" Grand Concubine Yi asked incredulously. Compared to this, Morong Wanru's grievances were unimportant. "Mufei, it was esteemed Empress Dowager who personally issued the arrest warrant. Otherwise, who would dare to touch sister-in-law?" Morong Wanru added, choked with sobs. "What? Han Yunqi, you..." Grand Concubine Yi huffed and puffed, one hand gripping the armrest while the other pointed at Han Yunqi. Half-sitting and half-sitting, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Qinxie was kind enough to save people. Just then, the young general came to give his thanks. The justice courts were simply trying to frame me. His Highness Duke of Qin has already stepped forward to hand over the justice courts to the Ministry of Appointments for punishment. Han Yunqi replied righteously. Grand concubine raised a hand and raged. I don't care so much. You fell into the Empress Dowager's hands and were locked up in the imperial prisons. Where do you want me to put my face? Right now. That old woman must be laughing at my incompetence for marrying a good-for-nothing wife like you. Han Yunqi's face was full of disbelief. She always knew that Grand Concubine cared about face, but never thought it was to this extent. This was completely unreasonable. She'd saved Mu Qinggu and punished Princess Chongping and the rest. Did this count as losing face? Grand Concubine alternated between sitting and standing, completely ignoring the kneeling Morong Wanru as she fidgeted uneasily. Suddenly, she stopped in front of Han Yunqi and narrowed her angry eyes. Chapter 39. Grand Concubine walked in front of Han Yunqi and narrowed her eyes as she cursed. Han Yunqi, you scourge! Ever since the Empress Dowager married you off to the Duke of Qin, I've lost all face. On the day of the wedding, you even... Hearing that Grand Concubine was going to settle old debts, Han Yunqi couldn't hold back. She couldn't be the type to swallow her anger and humiliation. Instead of adapting, she'd fight for her own dignity and rights. Han Yunqi loudly cut off Grand Concubine Yi's curses. Mu Fei, I don't think this is shameful at all. In fact, I think I gave face to the Duke of Qin's estate. For one thing, I let everyone know that I'm not useless trash. I don't know any medical skills, and I'm no worse than my father. For another, Princess Chongping and the Justice Court official were both punished. The Empress Dowager hasn't said a word yet, nor did she save the official. They're the ones who lost face. All they can do is grit their teeth and swallow their blood. That's right, Mu Fei. Although it's wrong for sister-in-law to talk back to you, and many people know she's been locked up, she's right too. The Empress Dowager didn't pursue the matter either, did she? Morong Wanru coaxed hypocritically. Grand Concubine seemed to have only heard half of the conversation. She glared viciously at Han Yunqi and shook her head. Han Yunqi, you really think you're something, huh? You're called Long Face by the Justice Court? Ha ha ha. I've finally seen something like this today. I've never seen anything as shameless as you. You still dare to talk back to me. As Grand Concubine spoke, she retreated and sat down heavily. Word by word, she ordered, Go away, Mama, beat for me. Today I'll teach her what it means to long face, to lose face, and to slap the face. As soon as she finished, Gui Mama rolled up her sleeves and raised her hand to slap Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi immediately retreated. Grand Concubine was simply unreasonable. She couldn't be reasoned with. As she retreated, she kept her guard up against Nanny Gui and coldly said, Imperial Mother, this matter was handled by the Duke of Qin. If Imperial Mother still feels embarrassed, you can look for the Duke of Qin. Gui Mama gave a start and didn't dare to approach again. Meanwhile, Grand Concubine slapped the table and jumped to her feet, incredulous. Han Yunqi, you dare to use the Duke of Qin to threaten me? This concubine is speaking the truth. This concubine will reiterate for the last time. This concubine didn't lose face. The Duke of Qin handed the justice of the Supreme Court over to the Ministry of Personnel to deal with and had Princess Chongping apologize to this concubine in public. Just now, the young general personally came to express his gratitude. If Imperial Mother doesn't believe it, she can go to the general's estate and ask. Moreover, Duke of Qin's appearance is telling the Empress Dowager and the others that with your son around, no one can bully the Duke of Qin's residence. Although it was useless to argue, Han Yunqi couldn't give up. Grand Concubine cared about face, so this was the only way to resolve the situation. Grand Concubine didn't retort immediately but fell silent. But Morong Wanru spoke up again. Mu Fei, I heard that it was Princess Chongping who complained to the Empress Dowager. For better or for worse, sister-in-law is the Duke of Qin's official wife. Princess Chongping should call her imperial aunt out of respect for imperial uncle. Say, Princess Chongping didn't put the Duke of Qin in her eyes at all. It's only right that the Duke of Qin punished her. That impudent, uneducated girl. Grand concubine, he flared up again, looking impatiently at Han Yunqi. Isn't it all because of you? You disgraceful thing. Even a junior can climb on top of your head to behave atrociously. If you're not trash, then what are you? What use are you? Why did you come back? Why don't you just die in the prisons? Out of sight, out of mind? Han Yunqi was speechless. Trying to reason with Grand Concubine, he was like playing the lute to a cow. Grand Concubine, he didn't give her a chance to argue, but angrily rebuked Gui Mama. What are you spacing out for? Beat her. Beat her hard. Even if the Duke of Qin comes today, he won't be able to protect her. Gui Mama rushed forward, but Han Yunqi pushed her aside. You're all unreasonable. Seeing this, Grand Concubine, he was stunned. You dared to make a move? Mu Fei, you were the one who started it. I only want to give you a proper explanation. Han Yunqi wasn't afraid at all. You, Grand Concubine, he was furious. No one had ever dared to be so impudent in front of her. Someone come. Someone come. Lock this slut up in the firewood shed in the back courtyard. Immediately, the guards quickly rushed forward to detain Han Yunqi. This time, Han Yunqi couldn't push them away. Of course, she didn't struggle, much less beg for mercy. Her eyes were cold as she allowed the guards to drag her away. From the moment she stepped into the Duke of Qin's estate, she knew that Grand Concubine he would make a move one day. If she wanted to survive in this house, she had to have her own confidence. Seeing her expression, Grand Concubine he ignored her anger and chased after her, incredulous. What kind of thing is that? Who's she looking at? Little slut! Does she think she can fly to a branch and become a phoenix after marrying in? Tell her, even if there's a red handkerchief, I can still take care of her. Murong Wanru caught up and said timidly, Mu Fei, this matter was also my... Didn't I tell you I was in the side palace? Why couldn't you find me? Grand Concubine was so angry that she even blamed Murong Wanru, who she doted on the most. Daughter knows her wrongs. Mu Fei, don't be angry, all right? It's not good for your body to be angry. Murong Wanru brought over a cup of tea, both docile and considerate. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Grand Concubine, he finally calmed down and said mildly, It's not your fault. She's already been locked up, so she's long lost face. Grand Concubine, he sat down and fell silent before asking, Could it be that her medical skills are better than divine Dr. Han's? I heard that imperial physician who treated him with her. I don't know what happened, but she took all the credit. Mu Fei, as I see it, the general's estate and imperial physician who only gave you face. Murong Wanru really knew how to seize the chance to put in a good word. Grand Concubine, he smiled coldly. They wouldn't dare to not give me face. Seeing that Grand Concubine Yi's mood wasn't as bad, Murong Wanru probed. Mu Fei, it was Big Brother who brought the person back. With sister-in-law locked up, what if Big Brother? Before she could finish, Grand Concubine, he said self-righteously. What? She dared to raise a hand in front of me. If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll be pushing me next time. Does the Duke of Qin still want to protect her? As long as he dares to show up, I'll punish him too. Pass down orders. Without my orders, no one is allowed to let Han Yunqi out. Daughter understands. Murong Wanru sighed hypocritically, her eyes flashing with a smug smile. Han Yunqi, the woodshed can't compare to the hibiscus courtyard. As your little sister, I'll definitely take good care of you. That night, Han Yunqi was holed up in the woodshed, eating in big mouthfuls. Since she was already here, she might as well take things as they came. Actually, the current situation was much better than she expected. If it wasn't for Long Fei Ye's help that time with the red handkerchief, she would have been executed long ago. Even if she contradicted Grand Concubine Yi now, her crime didn't warrant death. She had plenty of ways to fight Grand Concubine Yi. But who knew if Long Fei Yi would interfere? Which side would he stand on? Why was she thinking of that guy again? Fine, such a cold person. If he didn't have a favor to ask of her, he probably wouldn't even say a word to her. The next day, the 3 meals were served as usual. Nothing happened for the rest of the day. But starting from the 3rd day, all the food was spoiled. Han Yunqi knew they were starting to make things difficult for her. She didn't say a word, but returned the food as it was. On the 4th and 5th day, the 3 meals were still spoiled. For 3 whole days, Han Yunqi was so hungry that she had no strength left. She lay in the pile of firewood, staring at the skies with wide, intelligent eyes. Her lips were very pale, but her smile was as beautiful as ever. Sometimes, admitting one's wrongs and begging for forgiveness could earn one a mouthful of rice. But here it was impossible. Even if she ate the spoiled food, what awaited her would be even crueler torture. Moreover, if it wasn't her fault, she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. Han Yunqi wasn't a masochist. She cherished her life dearly. Since she dared to challenge Grand Concubine Yi so loudly, she must have prepared an excellent escape route. If it was spoiled, so be it. She pinched her fingers to calculate the time. Tomorrow, Princess Chongping would definitely come. If she didn't find her to treat the poison by then, her face would be ruined. As long as Princess Chongping came, Grand Concubine Yi would have to ask her to leave the woodshed. On the morning of the 6th day, Murong Wanru and Gui Mama emerged from the thicket after seeing a plate of spoiled rice delivered. She's been starving for 3 days and still hasn't made a sound. This girl's temper is quite stubborn, Gui Mama sighed with emotion. This time, Grand Concubine Yi wasn't planning to torture Han Yunqi to death. After all, she didn't have a good enough reason. She couldn't let her daughter-in-law starve to death because of a push. That would be hard to explain to her son, wouldn't it? Moreover, Grand Concubine Yi still didn't understand why the Duke of Qin would admit to the blood on the handkerchief. The Duke of Qin was a busy man. She hadn't seen him in days. Grand Concubine Yi waited for Han Yunqi to beg for mercy while waiting for her son to come back and complain. Sound? Does she want to beg for mercy? Imperial Mother won't be able to hear you. Murong Wanru's lovely and moving face revealed a trace of viciousness. Perhaps there'd be better chances in the future, but a long night meant more dreams. She, Murong Wanru, didn't like to wait. Looking at the firewood shed from a distance, Murong Wanru lowered her voice. Gui Mama, sister-in-law, isn't in a good mood and isn't eating. For better or worse, she should drink some water. Otherwise, how could she be fine? So speaking, she turned to leave as she murmured, I heard that Red Crane's crown is the quickest poison to take effect. Gui Mama was slightly alarmed. She chased after her to coax her, but quickly stopped. Over the past few years, most of the people by Grand Concubine Yi's side had been bribed by Murong Wanru. Sooner or later, Grand Concubine Yi would arrange for Murong Wanru to be the Duke of Qin's concubine. The official consort was nothing more than a decoration. A concubine doted on by Grand Concubine Yi would be the future mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. Thinking up to here, Gui Mama made a prompt decision to go out personally to buy poison at noon. A dish was delivered along with a cup of water. If it wasn't for the water, Han Yunqi would have fainted from hunger long ago. Her current body wasn't the same as before she transmigrated. It was so sickly and arrogant that even she disdained it. But as soon as the dish was set down, the detox system began to violently alert her. Han Yunqi brought the cup of water over and sniffed it lightly. Immediately, she knew it was Red Crane's crown. This type of poison was very strong and common. She didn't even need to examine it to know the answer. Han Yunqi guessed that Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't kill her so lightly. This had to be Murong Wanru's handiwork. There was no food, and now there wasn't even any water to drink. Murong Wanru, if you really poison me, I'll definitely get my revenge. By the time afternoon came, Han Yunchi was cold, thirsty, and hungry. She was on the verge of collapse, but looked at the sealed walls with a faint smile. She was full of hope for the future. She knew she'd be able to leave soon. By nightfall, Grand Concubine finally arrived at the woodshed with Morong, Wanru's company. How many days has she been starving for? She couldn't have fainted, right? Grand Concubine asked lazily. She thought that Han Yunchi must have fainted from hunger, which was why she hadn't begged for mercy. Perhaps so. Mu Fei, sister-in-law's body is weak. This punishment is enough, Morong Wanru coaxed kindly. How many times have I told you? As a person, especially as a woman, you can't be soft-hearted. You pity her, but do you think she'll appreciate it when she's that crafty? Grand Concubine, said helplessly. Morong Wanru silently lowered her head without a word. Her heart was filled with anticipation. Very soon, they'd no longer see the crafty woman Han Yunchi, but a corpse. Chapter 40. As long as Han Yunchi died, the position of the Duke of Qin's official consort would remain empty. Once Morong Wanru became a secondary consort, she could enjoy all the privileges of an official consort and forget the nightmare of being a servant girl. At last, they reached the door to the woodshed. Morong Wanru, who was always calm, couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the guard unlocked the door, she pushed her way in, full of anticipation. Inside the woodshed, there was an icy blue figure lying paralyzed in a pile of straw. She was so small and frail that she looked like she'd be blown away by the wind. I knew she'd fainted. Grand Concubine, gave a cold snort. Someone come, wake her up. The guard immediately brought over a bucket of water. Morong Wanru knew what was going on and suppressed her excitement. Mu Fei, the water's so cold. It's better if I go wake sister-in-law up. Grand Concubine, looked at her helplessly. You're the only one with a soft heart. Morong Wanru rejoiced and quickly walked over, putting on an act as she pushed Han Yunchi. Sister-in-law, wake up. Sister-in-law, Mu Fei's here, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, admit your wrongs to Mu Fei properly. Mu Fei will forgive you. As she pushed, she used the back of her hand to block the view of the people behind her. Her other hand couldn't help but tremble from excitement and fear. Still, she reached under Han Yunchi's nose to check her breathing. As her hand drew closer, Morong Wanru's heart shrank. She'd even thought of how to shout and say Han Yunchi was dead. But before Morong Wanru's hand could touch Han Yunchi's nose, Han Yunchi's eyes flew open and she stared at her guardedly. I'm not dead yet. What are you doing? Although she was already very weak, Han Yunchi hadn't lost consciousness. Her innate vigilance made her as vigilant as a hedgehog. Her phoenix eyes were as sharp as knives as she glared fiercely at Morong Wanru. Morong Wanru gave a start before she gave a frightened shriek and fell to the ground. Wanru, what's wrong? Grand Concubine, cried out in alarm. Two guards immediately stepped forward to detain Han Yunchi. Grand Concubine propped Morong Wanru up as she looked disdainfully at Han Yunchi. What did you do to Wanru? I haven't eaten for a few days. Mother, what else do you think I can do to her? Han Yunchi asked sarcastically. Grand Concubine was at a loss for words. Her embarrassment turned to anger as she kicked over the spoiled rice on the side. Even the dogs in the estate can eat it. What? You can't eat it? Was he saying that she was worse than a dog? Han Yunchi struggled to prop herself up. Mu Fei, how about this concubine make a bet with you? Grand Concubine, wasn't happy, but she was still curious. What else could you want? Tell me. Han Yunchi laboriously brought over a bowl of clear water from the side. Mu Fei, I bet that even the dogs in the residence won't drink this bowl of water. Morong Wanru grew alarmed at her words. Sister-in-law, how could you make a bet like this with Mu Fei? Mu Fei only brought up the dogs in a fit of anger. As a junior, You can't compete with your elders." So speaking, she immediately snatched Han Yunqi's bowl of water away and threw it in a huff. Seeing this, Han Yunqi laughed coldly in her heart. She was so weak that it was hard for her to even speak, much less argue with Morong Wanru. She only wanted to confirm her own guesses. Morong Wanru was so nervous that it was without a doubt that she was the one who poisoned her. Han Yunqi looked at her, her pale lips drawing up in a mocking smile. Morong Wanru felt like she'd been electrocuted as she hastily avoided her gaze. She took Grand Concubine Yi's hand. "Mufei, don't be angry. Give sister-in-law a bit more time. She'll definitely know her wrongs." Han Yunqi smiled coldly. Morong Wanru was afraid she'd admit her wrongs, wasn't she? She was afraid her relationship with Grand Concubine Yi would improve? Morong Wanru acted like a peacemaker as she tugged at Grand Concubine Yi to leave. Compared to the submissive Morong Wanru, who tried to curry favor with Grand Concubine Yi, Han Yunqi had a bargaining chip that none of the women of this era had. Cold as she looked at Morong Wanru, her lips curled up in a mocking smile. Right at this moment, Mother Guei suddenly rushed in from outside in a fluster. "Imperial Concubine Dowager! Esteemed Imperial Concubine, it's bad. Bad news!" "What's the rush?" Grand Concubine Yi asked unhappily. "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, Princess Chongping has come," Guei Mama replied urgently. At these words, Han Yunqi's smile deepened, making Morong Wanru fearful for no reason. "Princess Chongping?" Grand Concubine Yi was astonished. This princess had been spoiled rotten by the Empress Dowager and Empress, but she'd never come to the Duke of Qin's estate. What was she doing here? One wouldn't visit a temple without a cause. It had been a long time since she'd had a face-off with the Empress Dowager's people. Grand Concubine Yi immediately became spirited as she threw Han Yunqi to the back of her mind. "If she's come, then she's come. What are you panicking for? Even if the Empress Dowager comes, it's the same. Have her wait. I don't have time to see her." She elegantly waved her hand. "I'll go soak in a hot bath first, then sleep. Aye, the hot springs at the estate are still the most comfortable." Seeing this, Guei Mama grew distressed. She didn't dare speak, but she had to. "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, Princess Chongping said she wanted to see Qin Wangfei." "What?" At these words, everyone present was stunned. So she'd come to find Han Yunqi. Morong Wanru was greatly alarmed as she fearfully looked towards Han Yunqi. The self-righteous Grand Concubine Yi's face grew hot as she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She kicked Guei Mama. "Useless thing. You don't even know how to make a report. What does Princess Chongping want to see her for? Your servant doesn't know. Princess Chongping's really anxious. If she doesn't see her tonight, she'll spend the night here," Guei Mama replied hastily. Only then did Grand Concubine Yi look towards Han Yunqi with a cold snort. "What does Chongping want to see you for?" Han Yunqi withdrew her sarcasm and feigned weakness as she shook her head. She didn't reply. Grand Concubine Yi narrowed her eyes and stopped asking. Coldly, she instructed Guei Mama, "Go tell her that Qin Wangfei isn't free. Have her wait." The Empress Dowager actually dared to issue an arrest warrant for the Duke of Qin's men behind her back. How could she not seize the chance to show off her strength to Princess Chongping? Seeing the crowd leave in a hurry, Han Yunqi finally let down her guard. She collapsed weakly in the grass, her brows knitted together in pain. She felt like her stomach was about to burst from hunger. Still, she encouraged herself from the bottom of her heart. "Han Yunqi, you have to hold on. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be all right soon." Princess Chongping couldn't wait any longer. She made a ruckus in the guest hall, but Grand Concubine ignored her. "What a Han Yunqi! Humph! This princess will go find Imperial Mother. Let's see if you'll see me." Princess Chongping tossed out these words before storming off. Grand Concubine was puzzled. "Wanru, why do you think Princess Chongping came?" I find it strange, too. She shouldn't be holding a grudge over the young general's matter, right? Morong Wanru guessed. She dares. I haven't even settled accounts with her yet. But she still has the face to come? Grand concubine immediately lost her temper. No matter why Princess Changping came to find Han Yunshi, Morong Wanru wouldn't give Han Yunshi a chance to leave the woodshed. She had to strike first to gain the upper hand. That night, she'd arranged for assassins. But who would have thought that in the dead of night, Princess Changping would come again? Moreover, she'd really brought the Empress with her. After all, the Empress was different from Princess Changping. She was the mother of a nation and the official wife of the Emperor. Grand concubine, he was still polite on the surface. Aya, what kind of wind blew you mother and son to my place tonight? Grand concubine, he entered the guest hall with a pleasant expression and called over a servant girl to bring out good tea. The Empress's status was higher than the grand concubine's, but out of filial piety, she still had to pay respects to Grand concubine E. Of course, Grand concubine E bowed in return. Princess Changping was already sulking as she stood unmoving on one side. Only then did Grand concubine E notice Princess Changping's abnormality. She was wearing a white muslin bamboo hat that not only covered her face, but her entire head. Changping, this is... Grand concubine E grew curious. Princess Changping grew agitated at her question. I'm fine. Changping, don't be rude. The Empress lectured unhappily, but her heart was filled with helplessness. Princess Changping didn't know what sort of filth she'd gotten into that night in the prisons. But after a day or two of itching on her feet and face, she couldn't scratch them. Who knew that she'd end up with ringworm? At first, it was only on her feet, but by the second day it had grown on her face in large patches. It looked very much like psoriasis, but all the imperial physicians said it wasn't. They could only confirm that it wasn't psoriasis, but no one could make a diagnosis. Some suspected it was poison, but none of the poison doctors had any results. Because of Mu Qingwu's incident, Princess Changping bore a grudge against Imperial Physician Gu and didn't seek him out. But since the day before yesterday, the ringworm on her feet had started to itch. Princess Changping couldn't take it anymore and scratched with all her might, tearing the skin with each scratch. The imperial physicians were scared out of their wits and said it'd definitely leave a scar. Princess Changping grew anxious and could only set aside her grudges to find Imperial Physician Gu. He said it was probably poison that he couldn't treat, so he suggested she seek out Han Yunshi instead. Princess Changping flipped out on the spot and said it was impossible. But since yesterday the ringworm on her face had started to itch as well, it'd leave a scar if she scratched it. Once it flared up, Princess Changping rolled on the ground in discomfort, not daring to scratch it. She didn't want to be disfigured, although she didn't want to accept it and didn't trust Han Yunshi's medical skills. She was already at the end of her rope. She couldn't give up on her last ray of hope, so she could only sullenly seek out Han Yunshi. Grand concubine Yi's lips rose to a mocking smile. This girl's personality is just like that. I'm used to it. The Empress was the one asking for help, so she didn't dare retort. She smiled and said, Grand concubine, is Qin Wangfei not at home? Changping said she came looking for her last night, but didn't see her. Grand concubine Yi didn't answer, but asked, Do you have business with Yunshi? The Empress was about to speak when Princess Changping stopped her. She didn't want Grand concubine Yi to know her face was ruined. The more people who knew, the more people would laugh at her. If Grand concubine Yi laughed at her on the spot, she'd lose even more face. I just have business with her. Grand concubine Yi, hurry and have her come out. I have important business to take her to the palace. Princess Changping said willfully. Grand concubine Yi exhaled slightly and didn't ask any more questions. She said mildly, so it's like that. But Yunshi and the Duke of Qin went out on a tour. What? Then where did they go? Princess Changping was alarmed as she took a few steps forward, agitated. Aya, Changping, you know your imperial Uncle Chin's temper. He never reports to his mother where he goes. Grand concubine, he said helplessly. Princess Chongping's heart burned with impatience. Then they... At this moment, the Empress suddenly grabbed Princess Chongping's hand. She was the Empress, after all. So she knew Grand Concubine he was making things difficult even before she arrived. Princess Chongping was about to speak when the Empress tightened her grip and scolded her. Chongping, how many times have I taught you not to be so impetuous and impudent? Your business is important and urgent, but Qin Wangfei isn't here. Aren't you making things difficult for Grand Concubine, eh? Chapter 41. Urgent matters, Don't blame this girl if it's urgent. Just what's going on? Grand Concubine feigned shock. The Empress only pretended not to hear as she continued to lecture Princess Chongping. Since Qin Wangfei went out with the Duke of Qin, then you should find your imperial father and have him find him. It can't be that your imperial father can't find him, either. As the Empress spoke, she gave Grand Concubine a meaningful look. Grand Imperial Concubine, don't you think so? One was using the Duke of Qin to threaten, while the other was using the Emperor to pressure others. Hearing this, everyone's hearts raced. Princess Chongping, on the other hand, felt enlightened and surprised. Right, I'll go find Imperial Father. This time, he'll definitely help me. Grand Concubine understood the Empress's personality. With her status, she'd never speak impulsively. If she dared to bring up the Emperor today, then it meant that Princess Chongping's matters were serious. At the very least, she was confident that she could get the Emperor to show his face. Muhu, let's go. We'll find Imperial Father right away. Princess Chongping was very agitated as she tugged at the Empress to leave. Now Grand Concubine was anxious. If this was any other time, she wouldn't care so much. She'd just find an excuse to hand over Han Yunqi. But right now, Han Yunqi was locked up in the woodshed and about to starve to death. If news of this spread and her family's dirty linen was out in the open, where would she put her face? Grand Concubine, he was about to speak when Morong Wanru spoke up. Esteemed Empress, Princess Chongping, wait a moment. The Empress had long expected this and pulled Princess Chongping to a stop. She always did her best to avoid bothering the Emperor with matters of the imperial harem. This was one of the biggest reasons why she was favored. Morong Wanru quickly stepped forward and bowed. Esteemed Empress, Princess Chongping, Qin Wangfei actually came back last night, but Mufei just came back from the estate today and wasn't clear on the details. I didn't report in time, it's all my fault. With Morong Wanru giving her a way out, Grand Concubine felt less awkward. She came back? Why didn't you say so earlier? Princess Chongping had urgent matters. What if she was delayed? Daughter was negligent. Morong Wanru lowered her head, her face full of guilt. Grand Concubine, he didn't give the Empress or Princess Chongping a chance to speak, but hastened to say, Empress Chongping, have a seat. I'll go find her myself. Princess Chongping was unwilling, but the Empress signaled her to shut up with a look. Then I'll have to trouble Imperial Concubine Dowager. Grand Concubine turned back with a slight smile, but when she walked out with Morong Wanru, her entire face looked like it had been soaked in water. It was both ugly and terrifying. If Morong Wanru hadn't been there just now, she wouldn't even have had a way out of this embarrassing situation. Just what's going on? Grand Concubine raged as she walked. Mother, why do I feel that sister-in-law knows? If possible, she'd rather have the Empress and Princess Chongping go find the Emperor. That way, she'd have time to make her move. But this way, the news of Han Yunqi's death would blow up. Then she'd be the one who'd have trouble sleeping and eating. Soon enough, they reached the woodshed. Han Yunqi only had one last breath left. She was very, very tired, her eyelids so heavy that they were about to fall off. But she kept them open from beginning to end, staring at the door. She was waiting not only for her chance to live, but for her chance to strike back at the White Lotus Morong Wanru. As soon as she saw Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru appear in the doorway, her pale lips rose into a smile before she slowly shut her eyes. Seeing this, Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru were both frightened. "Someone come! Someone come!" summoned the imperial physicians. "Quick!" Grand Concubine Yi cried. At this critical juncture, nothing could happen to Han Yunqi. Morong Wanru was so sullen that she had no choice but to help Han Yunqi up and pinch her philtrum acupuncture point to make her drink warm water. Soon enough, the Duke of Qin's personal imperial physician Li, hurried back. Seeing the scene and taking her pulse, he knew she was weak from hunger. He quickly took out some pills and had Morong Wanru feed Han Yunqi, then pressed on various acupuncture points on her hand. After a round of emergency treatment, they finally managed to wake her up. Grand Concubine exhaled in relief. She was going to punish Han Yunqi, but ended up with emergency treatment instead. Meanwhile, Morong Wanru's heart felt so stifled that she couldn't pretend to care. All she could do was remain silent. Han Yunqi's face was blank, but her eyes hid a shrewd light. Actually, she hadn't fainted, but had been watching them while they were trying to save her. Seeing her wake up, Imperial Physician Li quickly had Morong Wanru feed Han Yunqi some more sugar water. After a while, Han Yunqi finally recovered some strength. Grand Concubine Yi's heart finally settled as she asked, "Han Yunqi, just what did Chongping find you for?" Han Yunqi shook her head as if she didn't have the strength to speak. Grand Concubine Yi was angry, but it wasn't good for her to lose her temper. She could only endure. "Then can you see her now?" Han Yunqi was so weak that she didn't even shake her head. Instead, she looked towards Imperial Physician Li. Imperial Physician Li was in a difficult position. "Esteemed Imperial Concubine, if it's not urgent, then it's better to let esteemed Wang Fei rest and boil some millet porridge to eat." "Urgent?" Grand Concubine Yi shouted. "No matter what method you use, make her regain her energy immediately. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, this official's abilities are limited." Imperial Physician Li was frightened. "Lady Mother, how about I help sister-in-law to my room to lie down first, and then tell Her Majesty the Empress that sister-in-law caught a cold and fell ill. Let them condescend to come to my place," Morong Wanru suggested. Grand Concubine Yi could only agree. "Hurry and take her there. Hurry, don't expose any flaws." Grand Concubine Yi was about to turn around when she shot Han Yunqi a warning look before leaving in a hurry. "Sister-in-law, you've suffered these past few days. Come to my place." Morong Wanru's eyes flashed with calculations as a page boy carried Han Yunqi away. Morong Wanru lived in the Orchid Enclosure, a small garden-style courtyard near Grand Concubine Yi's peony courtyard. She didn't take Han Yunqi to her bedroom, but arranged for her to stay in an empty side room in the courtyard. Han Yunqi was placed on the bed, and as soon as the curtains were lowered, the Empress and Princess Chongping arrived. Han Yunqi made to rise in greeting, but the Empress quickly stopped her. She sat by the bed and took Han Yunqi's hand. "You're excused. How could a small cold make her so ill? I think this body needs to be nourished. Many thanks, esteemed Empress, for your concern," Han Yunqi replied weakly. Princess Chongping stood on one side, unable to resist calling out for her imperial aunt, but her tone was commanding. "Imperial Aunt Qin, I have urgent matters. Hurry and come with me to the palace." Han Yunqi saw Grand Concubine Yi standing on one side with a gloomy expression. She looked very sullen. She didn't know why Grand Concubine Yi had been angered by this mother and son pair, but she knew her chance to turn things around had come. That ice-cold Duke of Qin was only here to repay a debt of gratitude. He wouldn't be able to protect her all the time. If she was destined to be unable to leave this residence, then all the more reason she should work hard to obtain the approval of this high and mighty mistress. And now it was an extremely good opportunity. Han Yunqi didn't reply to Princess Chongping, but looked docilely towards Grand Concubine Yi. Her meaning was that Grand Concubine Yi had to make the decision. At this moment, Princess Chongping began to feel her face itch again. In her panic, she couldn't care less as she begged. Grand Concubine Yi, just agree. Let Imperial Aunt come with me to the palace. I promise I'll bring her back safe and sound. If this was any other day, the Empress wouldn't let Princess Chongping beg Grand Concubine Yi like this. But seeing Princess Chongping so anxious, she knew her itch had flared up again. Without a choice, the Empress could only coax. Grand Concubine Yi, children's private matters should be left to them. Grand Concubine Yi assumed that Han Yunqi would use this chance to show off and throw her a look. Who knew this little wife would give her face and let her make the decision? In an instant, Grand Concubine Yi didn't feel so sullen anymore. Instead, she felt like the Empress and Princess Chongping were here to beg her. She glanced at Han Yunqi, feeling smug in her heart. She wouldn't let the Empress and Princess Chongping off so easily if she had the chance. Yunqi, cough, cough, look at how sick your bones are. If you catch a gust of wind on the way to the palace and get worse, how will Mufei explain things to the Duke of Qin? He'll blame me as your mother-in-law for not taking good care of you. This, when did Grand Concubine Yi learn to care for her daughter-in-law? Hearing this, the Empress's face turned gloomy. Grand Concubine Yi was clearly using this chance to bully her. The intelligent Han Yunqi could tell what Grand Concubine Yi was thinking. She hastened to say, Mufei must be joking. Qinxia knows His Highness's temper. He only listens to you and the Emperor. He doesn't even have the time to show filial piety to you, so how could he blame you? Qinxia will remember Mufei's concern in her heart. TSK, TSK, listen to how impressive Han Yunqi's words were. She was comparing Grand Concubine Yi to the Emperor in front of the Empress. She wasn't disrespecting the Emperor, but flattering Grand Concubine Yi as well. Han Yunqi had no idea that the Empress had just used the Emperor to threaten Grand Concubine Yi, but it had to be said that her words had sweetened Grand Concubine Yi's heart. They surpassed Morong Wanru's usual 100 sentences. On one side, Morong Wanru was flustered as she listened. What did Han Yunqi want to do? The Empress was so angry that she pursed her lips, unable to speak. Princess Chongping didn't have time to listen to their tit-for-tat. Her words carried hidden meanings, and the itch on her face was unbearable. Grand Concubine Yi, if her illness gets worse, I'll take responsibility. Just let her come with me to the palace. Princess Chongping was choked with sobs, but Grand Concubine Yi was slow and sluggish. She looked at Han Yunqi and sighed softly. Ay, this muhu. Princess Chongping really cried as she tugged at the Empress's hand. Muhu, help me persuade her, quick! The Empress's chest was about to explode, but she had no choice but to speak up. Grand Concubine Yi, Chongping really has urgent matters. We've prepared a carriage right outside the door to guarantee that Yunqi's illness won't worsen. When we get to the palace, Imperial Physician Gu will be there too. Isn't it just right for him to take a look at Yunqi? Just let Yunqi go with them. It had to be said that Grand Concubine Yi really wasn't a kind soul. The Empress was already like this, but she still looked hesitant. Finally, Princess Chongping burst into tears. Grand Concubine Yi, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Very good. Grand Concubine Yi had been waiting for the word beg. Only then did she nod. Yunqi, just go with the Empress to the palace. Han Yunqi nodded obediently. The Empress immediately sent people to carry Han Yunqi out in a sedan chair. Before she got on, Grand Concubine Yi shot Han Yunqi a look, but Han Yunqi pretended not to see. She held the ginseng slice in her mouth as she thought, grand concubine, Morongwanru. Just wait for me to come back. Chapter 42. As soon as the carriage left the Duke of Qin's estate, it stopped. The poison on Princess Chongping's face had already flared up and was currently itching unbearably. As long as she left the estate, she would be fine. Even if she was by the roadside, she couldn't care less. With a lantern in one hand and a skirt in the other, she hurriedly entered Han Yunqi's carriage. Han Yunqi was currently dozing off. Seeing her enter, she subconsciously reached out to block the dazzling light. "Your Highness, you!" Before she could finish speaking, Princess Chongping suddenly tore off her veiled bamboo hat, revealing a face full of poison. Because of her deathly pale complexion, she appeared abnormally frightening under the illumination of the lantern light. "A ghost!" Han Yunqi blurted out. Half of it was an act, the other half was true. She understood this poison, but she had never seen a real case. "Han Yunqi, you dare call this princess a ghost?" Princess Chongping was furious. Did she really look like a ghost? Every imperial physician who had treated her had been frightened by her. She didn't even dare to look at herself in the mirror. No. Han Yunqi was extremely weak. She couldn't even shake her head and could only lie there, paralyzed. In reality, after eating medicinal pills, drinking millet porridge, and eating ginseng, Han Yunqi wasn't so weak anymore. However, in front of the domineering Princess Chongping, she obviously had to show weakness. "Han Yunqi, get up." Imperial physician Gu said, "You're very good at curing poisons. Hurry and cure me. Hurry. I'm dying from the itch." Princess Chongping ordered without any trace of politeness. Leaving aside the fact that Princess Chongping was a junior, she was the one asking for help. She shouldn't be shouting and ordering people around like this. If she wasn't given a real lesson, she really wouldn't learn. Princess, I... Han Yunqi couldn't finish her sentence. Princess Chongping was about to die from anxiety. Several times, her hands reached to her face, almost unable to resist scratching it. "You what? Hurry up and help me take a look." As she spoke, she suddenly approached Han Yunqi and almost pressed her face against hers. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited already. However, Han Yunqi had seen poisons that were even more disgusting than this, so she was already immune to them. Princess, I don't have the strength." Finally, she finished her sentence. "Look, just take a look. How much strength do you need to take a look? Aren't you very powerful? Why, can't you do it now?" Princess Chongping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As she ordered, she clenched her fists, afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself. Then, "Princess, take..." Han Yunqi was like a person on the verge of death. Hearing this, Princess Chongping couldn't bear it any longer and roared, "What do you want to say?" Princess Chongping didn't know that the more agitated she was, the more her adrenaline would surge. This kind of adrenaline would cause the poison on her face to flare up even faster. "Bring the lantern closer so I can see clearly," Han Yunqi said slowly. Although she was angry at this time, she would definitely do whatever Han Yunqi told her to do. She was extremely obedient and immediately brought the lantern closer. But who knew that when the light shone over, Han Yunqi didn't even look at Princess Chongping's face. She suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. "Ah!" Princess Chongping was unable to restrain her anger and screamed like a madwoman. How could it be like this? She raised the lantern and was about to smash it on Han Yunqi's face. But in the end, she held it back and endured it like she was enduring an itch. Han Yunqi was her last hope. Hearing this scream, the Empress, who was waiting outside, hurriedly asked, "Chongping, what's wrong?" Princess Chongping came out of the carriage and smashed the lantern on the ground. Finally, she burst into tears. She fainted. "Woo, that slut actually fainted. Useless thing." As she cried, her hands unconsciously scratched her face. Seeing this, the Empress was frightened and immediately went forward to grab her hands. "Don't scratch. You'll ruin your face. A palace maid at the side hurriedly helped her put on the white veil bamboo hat, but who knew that Princess Changping would suddenly break free from the Empress's hands and flip over the hat, fiercely scratching her face. Heaven knows how itchy she was and how hard she scratched. Just this one scratch, and her cheeks were already bleeding. Princess Changping didn't seem to feel the pain and continued scratching. Ah, the Empress was so frightened that her face turned pale. Someone, quickly stop her and grab her hands. The guards immediately rushed forward and pulled Princess Changping's hands away. Let go of me. You've got guts. Let go. It's so itchy, let go. I order you to let go. I'm going to kill you. Princess Changping violently struggled, scaring the Empress into tears. Quickly tie her hands and cover her mouth. Although it was the middle of the night, they were currently on the main street. If they woke up the surrounding commoners and this matter spread, how would Princess Changping be able to face others in the future? Very quickly, Princess Changping's hands were tied and her mouth gagged. The Empress looked towards Han Yunqi's carriage, hatred flashing through her red eyes. Han Yunqi, if it weren't for you, Changping wouldn't have gone to the justice courts and wouldn't have been poisoned. You better make sure that Changping's face is safe. Otherwise, this consort and the Empress Dowager definitely won't let you off. After bringing Princess Changping back to her own carriage, the group hurried back to the imperial palace. The horses galloped, but the spacious and comfortable carriage wasn't bumpy at all. Han Yunqi lazily reclined, her eyes closed, but a happy smile appeared on her lips. Those who came out to make a living all had to pay. Those who came out to make a living weren't afraid. When they returned to the palace, the east was already bright. Princess Changping was completely exhausted. The poison seemed to have passed and she had already fainted. Han Yunqi was sent to Princess Changping's Omping Palace. She was half asleep and half awake, allowing the palace maids to place her on a warm bed. Very quickly, the Empress and imperial physician, Gu, came over. She caught a cold and is very weak. She fainted on the way here. The Empress explained the general situation. Gu Beiwe didn't say anything. He just sat by the bed and took Han Yunqi's pulse through the curtains. Gu Beiwe was a divine doctor. He knew Han Yunqi's situation with a single pulse. This was caused by starvation. It wasn't an illness, but she was weak and didn't have enough strength. Fortunately, she had already been rescued, so the problem wasn't too big. She was currently recovering, so she shouldn't be as weak as the Empress said. Gu Beiwe's clear black eyes flashed with interest. He stood up, reporting to the Empress, "This is a severe cold. The Wangfei's body is very weak and needs to be properly nurtured. If we forcefully wake her up to have her treat the princess, this official is afraid." "What?" the Empress quickly asked, since they were already in the palace. She didn't care how Han Yunqi's body was, as long as she could treat Changping's illness. Even if she had to draw Han Yunqi's blood, she would still agree. This official is afraid that not only will the Wangfei not be able to treat Princess Changping's illness, she won't even be able to protect her own life. Gu Beiwe was clearly exaggerating, but how could the Empress understand this? Hearing this situation, she became nervous. If it was like this, Changping's face wouldn't be preserved. She wouldn't be able to pay for Han Yunqi's life. If she had known earlier, she would have persuaded Changping to stay in the Duke of Qin's manor. If she was laughed at, then so be it. It was better than being responsible for Han Yunqi's life. The Empress took a deep breath. Then let's save her first. How long will it take for her to recover? 1 or 2 days. It's just that Princess Changping will have to suffer a bit. Gu Beiwe honestly replied. The Empress frowned. She was so depressed that she couldn't speak. Unfortunately, she had no other choice. She could only instruct Gu Beiwe, use the best medicine. You must let Qin Wangfei recover as soon as possible. Understood? This official understands. Gu Beiwe nodded. This official will go right up the prescription now. Gu Beiwa left. The Empress went to see Princess Chongping, leaving behind a palace made to watch over her. Han Yunqi was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. Who knew what Gu Beiwa would use this opportunity to give her to nurse her body back to health? Although 1 or 2 days wasn't enough to completely recover, getting off the bed and moving around wouldn't harm her body. Gu Beiwa was truly a thoughtful and intelligent person. Just as Han Yunqi expected, Gu Beiwa prepared an extremely expensive prescription for warming and nourishing her body. Han Yunqi really wanted to eat a big meal, but a starving person couldn't overeat. If it was light, it would cause indigestion, and if it was heavy, it would cause her to die. Gu Beiwa's prescription not only nourished her body in the most gentle way, it also reduced her intense appetite. With the warm man's medicine and sufficient sleep, Han Yunqi was full of energy after 2 days. However, Princess Chongping was miserable. In these 2 days, the poison had flared up 3 times. Each time, it was heart-wrenching, making her want to kill herself. Han Yunqi got off the bed, but Princess Chongping was lying down. Her hands and feet were all tied up to prevent her from harming herself. The Empress sat by the bed and tried to persuade her. Princess Chongping couldn't listen anymore and muttered, "Where's that slut Han Yunqi? She's not going to save me, is she? Muhu, bring her here. She must be faking it. She must want to see me poisoned to death. It's all because of her. It's all her fault. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have gone to the prison, sob. Muhu, she's the one who harmed me. Muhu, let me go. I'm going to find her." Han Yunqi followed Gu Beiwa inside and listened silently. Princess Chongping didn't even think about what she was doing in the prisons that night. She actually dared to blame her. When she heard Gu Beiwa talk about her condition these days, she felt a bit of sympathy and wanted to treat her poison today. But now Han Yunqi had gone back on her word. Pitiful people were always hateful. Princess Chongping wasn't someone she wanted to save, so there was no need to talk to her about the benevolence of a doctor. Qinxie greets, esteemed Empress. This humble subject greets, esteemed Empress and Princess. Han Yunqi, an imperial physician, Gu bowed through the curtains. The Empress hastily had them rise and spoke kindly. "Yunqi, hurry and come in. Chongping's been waiting for you for a long time." Princess Chongping had already stopped making noise, but her phoenix eyes were glaring fiercely at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi sat down by the bed and said mildly, "It's too dark. Bring the lantern over." A court lady quickly shone the lantern over. The strong light made Princess Chongping blink, but she still stubbornly stared at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi said mildly, "Chongping, close your eyes. Let me see if there's any poison on your eyelids." At these words, Princess Chongping immediately shut her eyes. Her frightened expression made Han Yunqi feel disdain. What was this girl being so stubborn for? If she had the skills, then keep glaring at her. Han Yunqi carefully examined her face and secretly activated a scanning system to determine the spread of the poison and whether it had changed. Afterwards, she checked the condition of her legs. Princess Chongping was lucky that the poison hadn't spread much and hadn't changed. Seeing Han Yunqi finish her examination, the Empress quickly asked, "How is it? Is it poison? What kind of poison is it? Can it be treated?" Princess Chongping finally realized that the examination was over. She opened her eyes and ordered arrogantly, "Han Yunqi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and say it." Chapter 43. Faced with Princess Chongping's cries, Han Yunqi brought out the most professional qualities of a doctor and didn't quibble. Her expression was calm and serious, giving off a sense of authority and an inexplicable sense of security. She didn't answer, but gently stroked Princess Chongping's cheek with her fingers, instantly quieting her down. Even the Empress grew nervous and didn't dare to ask. Han Yunqi touched her right side, then her left. Judging from the scan just then, Princess Changping's poison should be flaring up again soon. She calmly touched her face for a long time. Princess Changping and the Empress were both anxious, but they didn't dare to ask again, much less speak rudely. Even Gu Beiwa, who was waiting outside the curtains, felt nervous. He knew Han Yunqi knew how to treat poisons, but he wasn't sure if she could cure the poison on Princess Changping's face. He was only recommending her. The room was silent, the atmosphere tense. But Han Yunqi suddenly let go of her hand, as if frightened. She quickly got up and backed away, crying out, "Heavens, the poison's changed. It's going to be contagious soon." What? Hearing this, the Empress backed away like she was running for her life. The court ladies around her all backed away in fear. Too frightening. Once infected with a contagious disease, even a prince would be taken away from the palace and locked up in a side palace in the outskirts. If they couldn't be cured, they'd never be able to come back. Princess Changping gave a start, then started wailing in fear. "I don't want it. I don't want it. Sob sob, Muhu, save me. I don't want to be sent away. I don't want it." The Empress was the one who retreated the furthest. Her face was pale with anxiety as she asked, "Yunqi, can it be cured or not?" Han Yunqi avoided answering, her expression grave. "It looks like the poison's about to flare up again." As expected, Princess Changping began to struggle as soon as she spoke. "Itchy. Muhu, my face is starting to itch again. Let me go. All of you, let go of my hand. Muhu, why don't you help me scratch it? I'm begging you." Soon her feet began to itch. Unfortunately, her feet were also tied up, so no matter how hard she kicked, it was to no avail. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Han Yunqi to really have the skills to hit the nail on the head. The Empress was frightened and didn't dare to go forward. She grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and asked, "You were right. Yunqi, you're too formidable. You must have a way to save Changping, right? Yunqi, an infectious disease isn't a small matter. You must have a way, right?" Once this matter was spread out, not only Princess Changping, but even the Empress and the others who had interacted with her would be isolated for a long time. As for the Empress, even if she didn't get infected, she probably wouldn't be able to see the Emperor for a year or so. Deep in the palace, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at the Empress. The Empress could not afford to lose this 1 year or so. "Save me. Imperial Mother, quickly ask her to save me. I'm dying of itchiness. Who can help me? Imperial Father, woo. I want to see Imperial Father." Princess Changping had already been tossed around until her speech was incoherent. At this time, Han Yunqi pushed aside the Empress's hand and said seriously, "I'll try." "Good, good." The Empress nodded. Han Yunqi walked over and sat down by Princess Changping's side. Seeing this, everyone grew nervous and stared at her. Could this woman really have a way? Princess Changping screamed crazily, shaking her head and twisting her body. As soon as she saw Han Yunqi, she calmed down and cursed. "It's all your fault. It's all because of you. You're the one who made me like this. I'm warning you, if you can't save me, my Imperial Mother won't let you off." "Changping," the Empress said sternly, "what nonsense are you saying?" She was about to apologize to Han Yunqi when Han Yunqi raised a hand to silence her. The Empress calmed down, but Princess Changping went even crazier. "Han Yunqi, if you—" Before she could finish, Han Yunqi applied the ointment to her face. In an instant, Princess Changping shut her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. This ointment, it felt so good. The area where the ointment was applied was ice cold and didn't itch at all. "If I what?" Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. Princess Changping froze and shook her head. "No, nothing." Han Yunqi then applied some ointment on another piece of the poison. The cool, refreshing sensation of stopping the itch made her feel like a celestial being. Princess Changping took a deep breath before exhaling, sighing with emotion. "So comfortable, comfortable." Han Yunqi asked with a smile. Princess Changping nodded. "I want more. I want more." Han Yunqi hesitated, her expression difficult. Princess Changping was very nervous as she looked at the large bottle of ointment in Han Yunqi's hands. She couldn't care less about face as she begged. Imperial Qin Aunt, I'm begging you, I'm begging you. I was wrong, I brought this upon myself. I was wrong, please save me. Seeing this, the Empress panicked. Yunqi, Changping is still young and doesn't know any better. If she's offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart. Han Yunqi turned back. Esteemed Empress must be joking. How could Yunqi bear a grudge against a junior? It's just that there are wounds on her face. If I use this ointment, Yunqi's afraid it'll leave a scar, so I'm hesitating. As she spoke, she sat down at the foot of the bed and applied the ointment on Princess Changping's wounds. First, stop the itch on your feet. As for the wounds on your face, I suggest the princess bear with it for now to avoid disfigurement. I'll do my best to create an antidote before the virus spreads. At these words, the Empress exhaled in relief. Very good, very good. She quickly told Princess Changping, just bear with it. If your face is disfigured, your Qinggu Gij won't want you any more. Princess Changping's tears kept flowing. Fine, fine, fine. I'll bear with it. I can bear with it. Sob, sob. I've already endured so many times. She did her best to focus on the cool feeling on her feet, but as she spoke, her hands couldn't help but struggle. It was too itchy, too painful. After applying the ointment, Han Yunqi only said, "These next few days might be contagious, so it's best if you don't get close to her." These words, without a doubt, sent Princess Changping to hell. Familial love was never pure in the imperial family. The Empress wouldn't come to see Princess Changping again. She only left behind a few court ladies to wait on her before hurriedly leaving with Han Yunqi. Seeing Han Yunqi's retreating form, Princess Changping was filled with hatred. But who knew how many more days of torment she'd have to endure? They hadn't even reached the guest hall when the Empress asked anxiously, "Yunqi, what kind of poison is this?" "It's a poisonous moss. She probably caught it in the imperial prisons. That place is too dirty and full of toxins," Han Yunqi said, pretending to be serious. "Esteemed Empress, the princess is a golden branch and jade leaf. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't run to the imperial prisons." Of course the Empress knew about Princess Changping's private torture in the imperial prisons. At this moment, faced with Han Yunqi's ridicule, her face turned red. She was both embarrassed and angry, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Gu Beiwe snuck a peek at Han Yunqi from the side, a smile rising on his lips. This woman really didn't suffer any losses. What was owed to her had to be returned. After a long time, the Empress spoke again. "Then, how long will it take for her to fully recover?" "She'll be fine as long as the poison is cured. I'll write a prescription for the antidote. So hurry and have someone grab the medicine," Han Yunqi said as she strode through the door. The Empress followed closely behind, hastily ordering people to serve her with brush and ink. Most prescriptions for antidotes only had a few ingredients, but Han Yunqi had written down a whole pile of them. It was a full 2 pages of white paper, and there was no lack of rare and precious ingredients within. The Empress didn't understand, but Gu Beiwe almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman, is she sure she's writing down an antidote? She's clearly looting a burning house. There were quite a few ingredients here that were contradictory to each other, so they definitely couldn't appear in the same prescription. In the end, Gu Beiwe thought that Han Yunqi was going to stop writing, but she actually took out a 3rd piece of white paper and wrote down the last ingredient. 10 segments cicada slew. Cicadas shed their shells after becoming black grasshoppers. It was a very common ingredient in Chinese medicine, but most cicadas only had 9 segments on their abdomen. A 10-segment cicada slew was a rarity. The Empress didn't understand, but Gu Beiwe, who was familiar with the imperial medicine storehouse, had a complicated look in his eyes. but he didn't say anything. Your Highness, this is the prescription. Grab the medicine according to what's written on it, the sooner the better. I'll personally boil it. Han Yunqi said with a serious face. The Empress took the prescription and immediately handed it to Gu Beiwe. Imperial Physician Gu, I'll leave this matter to you. You must find all the ingredients as soon as possible. The Empress really thought that things were too simple, but she couldn't be blamed. What kind of medicine didn't the Imperial Medicine Storehouse have? Gu Beiwe nodded and immediately left. Of course, in the afternoon, he found all the ingredients on the prescription and sent them to Han Yunqi. Only the 10-segment cicada slough was missing. This thing isn't in the Imperial Palace. The Empress had a look of disbelief. Have you seriously looked for it? Your Highness, this official is certain that it isn't in the Imperial Medicine Storehouse. As Gu Beiwe spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Han Yunqi before continuing. The 10-segment cicada slough is a priceless item. Only 2 have appeared so far. One is in the hands of the Northernly Country's Empress, and the other, where is it? The Empress grew anxious. This official only knows that it's in Grand Concubine Yi's hands. As for whether or not she's used it, this official doesn't know. Gu Beiwe replied truthfully. It's in Mu Fei's hands. Han Yunqi's face was filled with astonishment. All right, she knew long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have written out such a prescription. She'd seen it in Grand Concubine Yi's rooms before. It had already been meticulously framed into a work of art. Supposedly, it was meant to be Morong Wanru's dowry. Every time Morong Wanru saw it, she was always delighted. Now, the Empress was in a difficult position. It wasn't easy to take something from Grand Concubine Yi's hands. After some hesitation, the Empress said sincerely, Yunqi, why don't you talk to your Mu Fei? Han Yunqi sighed. Your Highness, my Mu Fei is a kind-hearted person. She'll definitely help save someone. But the Empress waited nervously for her to continue. If I go and ask for it, wouldn't I tell her about Chongping's illness? But you and Chongping won't let me. Han Yunqi was in a difficult position. These words finally made the Empress realize the crux of the matter. Her eyes turned cold as she began to suspect that Han Yunqi was doing this on purpose. After Han Yunqi cured Chongping and returned, Grand Concubine, he would definitely interrogate her. Then she'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place. If she spoke, she'd offend the Empress. But if she didn't, Grand Concubine, he would be unhappy. If she went to ask for the medicine now, it meant the Empress was giving her permission to tell Grand Concubine the truth. Nobody could blame her then. The Empress was furious in her heart. What a smart Han Yunqi. She'd underestimated her too much in the past. Seeing the Empress hesitate, Han Yunqi waited patiently. Actually, she already had the antidote in her medical pouch. She only wanted to ask for some ingredients as payment for the consultation and take care of Grand Concubine's troubles, while paving the way for her own return. Chapter 44. The Empress's eyes flickered between light and darkness. Still, despite her anger, she had no other choice since she was the one asking for help. She hid her anger and spoke kindly. Yunqi, how about this? Just say that Chongping's sick. As for what illness it is, don't mention it. After all, it's not a good thing, so it won't be good if word gets out. Empress, my Mu Fei isn't an outsider. Naturally, she won't spread the news. Han Yunqi was a good daughter-in-law and immediately defended her mother-in-law. The Empress nodded and coaxed. Of course, but Chongping's illness is contagious, and it's on her face. A girl hasn't married yet, so we have to leave her some face, don't you think? Han Yunqi looked understanding and nodded. Qinxia understands. Then we'll say that Chongping has a heart fever and needs the 10 segments cicada slough to clear the heat and detoxify the poison. MHM, just say it like that. You should make a trip yourself? The Empress probed. She'd already yielded so far, so there was no way she'd lower her face to beg Grand Concubine. That would be too sullen. If Han Yunqi went, then there'd be no point in her doing this. She wouldn't go, but said, I still have to watch over the princess in case the poison becomes contagious. Esteemed Empress, there's no time to lose. You should find someone to go in my place. The Empress grew nervous again at the mention of contagious poison. Without a choice, she could only push the matter to Gubeiwa. Gubeiwa didn't express any opinions, but respectfully agreed. He immediately went to the Duke of Qin's estate to ask for the medicine. She didn't know how things were over at the Duke of Qin's estate the entire afternoon, but Gubeiwa still hadn't returned. The Empress sat restlessly in the guest hall, waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi was hiding in the kitchens, saying she was concentrating on making the antidote. She didn't want anyone to disturb her, but she'd long swapped out all the precious ingredients. She took out all the precious ingredients and the ones she didn't have in her detox system. Then she took out some common ingredients and mixed them all together. Right now, she was huddled by the stove to warm herself while pondering the situation at the Duke of Qin's estate. Grand concubine, he had always thought that she'd lost face after being imprisoned. Now that she was giving her a chance to regain some face, she should be happy. Since Princess Changping was ill and needed the medicine, Grand concubine, he couldn't deny it. Han Yunqi was certain that Grand concubine, he would give her this medicine. Most likely, Murong Wanru would be disappointed to see her long-cherished dowry taken away. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi was amused. But Han Yunqi never expected Grand concubine to enter the palace with Gubeiwa at sunset. Even the Empress was very surprised and forced a smile to receive him. Grand concubine, it's only a single type of medicine. Changping can't afford to trouble you to deliver it personally. The Empress didn't ask any questions, but took the initiative to strike first. But Grand concubine Yi's face was stern. Empress, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're hiding such an important matter from even me. And here I thought Changping invited Yunqi to the palace to play. Who knew she was here to treat an illness? Before the Empress could explain, Grand concubine glanced at Han Yunqi and said, If I knew she was here to treat an illness, I wouldn't have let her come. What kind of medical skills does she have? Won't she just randomly prescribe medicine to treat Changping's illness? Han Yunqi lowered her head and didn't say a word. The Empress grew anxious and hastened to explain. How could that be? There's Imperial Physician Gu here to check things out. Imperial Physician Gu checks things out? Then let Imperial Physician Gu treat her, it'll be safe. Grand concubine said, looking straight at Han Yunqi. She's just an ignorant and incompetent liar. If she knew how to treat illnesses, she wouldn't be called trash. Just a few days ago, she almost spent her whole life in jail. What can she treat? At these words, the Empress's face turned black. She was clearly taking deep breaths. Grand concubine, he had come to find trouble today. Still, the Empress was the Empress. Her self-cultivation was excellent. She sighed helplessly. Aya, my esteemed imperial concubine, don't be so modest. Who dares to call Yunqi trash? I'll be the first to object. That matter with the young general was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Changping's already apologized. So a great person like you shouldn't bicker with a petty person. Grand concubine, he was delighted to hear this and looked askance at her. Who doesn't know that Changping's bad temper came from spoiling her? Anger flashed past the Empress's eyes, but she held it in. She rose and bowed, half joking and half serious. Yes. It's Qinxia's fault. Qinxia will apologize to esteemed imperial concubine. Grand concubine, he pretended to be nervous and hastened to support her. I can't accept it. I was just joking. Which elder doesn't dote on a child? Take our family's Yunqi, for example. I still spoil her every day. Hearing the two women in the palace exchange false affections, Han Yunqi and Gubeiwa both felt goosebumps rise on their skin as they looked at each other in silence. Still, Han Yunqi knew that her days back home wouldn't be as hard as before. Grand concubine E was enjoying herself to her heart's content. She had the mood and time to pretend, but the Empress didn't. She was worried about Princess Chongping's infection period and didn't want to waste a second. Grand concubine E. Yunqi's medical skills don't lose to Imperial physician Gu's. I don't know what rumors are spreading outside to call her trash. As I see it, the Empress Dowager is right. The Duke of Qin married Yunqi and picked up a big bargain. The Empress said seriously. If this was the past, Grand concubine, you would find these words ironic, but now she felt comfortable listening to them. She originally thought that there was something fishy about Han Yunqi curing the young general, but after Imperial physician Gu came to explain the situation in the afternoon, she was stunned. She never expected Han Yunqi's medical skills to be so good. Now, it looked like the Empress Dowager regretted forcing the Duke of Qin to marry Han Yunqi. The Empress apologized and said good things, making Grand concubine E feel comfortable in her heart. She'd fought with the Empress Dowager for so many years, but it had been a long time since she'd felt so satisfied. Thus, she easily took out the 10-section cicada slew. She didn't give it to the Empress, but personally handed it to Han Yunqi with a kind tone. Yunqi, you have to be careful. I'll leave Princess Chongping to you. Han Yunqi rose to accept it. Mu Fei, don't worry. Qinxia understands. Qinxia will go boil the medicine right away. Esteemed Wang Fei, this official will be your assistant. Gu Beiwa hastened to say. He knew Han Yunqi's prescription was fake and was curious to know what the real antidote was. The head imperial physician was going to be Han Yunqi's assistant? Grand concubine E was even happier as she chuckled. Imperial physician Gu, go. Hurry and go. But halfway there, Han Yunqi dismissed Gu Beiwa with a single sentence. Imperial physician Gu, why don't you go take a look at Princess Chongping's? Gu Beiwa knew she didn't want him to follow. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but chose to remain silent in the end. With a smile, he said, this official obeys. But before he could leave, Han Yunqi turned back with a smile like a flower. Gu Beiwa, thanks. So speaking, she turned and left, leaving Gu Beiwa stunned. After a while, he helplessly shook his head, his smiling eyes as gentle as an April spring breeze. Han Yunqi went to the kitchens and took care of all the medicine she'd boiled before taking out the antidote from her medical pouch and boiling it into a decoction before personally carrying it out. The Empress and Grand Concubine were both waiting by Princess Chongping's door. Seeing Han Yunqi personally bring the medicine over, the Empress rejoiced. This is the medicine, right? Exactly, Han Yunqi nodded. The Empress personally opened the door, but didn't enter. She even stopped Grand Concubine E from entering. Esteemed Imperial Concubine, it smells of medicine inside. Chongping's afraid of the wind and hasn't opened the windows in days. It's better if we wait outside. Grand Concubine E was a clean freak. Now that she smelled something wrong, she hesitated. That's fine too. Imperial physician Gu naturally followed them inside, leaving the Empress and Grand Concubine E outside. Although it was said to be curable, whether it was cured or not would depend on the final results. The Empress was very nervous, so was Grand Concubine E, who'd come all the way to the palace to show off her arrogance. But they ended up waiting for an hour before the Empress couldn't sit still any longer. Someone come, go inside and see what's going on. Grand Concubine E furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi. I came here today to gain face. If you make me lose face in the palace, I won't just starve you for a few days and nights when I get back. The court lady was afraid of being infected, but had no choice but to enter the room. Unexpectedly, the door opened from the inside just as she was about to enter. It was Gu Beiwa who opened the door with Han Yunqi behind him. Very soon, they saw the windows on both sides open as well. The Empress and Grand Concubine rose at the same time, speaking at the same time. How is it? The medicine has cured the illness. It's just that the princess has been tired out these past few days, and her body is very weak. She needs time to nurse herself back to health, Han Yunqi replied calmly. Really? The Empress's face was incredulous. Really, it's all better? Actually, she wanted to ask if it was still contagious. This was just Han Yunqi's mischievous prank. She nodded and said, Esteemed Empress, Chongping must really want to see you. You should hurry inside. With Han Yunqi's words, the Empress's heart finally settled back down. Without a word, she entered the room. Grand concubine, felt that something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She hurried inside as well. Inside the room, Princess Chongping's hands and feet had already been freed. Although her body was weak, her mind was abnormally excited. She was ordering a servant girl to bring her a mirror. Although her skin was rougher than before and there were scars on both sides of her face, it was still better than having a face full of poison. Although Imperial Physician Gu and Han Yunqi had both said that the scars on her face would take a few months to disappear, she was so excited that she didn't care about such details. Her face was healed and wouldn't be disfigured. She wouldn't infect others. Princess Chongping didn't want to admit it, but it had to be said that Han Yunqi had saved her face for a lifetime. The Empress hurried back and covered her mouth in shock at the sight of Princess Chongping's face. Heavens, it was true! All the imperial physicians and famous poison doctors couldn't treat her illness. But Han Yunqi's bowl of medicine had cured her, and the effects had been so quick. The Empress sat down and looked at her daughter's white face, so moved that she couldn't speak. But Grand Concubine, he was puzzled. Chongping, you caught a fever. How did you injure your face? Wasn't it because she couldn't take it and scratched herself? The Empress hastened to find an excuse. Princess Chongping was completely immersed in her joy as she stared fixedly at the mirror. She didn't pay attention to anyone who spoke. What? Yunqi didn't treat her while you were at it. Grand Concubine, he asked doubtfully. At this moment, the mama on the side spoke up. To reply, esteemed Imperial Concubine, Qin Wangfei prescribed some medicine for external use. She said it'd take a few months for her to fully recover. Grand Concubine, he was very satisfied as she smiled. That's good. Hey Chongping, it's your good fortune to have such an imperial aunt. Chapter 45. Good fortune? Princess Chongping looked over and was about to speak when the Empress stopped her. Isn't that so? This is all thanks to Grand Imperial Concubine's medicine. Qinxie will definitely report this to the Empress Dowager and have her prepare a large gift to thank you both. The Empress didn't dare let the Empress Dowager know about this, but she knew that Grand Concubine wouldn't leave unless she did. This time she'd had enough. Once Chongping recovered, she really didn't want to see Grand Concubine and Han Yunqi again. Grand Concubine was flushed with success as she beamed from ear to ear. You're too polite, too polite. No need. Yunqi was even bestowed to the Duke of Qin's estate by the Empress Dowager. Han Yunqi explained a few more things to take note of before returning to the estate with Grand Concubine. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law leave hand in hand, the Empress stomped her feet angrily before turning to stride back into the rooms. Princess Chongping was still immersed in her joy. How could she know how much her mother had suffered in order to save her? Chongping, you better be careful when you do things in the future. This time it wasn't just me, but your imperial grandmother's face as well. You didn't see how smug Grand Concubine was. The Empress was panting with rage. Only then did Princess Chongping have the servants take away the mirror. Muhu, you can't blame me for this. Isn't it all Han Yunqi's fault? If not for her, I never would have gone to a damned place like the imperial prisons. It's only right that she saved me. Don't expect me to repay her. You're still talking? When have you ever made Muhu feel at ease with your work? The Empress roared. Princess Chongping was startled. She'd never been yelled at by Muhu before. I. Princess Chongping trailed off. Princess Chongping thought for a moment. Imperial Mother, who knows if she was the one who poisoned me? I've long suspected that she was the one who poisoned Chingu Gij as well. Otherwise, how could a good-for-nothing like her suddenly become so powerful? Of course, only she could cure her own poison. At these words, the Empress was on guard. A good-for-nothing like Han Yunqi suddenly becoming a genius was truly unimaginable. Imperial Mother, why don't we test her again? Princess Chongping hurriedly suggested. The Empress's cold eyes deepened, and a scheming look flashed through her eyes. Even if Han Yunqi was married, she was still a member of the Han family and the daughter of divine Dr. Han. Perhaps she could discuss with the Empress Dowager. As soon as they left the palace, Grand Concubine Yi released Han Yunqi's hand. Han Yunqi wasn't surprised. She knew that as the daughter of the Empress Dowager's benefactor, she was Grand Concubine Yi's enemy. She didn't expect the Grand Concubine to treat her like her own daughter, but she wanted less trouble. Once inside the carriage, Grand Concubine Yi's first words were, "Where did you learn your medical skills?" Han Yunqi was answering Long Fei Yi the same way she answered Grand Concubine Yi back then. No matter who asked, she'd give the same answer. Whether it was Long Fei Yi or Grand Concubine Yi, they both investigated her beforehand. They wouldn't be able to find any flaws in her behavior in the Han family, and they wouldn't be able to find any clues here. Grand Concubine Yi's face turned gloomy at the mention of Lady Tianqin. She didn't pursue the matter, nor did she pursue the matter of her imprisonment in the imperial prisons. Murong Wanru was waiting by the gates, her usually quiet and obedient face now terrifyingly gloomy. Her heart had been stifled for half a day. The 10-section cicada slough was the dowry she'd been looking forward to ever since she was young. She never expected to lose it all because of Han Yunqi's prescription. In the past, no matter how much she hated people, she could always smile naturally. But facing Han Yunqi, she almost couldn't do it. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi and Han Yunqi approach from afar, Murong Wanru couldn't stop taking deep breaths. It took a long time for her to calm down. She strode forward with a face full of concern. "Sister-in-law, how was it? The Empress and Princess didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Han Yunqi's lips rose into a cold smile as she said mildly, "Mu Fei's already gone. How could they dare to make things difficult for me? Mu Fei would lose face." These words gave Murong Wanru a start, and she hastened to explain. "Mu Fei, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about sister-in-law." Her aggrieved expression made Han Yunqi feel like she'd really bullied her. Grand Concubine Yi pursed her lips, a little impatient. "Han Yunqi, it's good that you know how to take care of my face. In the future, on the 1st of every month, come to the accounts to get your allowance. As a Wang Fei, you need to act like one. Look at how poor you look." So speaking, she disdainfully sized her up from head to toe before turning to leave. But Murong Wanru was left dumbfounded. Mu Fei was actually going to give Han Yunqi her allowance? With that, Han Yunqi would have even more freedom. Then, how was she supposed to make things difficult for Han Yunqi in the future? Murong Wanru couldn't accept it. She couldn't maintain her docile expression any longer as her face grew taut. "Little sister, I heard the 10 segments of the cicada slough was your dowry. It can't be true, right?" Han Yunqi asked her on purpose. "You." Murong Wanru was so angry that tears rolled down her cheeks. With a snort, she turned and ran off. Seeing this, Han Yunqi laughed out loud. "Murong Wanru, Murong Wanru. Sooner or later, I'll beat you back to your original form." After taking care of Murong Wanru, Han Yunqi thought of the precious ingredients she'd brought back from the palace and felt even better. She skipped all the way back to the hibiscus courtyard, but as soon as she reached the gardens, she ran into the giant iceberg Long Fei Yi. When did this guy come back? This guy who appeared and disappeared like a ghost seemed to always come back for business. Last time, he'd asked her for an antidote. Just whose poison did he want to cure? And that time when he was poisoned, what was that about? According to Han Yunqi's understanding, Long Fei Ye's martial arts weren't bad. The person who could injure him couldn't be weak either. Han Yunqi unconsciously stopped and looked into the distance. She saw Long Fei Yi sitting among the flowers, drinking tea by himself, with his cold, hard lines and sharp features. Even if he was just sitting there casually, the aura he exuded from his every movement was so elegant and noble, like a lofty king. One person and one cup of tea formed a world of their own that no one could enter. Han Yunqi unconsciously stared at him in a daze again. It wasn't until a piercingly cold gaze shot over that she abruptly came back to her senses. Long Fei Yi looked directly at her from afar. Han Yunqi reflexively showed a friendly smile. "You're back." But she quickly regretted it. What did his return have to do with her? With a fake smile, Han Yunqi turned to leave. Long Fei Yi domineeringly ordered, "Come here." Han Yunqi ignored him and continued walking. "This prince has been waiting for you for a long time." Long Fei Ye's voice became unyielding. Waiting for her? To cure the poison again? All right. Han Yunqi admitted that she was a little curious, but also a little afraid of his strength. She turned back and sat down in front of Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi opened his mouth and asked, "Princess Changping's matter has been resolved." He knew? "Your Highness's information is really fast," Han Yunqi said. Long Fei Yi didn't pursue the matter and indifferently said, "Rest early. Come out with me early tomorrow morning." This guy wanted to take her out? To do what? Han Yunqi was curious. Things like going to a banquet or meeting friends. Han Yunqi didn't have any extravagant requests. To cure the poison. Long Fei Ye's words were concise and comprehensive. It was this again. Han Yunqi really wanted to tell him that she might as well quit being his Wang Fei and change professions to become his personal poison doctor. Faced with this question of changing professions, Han Yunqi's attitude was still very professional. "Cure what kind of poison?" "You'll know when you get there," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunqi nodded. "I want to pay the consultation fee." Long Fei Ye's face was full of disdain, and he wasn't even willing to answer. He only nodded and got up to leave. After taking 2 steps, he said, "I'll come find you tomorrow morning at 3 in the morning." Han Yunqi was about to nod when she suddenly froze. Wait, 3 in the morning? 3 in the morning was between 3 in the morning to 5 in the morning. In the eyes of the ancients, this was considered the morning of the next day. But in Han Yunqi's eyes, this was the middle of the night. Waking up early in the winter was the most painful thing, not to mention going out. Han Yunqi's face was pale. She quickly chased after him. "You can either go tonight or go tomorrow after the sun comes up." "I can't go this early." "Why?" Long Fei Yi asked with a frown. Han Yunqi only replied with one word. "Cold. I'll pay double the consultation fee." Long Fei Yi was very generous, but who knew that Han Yunqi's attitude was firm? "I won't go even if it's 10 times the price." At this moment, Long Fei Yi turned his head and asked, "Han Yunqi, is there any poison that you don't know how to cure?" Han Yunqi was slightly taken aback, but then she replied with a serious attitude, "That's hard to say. There are countless types of poisons in the world. Under the same type, there are countless branches. Even if it's the same type of poison, depending on the depth of the poison, the time of poisoning, and the person's physical condition, the antidote will be different. So, Qinxie can't give you a definite answer." Long Fei Yi listened attentively, then asked again, "What if it's not a person poisoned? Is it an animal poisoned?" Han Yunqi was puzzled. The first thing that came to mind was this guy's horse. Otherwise, what other animal could he keep? But to save his horse, he didn't have to go out in the middle of the night, did he? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but said indifferently, "You'll know when you go. Rest early. I'll come and find you at 3 in the morning." With that, he left. Han Yunqi chased after him for a few steps, but couldn't catch up. "Hey, what's going on? What was it that was poisoned? Tell me clearly." "If you don't tell me, I'm really not going." No matter how Han Yunqi threatened him, Long Fei Yi didn't look back. Soon his figure was submerged in the bushes. Han Yunqi was stunned on the spot. She was depressed. What kind of poison was it? What kind of inhuman thing was poisoned? Did he have to keep her in suspense like this? Did she want to go or not? As a senior poison doctor, she had a very strong professional curiosity. In the modern era, she had studied almost all the poisonous bacteria that she could get her hands on. Now that she was in the ancient era, she had a childlike desire to know more about the poisonous bacteria and toxins that were extinct in the modern era. Long Fei was being so mysterious. Just what was going on? That night, Han Yunqi tossed and turned restlessly in bed. Time passed unknowingly. Dong, dong, dong. The strong knocking sound woke Han Yunqi, who had just fallen asleep. Looking at the hourglass, it was 3 a.m. Han Yunqi wore the thickest clothes in the wardrobe, but it still couldn't warm her up. As soon as the door opened, Long Fei's lofty, mountain-like body blocked most of it. Still, the bone-chilling wind still managed to find its way in. She hadn't even stepped out of the threshold before her teeth started chattering. She hurriedly hid by the door. She had a small physique, and with her hands in her sleeves and her neck shrunk, she appeared even smaller. Long Fei Yi looked at her pitiful appearance from high above, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. This woman was really weak. "Are you still going?" Coldly he asked, who knew that when Han Yunqi raised her head, her face was deathly pale. However, that pair of bright eyes sparkled with stubbornness. She was so cold that her lips were trembling, but her voice didn't tremble. "Go, of course I'm going." 300 taels, not a single tael less. Long Fei Ye's heart jolted slightly. He had to admit that every single word in this reply was out of his expectations. Chapter 46. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with admiration that even he himself didn't realize. He took out the money pouch and threw it to Han Yunqi. However, Han Yunqi threw it back and said seriously, "It's not too late to accept it when you see the poison." She was a little woman who loved money but wasn't greedy. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and just turned to leave. Han Yunqi hurriedly followed him out. Oh my! The wind outside was so strong. It was more than twice as cold as the room. Long Fei Yi walked very quickly. Han Yunqi trotted behind him, thinking that they could take a carriage after they got out of the door, right? But who knew that Long Fei Yi would stop at the entrance of Hibiscus Courtyard? Han Yunqi hid behind him to avoid the wind. She shivered and asked, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi turned around and opened his arms to raise his large cloak. He said coldly and domineeringly, "Come in." The wind made his cloak flutter. In the dark night, his features were cold and resolute. His brows were sharp like knives. He was like a god of darkness, looking down at her from high above. Han Yunqi was stunned. She didn't understand what this meant. Long Fei, you didn't have that much patience. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, placing her under his arm. His hand closed, and the large cloak wrapped around her tightly, blocking the invasion of the cold wind. In that instant, Han Yunqi's heart thumped and sped up. She panicked. Oh my God! His body was so warm and exuded the mesmerizing scent of ambergris. Was this what it felt like to be under the wings of an angel? It was so warm. Before Han Yunqi could recover her wits, Long Fei had already wrapped his arms around her. With a light tap of his feet, they flew towards the northwest of the capital city. Han Yunqi wrapped herself in a cloak and snuggled into Long Fei Ye's warm embrace. She followed Long Fei Yi as they flew through the air. Their speed was even faster than riding a horse. In the dark night, other than the occasional flickering lights, she couldn't see anything clearly. She didn't know where he was taking her, but she was very relieved. Although her body was warm, The wind blowing against her face was cold and sharp like a knife. Soon, Han Yunqi couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her face sideways and lowered her head, but she couldn't avoid it. In the end, she had no choice but to carefully turn her body sideways. She moved a little. Seeing that Long Fei Yi did not respond, she became bolder. She stretched her arms behind him and leaned to the side, burying her head in his body. This time, she was finally completely warm. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't nervous. She stiffened for a while. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't have any objections, she slowly relaxed and enjoyed the warmth. Long Fei kept his eyes forward as he maintained his speed. Still, his lips had somehow curved into a curve as well, as if he disdained her cowardice. It was as if he was toying with her boldness, just like his deep, dark eyes, mysterious and enchanting. It was hard to fathom what he was thinking. He led her over walls and over mountains. She could only feel the wind whizzing past her. She was oblivious to everything around her. Unknowingly, she became sleepy and fell into a daze. It wasn't until Long Fei Yi brought her down and stood on the ground that she woke up. She poked her head out of his embrace and found herself on a high cliff. It was early in the morning. Long Fei Yi looked down. "You can let go now." She was stunned. Only then did she realize that this guy had let go of her a long time ago. Her hands had hugged his waist from behind. Han Yunqi blushed. As if she had been electrocuted, she hurriedly retracted her arms and struggled out of his wide cloak. The moment she left his protection, the cold attacked her from all directions. However, Han Yunqi still felt that her face was very, very hot. She didn't look at him and tried her best to ignore the awkwardness. She said mildly, "What are we doing here?" Long Fei Yi looked at the sky and said, "Wait for another 15 minutes. Strange. Why did this guy bring her here? Wasn't he here to cure the poison? Would someone come in another 15 minutes? Han Yunqi didn't ask any more questions. She looked around and realized that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges around her. She couldn't tell where she was, and below the cliff was an abyss. The morning fog hadn't dispersed yet, so she couldn't see the bottom. The sun had already risen, and the white sky was dyed golden. It was a spectacular sight. Han Yunqi hadn't seen the sunrise in a long time. She was lost in thought when a beeping sound suddenly sounded in her mind. Poison? Judging from the rhythm and volume of the beeping sound, this poison wasn't ordinary. It was very large. Han Yunqi was alert. She turned to look at Long Fei Yi, who was also watching the sunrise. "There's poison nearby. What's going on?" Long Fei Yi was a little surprised. "How did you know?" "This poison is very strange. Tell me what's going on." Han Yunqi was serious. At this moment, Long Fei Yi looked down at the abyss. This abyss is filled with poisonous fog all year round. It sinks to the bottom of the abyss at night and floats up when the sun rises. Han Yunqi was very surprised. She didn't expect that it wasn't humans or animals that were poisoned, but the air. "Do you want to go down?" Han Yunqi asked. "There's a spy from the northern Li country hiding below. He's good at using poison." Long Fei Yi said lightly. "So that's how it was. He came to capture people, but he was blocked by the poisonous fog and couldn't go down." Han Yunqi watched the white fog slowly rising. Her beautiful eyebrows slowly knitted together. It seemed that things weren't as Long Fei Yi thought. "Can you do it?" Long Fei Yi asked. At this moment, a quarter of an hour was up. She saw a cloud of black gas faintly appear in the white fog. The alarm in Han Yunqi's head reached the highest level. However, very quickly, the black gas drifted back into the valley and disappeared. "See, this cloud of black gas is the most poisonous," Long Fei Yi said lightly. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi said, "This isn't poisonous fog." The poisonous fog that Long Fei Yi spoke of was actually miasma. It was the foul air of the mountains and forests, appearing at the end of spring and disappearing at the end of autumn. If there wasn't enough temperature, miasma wouldn't form. Now that it was winter, even the places where the sun shone on the mountaintop were freezing to death, to say nothing of the shady valley. Then what is it? Long Fei Yi was alarmed. He had once sent a group of elite soldiers down there, but half of them died before they could find the person. Those who escaped said there was miasma down there, so it wasn't long before they all died of poison. The spy hiding in the valley held important military secrets of Tianing country in his hands. If he escaped, the consequences would be unthinkable. He'd already chased after him for more than a month. Last time he'd been poisoned because of that spy. This spy was very treacherous. He'd waited until the last moment to use his poison skills. Before that, no one knew he could use poison. Long Fei Yi had chased him all the way here, but the spy had hidden himself in the sealed valley and hadn't come out again. It should be a poisonous mosquito swarm. Han Yunqi was surprised as well. She hadn't expected to run into something like this. Many ancient texts had recorded that when a cloud of miasma floated past, people would die of poison. This cloud of miasma was then called miasma. But in reality, that black cloud of miasma wasn't real miasma, but a large number of mosquitoes flying together. The ancients mistook it for miasma. These mosquitoes carried the bacteria of malignant malaria. If humans and animals were bitten by them, they'd be infected and die quickly. It was like being poisoned. Under these conditions, it was impossible for a poisonous miasma to form, but it was very possible that there was a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes hidden in the valley fog. Poisonous mosquito swarm? This was the first time Long Fei Yi had heard of this term. The white fog isn't poisonous. That cloud of black miasma is the poisonous mosquito swarm. When there's not enough light, it looks like black miasma, so you've all misunderstood. Han Yunqi explained seriously, then said, "Take me down. I have to get close to that cloud of black miasma to know what kind of poisonous mosquito it is." In modern times, there were countless types of poisonous mosquitoes, not to mention in ancient times. Many of them had not gone extinct, so there were definitely more of them than in modern times. Han Yunqi had to determine whether she could recognize them or not, and whether she could make an effective mosquito repellent. After confirming that the white fog wasn't poisonous, everything was simple for Long Fei Yi. Without saying anything, he grabbed Han Yunqi's waist and jumped down. As soon as they entered the valley, Han Yunqi's detoxification system detected the presence of poison. Soon, she determined the direction. "It's on the right." Long Fei Yi hugged her tightly and flew over in an instant. However, not long after, the detoxification system reminded them that there was poison on the left as well. Could it be that there was more than one swarm? Han Yunqi was shocked. Who knew that at this time the detoxification system's emergency warning came from above and below. Heavens, above, below, left and right. Was this the rhythm of surrounding them? "We're surrounded," Han Yunqi whispered. Before she could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi saw a black, fog-like thing rapidly encircling them from all directions. Long Fei Yi didn't expect there to be 4 swarms, but he was very calm. "How close do we have to be to detect the poison? Hurry up and leave, it's too dangerous. They're very fast." Han Yunqi made a prompt decision to escape. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi coldly said, "Answer this prince's question." 10 steps, 10 steps away. I can determine what poison it is." Han Yunqi answered truthfully, 10 steps. Based on the current speed of the poisonous mosquito swarm, after 10 steps, they would be able to reach them in an instant. Moreover, they were surrounded from above, below, left, and right. In other words, when the poisonous mosquito swarm was 10 steps away from them, they would be submerged in the black fog in an instant. Han Yunqi didn't even dare to think about it. She still didn't know what kind of poison the poisonous mosquito swarm carried, and she wasn't sure if she could neutralize it. Moreover, if she was poisoned, what would she do? Just as she was feeling nervous, Long Fei Yi only said 2 words, "Wait." "No." Han Yunqi shouted. She watched as the poisonous mosquito swarm came closer and closer. She seemed to be able to hear that terrifying and annoying buzzing sound. Prepare to be tested, Long Fei Yi tyrannically ordered. This wasn't an ordinary poison, but a poisonous mosquito swarm. For large swarms of poisonous mosquito swarm, being swept by them was more terrifying than being galloped by a large herd of antelopes. They would be covered in cuts and bruises. Han Yunqi admitted that she was timid. She shouted, "No, I'm scared." However, Long Fei Yi suddenly pulled her into his arms and coldly said, "With this prince here, you're not allowed to be scared." So domineering. So domineering. Han Yunqi hated arrogant, overbearing, and unreasonable men the most. However, at this moment, she didn't feel any disgust at all. Her heart thumped wildly, and she calmed down for no reason. This man's domineering aura gave people a sense of security. At this moment, the poisonous mosquito swarm from above, below, left, and right approached at the same time. "Are you ready?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. After calming down, Han Yunqi brought out her professional standards and fully activated the scanning system. She constantly paid attention to the movements of the black swarm in all 4 directions. She also said in a low voice, "Ready." Chapter 47. Right at this moment, the venomous mosquito swarms that were flying towards them from all directions suddenly stopped. Han Yunqi knew that this was a sign that they were about to attack. She quickly scanned her surroundings and made a prompt decision. "Let's go." Sure enough, after a second of pause, the venomous mosquito swarmed towards them from all directions. In an instant, Long Fei Yi pressed his hand down and pulled Han Yunqi into his embrace. He raised his cloak and wrapped it tightly around her. Then his figure flashed and turned into a lightning-fast figure, passing through the gap between 2 black shadows. A second faster was too fast, and a second slower was too slow. Just as Long Fei Yi passed through the narrow gap, the 4 swarms of venomous mosquito swarms merged into a large group and chased after them crazily. Long Fei Yi didn't stop and quickly flew up the cliff. The venomous mosquito swarms chased after them relentlessly. As they chased, the large group could even transform into the shape of a sharp arrow to increase their speed and attack. Han Yunqi was tightly wrapped in the cloak, and not a single inch of her skin was exposed. However, she could hear the deafening buzzing sound, which meant that the venomous mosquito swarms were very close to them. Moreover, they were angry to make such loud noises. Han Yunqi really wanted to poke her head out to see what was going on. Were they almost at the cliff? However, just as she was thinking, her feet suddenly landed on the ground. "They're up?" Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She struggled free from Long Fei Yi's arm and pulled down the cloak to take a look. In the abyss, a large group of venomous mosquito swarms were hovering around, not daring to come up. Not long after, they were gradually submerged in the abyss. Han Yunqi turned back to look at Long Fei Yi and smiled sweetly under the sunlight. "Long Fei Yi, you're amazing." Han Yunqi's back was facing the sunlight, and her entire body was covered with a layer of faint golden glow. Her sweet smile was like a flower blooming in the sunlight. Long Fei Yi looked at her, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. However, he quickly threw out a sentence coldly. "Coward." Han Yunqi immediately stopped smiling. She pulled the corners of her mouth and rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with him. The information that she had just scanned was still stored in the detoxification system. She was so frightened that she didn't have time to retrieve it. She turned around and closed her eyes to take a deep breath. The detoxification system was tied to her consciousness. If she was too messy, the detoxification system would also be messed up. "Have you figured out what poison it is?" Long Fei urged. He thought that Han Yunqi had only to see and smell it. Han Yunqi quickly organized her thoughts and turned around. She said in all seriousness, "Your Highness, congratulations." The 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes are of the same type. They are called spider mosquitoes, which means that they carry the same venom. There is only one type of venom that is the same as the spider black widow's venom. It is commonly known as the widow's venom. She didn't know if Han Yunqi was lucky or if Long Fei Yi was lucky. Han Yunqi had studied these strange spider mosquitoes in the modern era. This was a very strange phenomenon. Mosquitoes and spiders had the same venom. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi's detoxification system had medicine. Not only did it have the antidote, it also had a special mosquito-killing liquid. Hearing Han Yunqi say this, Long Fei Yi nodded and asked, "How long do you need to make the antidote?" "Guess." Han Yunqi smiled. She was naturally in a good mood because she had medicine prepared. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi slowly narrowed his dangerous eyes. All right, no matter how good her mood was, she shouldn't joke with this iceberg. She would freeze to death. "I have it now," Han Yunqi said coldly. Seeing Long Fei Yi raise his eyebrows in disbelief, she snorted lightly and took out 2 bottles of spray medicine and a box of antidote from her medical bag. Long Fei Yi looked at this strange thing. His handsome brows furrowed even tighter and he looked puzzled. Han Yunqi laughed inwardly. It was rare to see this iceberg with this kind of expression. AI, she had to admit that his knitted brows were so charming. This is the antidote. This is the mosquito-killing liquid. After taking the antidote, it will take effect for 2 hours. Even if you are bitten, you will be fine. It will only leave a wound. This liquid can kill those mosquitoes. Of course, if you don't mind being dirty, you can slap them to death. As Han Yunqi explained, she demonstrated it herself. With a light press, the liquid sprayed out, releasing a faint, fragrant scent. Long Fei Yi seriously listened and watched. Although this spray medicine was too unfamiliar to him, he quickly learned how to use it. Han Yunqi found for the first time that this man was the most charming when he was serious. Only Long Fei Yi quickly recovered his expressionless face. "Where did you get these things?" "Widow's poison is a very common poison. Of course I have a backup," Han Yunqi calmly replied. Who cared if he believed it or not? "You prepared it so coincidentally?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi handed over the antidote. "Do you want it or not?" Long Fei Yi finally gave up. He took the antidote and casually handed the cloak to Han Yunqi. "I'm not cold anymore. There's no need." Han Yunqi returned it, but Long Fei Yi stuffed it back. "This prince won't be responsible if you're disfigured." So when they just escaped at that critical moment, he still cared about wrapping her up tightly, afraid that she would be bitten? All right, if she was disfigured, he would lose face. She was once an ugly girl and had already lost face for him for several years. Han Yunqi ignored the warmth in her heart. After taking the antidote, she wrapped the cloak tightly around herself and put on the hood, covering most of her face. She had just finished tidying herself up when Long Fei Yi's strong arms wrapped around her. Just like the previous few times, he wrapped his arms around her small waist. Although they were separated by thick clothes, Han Yunqi could clearly feel the temperature of his palms. It was very, very hot. It was unimaginable that such a cold man actually had a pair of warm hands. The poisonous mosquitoes were indeed smarter than ordinary mosquitoes. Long Fei Yi had just brought Han Yunqi down the abyss when the 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes once again surrounded them from 4 directions. This time round, their speed was even faster than before, as though they were specially waiting for them to come down. Who knew that not only did Long Fei Yi not avoid them, instead he flew towards the black mass of poisonous mosquitoes. Han Yunqi had not expected that this fellow would play in this way. Although she had immunity and had the protection of the anti-mosquito medication, but being drowned in the black mass of mosquitoes, Han Yunqi's heart still couldn't help but beat faster. It was too scary, too disgusting. Although she had wrapped her entire head with the cloak, but she could clearly feel a large swarm of mosquitoes flying towards her and crawling all over her body. The buzzing sound made her feel so stifled that she almost couldn't breathe. She didn't even bother to use the anti-mosquito medication. But very quickly, all the stifling feeling disappeared. Long Fei Yi carried her and speedily passed through the poisonous mosquito swarm, distancing themselves from them. Han Yunqi popped her head out and took in a deep breath of fresh air. She realized that the 4 groups of poisonous mosquitoes had already merged into one and were right in front of them. As though they had discovered that they were immune, the poisonous mosquito swarm wasn't as arrogant as before. Instead, they faced off against them and didn't move forward. Mosquitoes also have self-awareness. Han Yunqi joked. However, Long Fei Yi didn't say a word as he hugged her tightly and suddenly flew towards the poisonous mosquito swarm. This time round, he didn't just simply pass through, but he stopped abruptly in front of the black fog and picked up the anti-mosquito medication to spray it. With this spray, a small piece of the black fog was immediately destroyed. The poisonous mosquitoes at the back were frightened and started to retreat. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She also took out the anti-mosquito medication and sprayed it at the black fog. Every time she sprayed it, a piece of the black fog would be destroyed. She didn't know if the poisonous mosquitoes were scared silly as they stopped in midair and didn't escape. The more Han Yunqi sprayed it, the more excited she became. She reached into her medical bag, which was actually the detoxification system, and took out a bottle of spray medicine. With one bottle in her left hand and one in her right hand, she swept it with both hands, looking very dashing. Very quickly, a large piece of the black fog disappeared and the poisonous mosquitoes fell to the ground. Finally, the poisonous mosquitoes that had been invincible all this time reacted and ran for their lives. The black fog dissipated in an instant. Han Yunqi was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Korean-style ultimate kill. Long Fei Yi tilted his head and looked down disdainfully. He stared at her as if she was his prey. Han Yunqi only felt a chill on her scalp. She subconsciously raised her head and immediately met his deep gaze. She was slightly stunned and immediately restrained her smile. Smiling at someone who didn't know how to smile was simply a waste of her mood. Long Fei Yi retracted his gaze and didn't say anything. This abyss was sealed in the shape of an inverted V. It was surrounded by barren cliffs and could be seen at a glance. There was no way to hide anyone. Therefore, the spy from northernly country could only hide at the bottom of the abyss. Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunqi and swooped down without any obstacles. The bottom of the abyss was a barren pile of rocks, and not a single blade of grass grew. They landed on the tallest rock. Long Fei Yi didn't let go of Han Yunqi from beginning to end. The pair of sharp black eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air and landed on the rock opposite them. It was the northernly spy that Long Fei Yi wanted to capture. However, contrary to Han Yunqi's expectations, this spy was actually a woman. Moreover, it was a delicate woman. She wasn't tall, but her figure wasn't bad. Her curves were graceful and curvaceous. It could be said that she was the best of the best. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful, even softer than Morong Wanru's. Even if she didn't speak, she gave people a delicate feeling that she was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. When encountering such a woman, not to mention men, even women would have an inexplicable desire to protect her. As soon as she appeared, her eyes were filled with tears as she pitifully pleaded. Duke of Qin, this servant was wrong. This servant won't dare to do it again. Please spare this servant this time. Duke of Qin, please spare the servant. This servant will do whatever you want. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi had never been a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't even waste words as he let go of Han Yunqi and drew his sword. Seeing that her pleas were useless, the female spy immediately turned hostile. Her malicious gaze swept past Han Yunqi as she immediately drew her sword and prepared to defend herself. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Han Yunqi whispered, "Be careful, her sword is poisoned." Long Fei Yi knew that he wouldn't suffer a second time after suffering once. If he had known earlier that this woman could use poison, he wouldn't have been careless and injured last time. Long Fei Yi, I'm very surprised that you were able to come down, but I guarantee that you won't be able to go back up again. As the female spy spoke, she didn't attack, but turned to flee. Long Fei Yi raised his sword and chased after her. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he landed in front of the female spy in a moment. He was still that taciturn and didn't say a single word. He raised his sword and attacked. However, at this moment, the female spy suddenly dodged and blew an incomparably sharp whistle that resounded through the entire valley. Chapter 48. There was a long whistle. Suddenly, clouds of black fog appeared from all directions, covering the skies and covering the earth. It was as if they wanted to cover the entire sky. A poisonous mosquito swarm. She didn't expect there to be so many of them, and they all obeyed this woman. Han Yunqi was alarmed. She could actually control poisonous mosquitoes. No wonder this woman could hurt Long Fei Yi. She had some skills. The woman whistled again. Suddenly, all of the black fog surged towards Han Yunqi like a huge wave. Long Fei Yi, if you don't want that woman to die, you'd better protect my life, the female spy threatened as she retreated. She'd been hiding in Tianing country for so long, but she'd never seen Long Fei Yi touch a woman. He rarely even spoke to a woman, much less held one in his arms. Today he'd actually brought this woman here and held her in his arms. Even in a life and death situation, she couldn't help but be astonished. Who was this woman? What kind of weight did she have in Long Fei Yi's heart? Just as the black mass was about to drown her, Han Yunqi glanced at Long Fei Yi and suddenly screamed, I'm so scared. Too scary. Your Highness, save me. Hurry and save me. Sob, sob. So disgusting, Your Highness, I'm so scared. She screamed as she flailed her arms and legs wildly. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with astonishment, but he quickly understood. His lips curved into a helpless smile that even he didn't notice. Seeing this, the female spy grew smug and gave a cold snort. Long Fei Yi, I'm sure you've seen quite a few of your subordinates poisoned, right? Your Highness, she's threatening you. How scary. Han Yunqi said anxiously. Long Fei had always wanted to end his battles quickly, even in the face of large-scale battles. He wouldn't waste any time on his enemies. However, in the face of the female spy's threat, he was surprisingly patient, which also made the female spy relax her vigilance and did not suspect Han Yunqi. She was full of confidence. She raised her eyebrows and sneered, Long Fei Yi, if I die, she will die too. Also, you can forget about leaving this valley. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi's patience is always limited. His handsome, cold face showed displeasure. In an instant, the long sword was on the neck of the female spy. You, the female spy was shocked and angrily warned. Long Fei Yi, have you thought it through? Long Fei Yi finally opened his mouth, his tone cold and merciless. This prince will let you die with grievances. As soon as his voice fell, Han Yunqi very tacitly stopped, the corners of her lips hooked up into a sly smile. Seeing this, the female spy suddenly felt uneasy. Unfortunately, it was too late. She saw Han Yunqi take out 2 bottles of mosquito-killing agent. Like a princess in a fairy tale, she raised one leg and elegantly turned around on the spot. She also sprayed a circle of agent at the same time. She saw the circle of black shadows shrink back. The female spy was dumbstruck, not knowing what was in Han Yunqi's hands. Han Yunqi elegantly turned around a few more times and lightly waved her hand. Very quickly, the surrounding black shadows all retreated and quickly flowed away. The female spy was flustered and exasperated. She didn't care about the sword on her neck and hurriedly whistled. However, no matter how she whistled, it was useless. Compared to obeying orders, the poisonous mosquito wanted to save her life more. The female spy tried several times, but in the end she was in despair. She looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief and asked, "You, what is that in your hands?" Han Yunqi walked over, smiling with a harmless face. "His Highness said that he wants you to die with everlasting regret. Sorry, I can't tell you." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Fei's sword no longer held back. With a light flick, he sent a splash of fresh blood into the air. The female spy fell to the ground, her eyes wide open. Even in death, she didn't know how Han Yunqi had driven away the mosquitoes. Han Yunqi squatted down and carefully scanned the long sword. She found that the poison on the sword was indeed the snake poison that Long Fei Yi had been poisoned by before. It seemed that this guy had been chasing this female spy for a long time. Previously, he asked her for the antidote because of this matter. The northern Li country's spy knew how to use poison. Han Yunqi felt that this matter shouldn't be simple. You can tell that there's poison on her sword just by looking? Long Fei Yi asked in puzzlement. There were a lot of poisonous mosquitoes, and they also had a smell. Han Yunqi could smell it, and it wasn't unbelievable. But this long sword, Han Yunqi stood up and calmly said, "I can smell it." If Long Fei Yi believed her, then he would be a fool. Coldly, he looked at her and didn't say a word. Han Yunqi helplessly shrugged her shoulders. "Actually, since I was young, I've been gifted. I'm very sensitive to poison. It's a pity that my father and the rest don't know about it." As she spoke, she sighed. Sigh, if only my mother was still alive. How good would that be? Although this sentence was perfunctory, but when she said it, Han Yunqi's heart still felt a little sad. Perhaps this was this body's instinctive reaction towards her mother. Or perhaps, since she was young, she had no one to rely on, so she longed for that maternal love. In her previous life, she didn't even know who her mother was. Now, although her mother was no longer around, she knew who she was and what kind of person she was. Occasionally, she could even hear legends about her. To her, this was already a very warm thing. Seeing Han Yunqi's sad look, a complicated look flashed past Long Fei's eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter. After finding the secret military missive on the female spy's body, he took Han Yunqi with him and left. By the time they returned to the Duke of Qin's residence, it was already afternoon. The first thing Long Fei did when he returned was to throw Han Yunqi a money pouch. Only then did Han Yunqi remember this. She didn't feel embarrassed as she openly took out a 300 taels banknote from Long Fei's money pouch and laughed. "Thanks, it's clear now." Long Fei Yi didn't reply as he turned around and left. Looking at his disappearing figure in the garden, Han Yunqi couldn't help but think, would this fellow stay over tonight? Or did he still have things to do? She subconsciously wrapped her clothes around herself, and only then did she realize that his cloak was still with her. She originally wanted to chase after him, but on second thought, she decided to wash it clean before returning it to him. Seeing Han Yunqi return wrapped in a man's cloak, little Qinxiang trotted over. "Master, whose cloak is this? Where did you go? This servant couldn't find you this early in the morning." "I went for a ride." Han Yunqi pocketed the 300 taels banknote, her mood exceptionally bright. "This cloak?" Little Qinxiang still wanted to ask. Han Yunqi put her finger on her lips and made a sh sound. Little Qinxiang didn't dare to bother her anymore. The next evening, Han Yunqi went to deliver the cloak. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. She pushed the door and realized that the door wasn't locked. Did that fellow not have a habit of locking the door? Or was it too safe here? Han Yunqi walked in and realized that everything was still the same as before, clean and decent. However, that iceberg really wasn't there. Perhaps the Duke of Qin's residence was just a place for him to sleep. After leaving the cloak in the study, Han Yunqi didn't know why, but she couldn't help but sigh softly before shrugging her shoulders and leaving. Over the past few days, she hadn't been idle. She'd added a few medicine cabinets and bookshelves to the leisurely cloud pavilion study. as well as bought a few medical books to read to fill in the gaps in her detox system. Although she wasn't idle, her days were still comfortable. Still, she had no idea that Long Fei Yi, Grand Concubine Yi, or even the other mistresses of the imperial harem were all secretly investigating her. Her father, Han Kongan, had not only been summoned by the Empress Dowager, but Long Fei as well. Because of this, Han Kongan had to repeatedly search through Han Yunqi's rooms before she got married, hoping to find any clues. Master, it's all been investigated. It's confirmed that the one at Leisurely Cloud Pavilion is the real Han Yunqi. Before she got married, the Han family servant girls and 2 young misses all saw her put on a red veil and put on a bridal sedan chair. From the Han estate to the Duke of Qin's estate, they passed through the city and through the streets, so it was impossible to do anything. That night, the wedding nanny was on guard as well. Chu Shifeng reported in detail. Did she treat the poison on her face in the bridal sedan chair? Long Fei Yi asked. There was a scar before she got on the sedan chair, but it was gone after she got off. Chu Shifeng paused before adding, Master, if esteemed Wang Fei could treat Princess Chongping's poison with a single bowl of medicine, I don't think it'd be difficult for her to do it. Since she has both talent and looks, why hide it and let others roll their eyes at her? Long Fei Yi asked again. Actually, he had no interest in Han Yunqi in the past. No matter what kind of person she was, whether she was beautiful or not, this woman had been forced on him by the Empress Dowager and Emperor. She'd never enter his eyes. He was even planning to chase her out of the hibiscus courtyard on their wedding night and send her to a side palace in the suburbs to be put under house arrest forever. But Han Yunqi had saved him on their wedding night. Afterwards, she displayed medical skills and her way of handling matters, giving him surprise after surprise. Your Highness, it's better to be a fool than to be clever. As this subordinate sees it, if esteemed Wang Fei had revealed her talent and looks, she might not have been able to marry you, Chu Shifeng said with a smile. These words made it sound like Han Yunqi really wanted to marry Long Fei Yi. All of her forbearance was for the sake of marrying him. At least, that was what Long Fei Yi heard. Long Fei Yi looked over expressionlessly, but Chu Shifeng wasn't afraid of death. He actually said, Master, as this subordinate sees it, esteemed Wang Fei likes you. This subordinate. But before he could finish, Long Fei Ye's cold gaze darkened. Chu Shifeng shuddered and tactfully shut his mouth. The ignorant Han Yunqi was living very comfortably, but good days were always short-lived. Just when she thought that Grand Concubine it would be quiet for a while because of Princess Chongping, an unexpected problem came knocking on her door. It made it impossible for Grand Concubine Yi to have peace. Master, someone's come to ask for medical treatment again. They can't enter our estate, so they're waiting outside. I heard it's the 3rd Madam of Duke Xinghua, Little Qin Xiang reported, panting for breath. It wasn't clear who started the rumors, but news of Han Yunqi curing Mu Qinggu spread like wildfire. Moreover, the more they spread, the more ridiculous the rumors became. They said she was modest and low-key, not useless trash, but a once-in-a-century genius. Using all kinds of fictitious deeds, they made her sound as if she was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Difficult and complicated diseases that the imperial physicians and various divine doctors could not treat were all easily solved by her. Just a bowl of medicine would be effective. Aside from that, there were even rumors that she was a benevolent divine doctor who didn't accept medical fees. Instead, she prioritized treating the poor first. As a result, since last night, many family members of patients had heard the news and rushed over. Whether they were high-ranking officials, imperial relatives, or ordinary citizens, they all ran over to seek medical treatment. The rumors had raised Han Yunqi so high and shaped her image so well. Now that a patient had come to seek medical treatment, she had to either clarify that she had no talent and become a laughingstock or make a house call. If she refused, she'd be the subject of gossip. Everything had happened too suddenly. To create such a big headline in the capital's circle of public opinion, it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Without a doubt, the person behind the scenes wanted to kill her by flattering her. Their intentions were too sinister to give her such a difficult problem. Chapter 49. Mistress, what do we do? Little Qin Xiang was anxious when an attendant came to report. Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Imperial Concubine, wants you to come over immediately. Han Yunqi pursed her lips. When it rains, it pours. If she hoped that Grand Imperial Concubine could help her get through this crisis, then she was overthinking things. As soon as she entered, Grand Imperial Concubine showered her with curses. Han Yunqi, you don't feel comfortable if you don't show off your skills. Mu Fei has misunderstood. Yunqi wouldn't go to the extent of asking for trouble, Han Yunqi replied mildly. Asking for trouble? I think you're the one looking for trouble. You've already made a name for yourself. There's no one in or out of the palace who doesn't know of your skills, Han Yunqi. Do you know that I'm about to die from all the noise from those people? Grand Imperial Concubine raged. Many of those who came to seek treatment were of lowly status and couldn't even enter the Duke of Qin's gates. Grand Imperial Concubine had rejected all of the high-ranking officials and nobles for now. After all, the Duke of Qin's estate wasn't a clinic and Qin Wangfei wasn't doctor. If it was those nobles who were on good terms with Grand Imperial Concubine perhaps she'd let Han Yunqi take a look. But at this critical juncture, the rumors had spread throughout the city. Once there was a precedent, things would get out of hand. But if all of this hadn't happened at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, then it'd be a different story. Grand Imperial Concubine had long made plans in her heart. Mu Fei is an intelligent person. She should be able to tell that someone's spreading rumors to kill Yunqi. Han Yunqi replied seriously. Grand Imperial Concubine snorted disdainfully, a calculating look in her eyes. I don't care so much. Tell me how to deal with it, right now. As she spoke, the guard ran to the gates to report again. Seeing this, Grand Imperial Concubine pretended to be angry and slapped the table. Han Yunqi, look for yourself. I'm telling you now, if you don't give me an explanation today, move out of the Duke of Qin's estate immediately. Move out of the Duke of Qin's estate? Han Yunqi immediately understood. Grand Imperial Concubine didn't find the people who came to seek treatment annoying at all. She clearly despised her as a troublesome daughter-in-law and wanted to take advantage of the situation to kick her out. Han Yunqi finally understood. No matter how much face she'd given Grand Concubine it was all in vain. Her fault lay not in the trouble she'd caused, but in her status. If it was Murong Wanru who ran into trouble today, Grand Concubine's personality would definitely ferret out the culprit and strike back viciously. However, she was just an outsider's daughter-in-law, a daughter-in-law who was not to her liking. The two of them were destined to be enemies. Perhaps today's rumors were a trap set up by Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to force herself to endure and greet him with a smile. Han Yunqi sneered. Mu Fei, are you trying to separate from the family? I can't make the decision on such an important matter. You should discuss it with His Highness. Wherever Long Fei lived, she would live there. Husband and wife sang the same tune. She didn't even hesitate to kick down the bridal sedan chair door to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion. How could she leave so easily? If she left, how many people would gossip about her behind her back? How long could she live peacefully? This marriage was bestowed by the Empress Dowager and decreed by the Emperor. Even Long Fei couldn't chase her away without sufficient reasons, much less Grand Concubine Separate from the family? Hearing these words, Grand Concubine gave a start. On one side, Murong Wanru was gaping as well. She never thought Han Yunqi would dare to say such things. Grand Concubine treasured the Duke of Qin as much as her own life. As soon as the late emperor passed away, She used the excuse of being bored in the palace to move to the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunqi, this outsider daughter-in-law, actually dared to say she wanted to separate from the family? Slap. With a loud crash, Grand Concubine lost all reason and slammed the table. Han Yunqi, what did you say just then? Explain it clearly to me. I said if Mu Fei wants to separate from the family, then go talk to His Highness. Qinxia can't make the decision. Qinxia still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Han Yunqi said coldly before turning to leave. Rebellion, rebellion. Someone come, stop her for me. Grand Concubine raged. A few guards immediately stepped forward to stop her. Han Yunqi, you dare to talk to me about separating from the family? What right do you have to do that? Fei will never agree to it. You think too highly of yourself. Do you want to rebel? Grand Concubine raged. Mu Fei, I'm wrongly accused. Han Yunqi shouted. It's your idea to separate from the family, not mine. You can't wrong me like this. What? Grand Concubine Yi's heart felt stifled as she almost fainted. You woman, how can you lie through your teeth? When did I say anything? Mu Fei wants me to move out. Could it be that you want me to move out by myself? Won't the Duke of Qin come with me? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Grand Concubine grew agitated at these words and didn't know how to retort. Han Yunqi looked like she'd suddenly realized something as she exclaimed, Mu Fei, you don't really want me to move out by myself, do you? Mu Fei, ever since I married into the family, I've never been lecherous, respectful, talkative, thieving, jealous, or ill. I'm also doing my best to give His Highness an heir. Why do you want to chase me away? Han Yunqi really hadn't committed any of the 7 crimes of divorcing a wife, being childless, lecherous, talkative, thieving, jealous, and ill. Grand Concubine wanted to chase her away from the bottom of her heart. She was about to speak up when Murong Wanru rushed over to cut her off. Sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You've really wronged Mu Fei. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, so why are you thinking so much? As she spoke, she shot a look at the fuming Grand Concubine and helped her sit down. Sister-in-law, Mu Fei's meaning is for you to stay in a courtyard in the suburbs for a few days. So many people have come to see you these past 2 days, so it's not good to take them all to the Duke of Qin's estate. It's also not good to refuse them all, is it? Murong Wanru offered Grand Concubine a cup of tea as she patted her chest. Mu Fei, don't be angry. How can sister-in-law set her heart at ease if you hurt your body? Sister-in-law has misunderstood your intentions. I'll talk to sister-in-law. She'll understand and agree for sure. Grand Concubine nodded. She'd weathered the winds and rains of the palace for so many years, so she wasn't the type to lose her cool. She'd already discussed this with Wanru to trick Han Yunqi into moving to another courtyard. Once she moved out, it'd be difficult to get her back. Still, Han Yunqi's mention of splitting up the family was enough to make her lose all reason. Fei was her only source of pride and support. He was her only hope for the rest of her life. No matter who it was, they shouldn't even think of kidnapping her son away. Han Yunqi looked at Murong Wanru with a cold smile in her heart. She had to praise this white lotus for being good with words. After pacifying Grand Concubine Murong Wanru pulled Han Yunqi to sit down on one side. Han Yunqi sat down as well. She only wanted to scare Grand Concubine a little, but she didn't really want to have a falling out with her. Arguing with the old and young was the stupidest thing to do. Even if you were reasonable, and the other party was purposely making things difficult for you, in the end, they'd label you as unfilial and impolite. It'd all be your fault. Murong Wanru was patient enough to give Han Yunqi a cup of tea as well. Sister-in-law, calm down, calm down. Mu Fei's meaning is for you to stay in another courtyard for a few days first. You can treat patients while thinking of a countermeasure. I won't let you stay here forever as a doctor. What do you mean by separating the family? No wonder Mufei's angry. Even if Big Brother heard it, he'd get mad at you too. In the end, it became Han Yunqi's fault. Morong by Lianhua was really something. At this rate, was she supposed to apologize to Grand Concubine Yi and accept their arrangements to stay in another courtyard? Morong Wanru had good methods, but Han Yunqi wasn't so easy to fool around with. She avoided the argument and got straight to the point. I saved the young general and princess because I just happened to know how to treat the poison in their bodies. I can't afford to wear the hat of a saintly and benevolent heart. I'll go clarify things right now. Han Yunqi rose to leave as she spoke. If someone cursed her as a good-for-nothing to her face, she'd definitely retort. But there was no need for her to let the world know she was a genius for no reason. Even the heavens were jealous of heroic talents, to say nothing of the masses. So be it. She didn't want to climb that high. Grand Concubine Yi grew anxious again and raged. Stop right there! Aren't you just going to make a fool of yourself? Mufei, you couldn't have misunderstood as well, right? I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how to treat illnesses. I only dabble in detoxification, that's all. If you force me to treat someone and they die, wouldn't that be even more shameful? Han Yunqi said seriously. Both Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru were left speechless. Morong Wanru's eyes flashed with sinister hatred. She was the one who'd spread the rumors. First, she could use this chance to chase Han Yunqi out of the Duke of Qin's estate. Second, she could tamper with Han Yunqi's patience and pin the crime of causing someone's death. It was a plot to kill two birds with one stone, but Han Yunqi had broken through it with a few words. Morong Wanru couldn't accept it. She put on a helpless expression and gave a long sigh. Sister-in-law, medicine and poison aren't separated. You're too modest. With the rumors spreading like wildfire, if you go clarify things, people might think you're aloof and virtuous. There are still some nobles out there. With Big Brother here, we don't have to worry about offending them. It's just that Morong Wanru trailed off as she trailed off. It's just what? Grand Concubine Yi asked seriously. Morong Wanru glanced at Han Yunqi, helplessly. It's just that sister-in-law still represents Big Brother. If you disappoint the people, I'm afraid it'll affect Big Brother's position in their hearts. That's the most important thing. Long Fei Yi held a high position and power. Even the emperor had to yield to him, not only because of the power he held, but also because of the prestige he'd held in the hearts of Tianing's citizens. Morong Wanru's words had hit the nail on the head. Still, Han Yunqi was amused. Even if Morong Wanru hadn't brought up Long Fei Yi, she would have. It was best to push this kind of trouble onto Long Fei Yi. She said, Wanru's words are very true. I don't dare to make a decision on my own, either. It's better to discuss things with His Highness before making a decision. Grand Concubine Yi had already given up hope that she couldn't force Han Yunqi to move out. Now that she mentioned Long Fei Yi, she grew cautious. She didn't want to go for wool and come home shorn, which would affect her son's reputation. Someone go to the hibiscus courtyard and tell the Duke of Qin to hurry back. Just say I have urgent matters. Grand Concubine Yi ordered. Seeing this, Morong Wanru took a deep breath. She knew she'd lost thoroughly. Chapter 50. Han Yunqi assumed that Long Fei wouldn't return so soon, but he didn't leave the house at all. He was still in the hibiscus courtyard, and as soon as a servant went to report his arrival, Long Fei arrived. As soon as that tall and proud figure appeared in the doorway, both Morong Wanru and the other servant girls flushed red. They were both nervous and excited, their hearts pounding wildly. They wanted to steal a glance at him, but didn't dare. He was dressed in loose white robes, his ink-black hair tied up with an ink-black jade hairpin. He looked like an emotionless immortal from the 9 heavens, handsome and extraordinary, aloof and otherworldly. Even Grand Concubine, he couldn't take her eyes off him. Having a son like this was the happiest thing in her life. But Han Yunqi only silently rolled her eyes. This fellow's attire made it obvious that he lived at home. Even as the true head of the house, he was still able to keep his composure despite such a big incident. She couldn't help but admire him. Grand concubine Yi happily pulled Long Fei to sit on the couch and told him the story with embellishments. She made it sound like Han Yunshi was the one who'd provoked them. Han Yunshi looked down and thought to herself, Long Fei, if you don't take care of this, I won't make house calls next time even if it's 3,000 taels. But she'd hardly thought this when Long Fei tossed her a cold question. Han Yunshi, how do you think we should handle this? Chinchia is slow-witted. May your highness make the decision. Han Yunshi was very humble. If you're slow-witted, then think it over carefully, Long Fei said next. Han Yunshi steeled her heart and said, as Chinchia sees it, a clarification is necessary. The key is how and who will do it. Grand concubine Yi and Murong Wanru didn't take her words to heart, but Long Fei nodded and indicated for her to continue. Seeing this, both mother and daughter looked over in disbelief. Han Yunshi said, seriously, in this concubine's humble opinion, it would be most convincing if imperial concubine mother came forward to clarify the matter. After all, imperial concubine mother was the one who rejected them previously. Moreover, there was no lack of nobles who came to seek medical treatment. Even if his mother were to appear, they would not dare to have any objections. As for the commoners, this concubine suggests that imperial concubine mother give each of them a sum of money to treat their illness so that they can find another famous doctor. Firstly, it will show imperial concubine mother's benevolence, and secondly, it will not give people a reason to gossip. She actually wanted Grand Concubine Yi to solve the problem herself? Murong Wanru covered her mouth in disbelief. She thought, Han Yunshi, you're indulging in the wildest fantasies. Just wait to be humiliated. I'm showing myself. Grand Concubine Yi was a little unhappy. Han Yunshi added, Mu Fei, you're the most suitable person to represent His Highness. As she spoke, she looked at Long Fei. Your Highness, don't you agree? This guy was supposed to be her backer, but Han Yunshi was forcing him to open his mouth. Long Fei's eyes flashed with unnoticed admiration before he nodded openly. Although Grand Concubine doted on her son, he had never been close to her. Now that he was older, they were even less close. Especially in the past few years, it was rare for them to have a proper conversation and eat a meal together. Seeing her son nod, Grand Concubine felt as sweet as honey in her heart. She didn't bother arguing with Han Yunshi anymore. All right, someone come, prepare the silver. I'll go take care of things right now. Grand Concubine was about to leave when she turned back. Fei, just eat dinner at my place. It's been a long time since you ate with Mu Fei. She didn't wait for Long Fei to reply, but quickly ordered Murong Wanru to take care of things. Murong Wanru wanted to stay a bit longer, but had no choice but to leave unwillingly. After everyone left, only Long Fei and Han Yunshi were left in the guest hall. Han Yunshi silently exhaled in relief. This calamity had finally passed. The person who spread the rumors better not let her find out, or else don't blame her poison doctor for turning into a poison hand. She stole a glance at Long Fei. Whether it was using this guy's name to intimidate others, or inviting him out in person, it was all very useful. While Han Yunshi was laughing up her sleeve, Long Fei said mildly, You've improved. What? Han Yunshi didn't hear him clearly. Unfortunately, Long Fei wasn't planning to say it a second time. He stood up and walked towards the door, his back cold and lonely. Han Yunshi felt like he was right in front of her eyes, but also far away on the horizon. She chased after him and stood by the door, shouting, Hey, I sent that cloak to your study. Did you see it? Han Yunshi assumed that this guy would ignore her, but he actually turned around and nodded his head. Han Yunshi gave a start before saying, Oh! She didn't know why, but she suddenly broke into a silly smile. A moment later, Long Fei Yi was long gone before Han Yunqi realized that something was off. Didn't Grand Concubine want him to stay for dinner? He actually left without a word. Han Yunqi coughed lightly a few times. Seeing that no one was around, she hastily slipped out the door. Grand Concubine hadn't asked her to stay, so what was she waiting for now that Long Fei Yi was gone? Letting Grand Concubine stand her up was purely Long Fei Ye's business. By the time Han Yunqi slipped back to the hibiscus courtyard, the lights in Long Fei Ye's quarters were already on. That meant he was inside. Would this guy be spending the night in his quarters tonight? How many days had he been back? Where did he spend his nights outside? How did he do it? Han Yunqi thought of a bunch of questions before realizing that she was bored. Why was she so curious about these things? He had his territory. She had her leisurely cloud pavilion. Well water didn't interfere with river water. She shrugged her shoulders and turned to head for the leisurely cloud pavilion. Chun Xiang had already prepared a fragrant meal for her. As soon as she reached the door, Han Yunqi could smell the blissful scent of food. But she'd hardly stepped through the doors when an attendant reported from behind her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Concubine, he wants you to come over immediately." Han Yunqi exhaled and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" This subordinate isn't clear. Grand Concubine, he has also summoned His Highness. "I don't think it's a small matter," the attendant replied honestly. Han Yunqi didn't think much of it. What could Grand Concubine possibly want? She didn't even need to mention the trouble at the door. Grand Concubine had the intelligence and wisdom to deal with it herself. Even Long Fei had been summoned. It looked like it had to be a matter of letting Grand Concubine stand her up. Right away," Han Yunqi said mildly. As soon as the attendant left, she continued through the doors. She wanted to eat a few mouthfuls to fill her stomach before going over. She'd definitely go hungry at a family banquet. Han Yunqi had arrived late, but things had gone completely beyond her expectations. Long Fei had arrived long ago, but there was an extra person in Grand Concubine Yi's guest hall. Tianing Country's Emperor Tianhui's personal eunuch, Eunuch Shui. Everyone looked towards Han Yunqi as soon as they entered, making the already restless Han Yunqi even more nervous. The eunuch by the emperor's side came to visit. No matter what it was related to the emperor. Seeing Grand Concubine and Long Fei Ye's expressions, Han Yunqi's heart grew uneasy. Nothing good could come of this. This servant, Shui Guiping, pays respects to esteemed Wang Fei. Eunuch Shui's face was all smiles as he spoke in a strange tone. Eunuch Shui must take offense. "You may rise," Han Yunqi said politely. Eunuch Shui wasn't any ordinary servant. "Eunuch Shui, have a seat," Grand Concubine said. Since Grand Concubine had spoken, Eunuch Shui didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on one side. Seeing this, Han Yunqi found a seat by Long Fei Ye's side and sat down as well. "Yunqi, explain to Eunuch Shui yourself. You don't have any medical skills, only detoxification. Otherwise, Eunuch Shui won't be able to report back," Grand Concubine said calmly. At these words, Han Yunqi's heart almost stopped. Could it be that the emperor heard the rumors and wanted to find her to treat his illness as well? Though her heart was flustered, Han Yunqi remained calm on the surface. "Eunuch Shui, what's going on?" To reply, "Esteemed Wang Fei, the emperor heard that your medical skills are exceptional and can treat illnesses that Imperial Physician Gu and Divine Dr. Han couldn't. That's why he had this old servant invite you into the palace to take His Highness Crown Prince's pulse," Eunuch Shui said politely. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. Take his pulse. These 3 words were said so lightly. The Crown Prince was the Empress and Empress Dowager's treasure. He was the heir apparent that the Emperor had raised with his own hands. But 7 years ago, he'd contracted a strange illness. Han Kongan had volunteered to treat him, but after 7 years of treatment, he still hadn't been able to diagnose the cause. Han Kongan had spent a great deal of effort and owed many favors, seeking out many directors of the medical academy for consultation, but none of them had been able to cure him. There were plenty of incurable illnesses in the world, but Han Kongan had taken the crown prince's pulse as one of pregnancy. How could a grown man have a pulse of pregnancy? Everyone thought it was a misdiagnosis, but the directors of the medical academy all agreed that it was a pulse of pregnancy. This made the Empress Dowager furious. Because of this, she bore a grudge against the Han family. She even ignored Lady Tianxin's life-saving grace and wanted to kill Han Kongan multiple times. Naturally, this matter was kept a secret. Only the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Empress, the Duke of Qin, Han Kongan, Imperial Physician Gu, and a few directors of the Medical Academy knew. Everyone else only knew that the Crown Prince had contracted a strange illness. As for what it was, that was nothing but rumors. The directors of the Medical Academy left, but Han Kongan suffered a tragedy. In fact, the Medical Academy's directors had already consulted, but there were no results. The Empress Dowager and Emperor knew that even if they invited others, there wouldn't be any results. Thus, they let Han Kongan continue the treatment to prevent the matter from leaking out. From then on, all the anger was placed on Han Kongan alone. Han Yunqi knew this from the original owner's memory. The original owner had accidentally overheard it. Now the Emperor actually wanted her to take the pulse? Could it be that he wanted her daughter to take over her father's business and replace Han Kongan? Eunuch Shui, it's a big misunderstanding. Han Yunqi suddenly stood up with an anxious face. Eunuch Shui, although the Han family is a medical family, I was born slow-witted and don't have any medical skills. This is something that everyone knows. Your Majesty, did you hear the rumors outside and misunderstand me? Eunuch Shui smiled. Wang Fei Nyang is really modest. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Wang Fei Nyang must have the ability for the people outside to spread such rumors. It's a misunderstanding. My Mufei just went out to clarify it. Han Yunqi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who knew that Eunuch Shui would say, Wang Fei Nyang, even if the rumors outside are a misunderstanding, can the truth be trusted? The Emperor has heard about the young general's matter and Princess Changping's matter. Imperial Physician Gu and Divine Dr. Han both examined the young general and Princess Changping's illness, but they couldn't see the cause. You cured the illness in half a day. When the Emperor heard this, his imperial countenance was filled with joy and praised you for surpassing your master. You're just like your mother, Lady Tianxin, in the past. Eunuch Shui was overjoyed as he spoke, but Han Yunqi's heart was broken. Wang Fei Nyang, this time it was the Empress who personally recommended you. Wang Fei Nyang really hid her strength well. If you continue to be modest, be careful of the imperial countenance becoming angry. Eunuch Shui said, half-jokingly, the Empress, what was called flattery to death? This was true flattery to death. What did the rumors outside count for? Han Yunqi sat back down, finally understanding. She inadvertently glanced at Grand Concubine Yi's face and saw the mocking smile on her lips. She seemed to be waiting to see a good show. By her side, Morong Wanru looked sympathetic, but her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 51. Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru were both eager for Han Yunqi to disappoint the Emperor and be severely punished. It'd be best if she was crippled so she never came back. Morong Wanru, in particular, was the one who'd spread the rumors this time. Her original plan was to chase Han Yunqi out of the Duke of Qin's estate, but it ended up alarming the Emperor instead. It was best if the Emperor came to deal with this woman. The Emperor had forced Long Fei Yi to marry her, so he personally crippled her. What could be more satisfying than that? Han Yunqi couldn't help but glance towards Long Fei Yi, only to see him as lofty and aloof as ever. His expression was cold and distant, making him seem frighteningly unfamiliar. In his heart, he was probably rejoicing in her misfortune as well. He'd love to get rid of her official consort title as well. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's too late today. His Majesty had this servant come to say hello and have you rest well. Tomorrow morning, this servant will come to pick you up. Eunuch Shui stood up as he spoke. Grand concubine Yi hastened to follow suit. Eunuch Shui, it's rare for you to come back. Have a meal before you leave. Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's good intentions, but this old servant still has to return to report. Esteemed Wang Fei, Your Highness Duke of Qin, farewell. Eunuch Shui didn't forget to remind Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't delay tomorrow morning. His Majesty wants to see you after morning court. I'll remember. Take care, Eunuch Shui. Han Yunqi was natural and unrestrained, a smile on her face, but her heart was cold. A man with a pregnancy pulse? Leaving aside the ancient times, this was a strange story even in modern times. She might even be able to treat serious illnesses, to say nothing of a strange ailment. Han Yunqi could ignore the rumors outside, but she couldn't ignore the Emperor's expectations. Judging from Eunuch Shui's words, Emperor Tianhui had high hopes for her medical skills. If she refused, she'd be giving him no face. But if she didn't refuse and couldn't treat him, then the Emperor's mood would dictate the outcome. Supposedly, Emperor Tianhui had a bad temper. The Empress had even added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. If she couldn't treat him, then the consequences would be obvious. After sending imperial physician Shui away, Grand Concubine, he acted as if nothing had happened as she urged. Wanru, hurry and call for the meal. Your big brother must be hungry. She was in a good mood as she glanced at Han Yunqi. It was rare for her to be so good-natured. Yunqi, you should eat at Mu Fei's place too. Once you're full, go back and sleep. You mustn't wake up late tomorrow morning. Although Han Yunqi's heart had turned cold, she still smiled and nodded. Grand Concubine Yi and Morong, Wanru wanted to laugh at her, right? She wouldn't let them. At the table, Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru were both attentive. They kept giving Long Fei Yi food and soup, but Long Fei Yi didn't eat much. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Han Yunqi, who was completely ignored, lowered her eyes and focused on eating and drinking soup. Forget it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't avoid it. I'll just play it by ear tomorrow. Han Yunqi ate and drank well. She thought she'd be able to sleep well, too, but she tossed and turned all night. She simply got up and wrapped herself in a blanket to lean against the window and stare blankly. But by chance, she discovered that the lights in Long Fei Ye's quarters were still on. It's so late, but that guy is still awake? Why can't he sleep? She didn't know why, but his words suddenly popped up in her head. With your lordship here, I won't allow you to be afraid. In a flash, Han Yunqi had an impulse to run over and ask him if he could accompany her one more time like last time when she went to the palace to pay her respects. But when she recalled his icy silence, her bright eyes dimmed. Forget it. Taking a deep breath, Han Yunqi shut the window and told herself that it's no big deal. Don't be afraid. Even though she didn't sleep all night, Han Yunqi still got up very early the next morning. She had little Qin Xiang dress her up meticulously, making her look especially spirited. Since it was something she couldn't avoid, then she'd face it head-on. Han Yunqi told herself that she had to not only do it bravely, but work hard to do it well. Eunuch Shui came to welcome her, as did Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru. On one hand, they were giving Eunuch Shui face. On the other hand, they were here to see her make a fool of herself. Seeing them smile at her, Han Yunqi looked even prettier. She was the type of person who wouldn't shed a tear even if she saw a coffin, so how could they laugh at her? Before boarding the carriage, Han Yunqi glanced back, but didn't see any sign of Long Fei Yi. By the time she left the hibiscus courtyard, the lights in his quarters had long been extinguished and the doors shut. He was still asleep, so he wouldn't come. By the time they reached the palace, Emperor Tianhui had already left court and was waiting in the imperial study. The long corridor leading to the study was more serene than any other place in the palace. Before long, one could see court ladies and eunuchs standing on either side of the corridor, unmoving like statues. Amidst the silence, Han Yunqi and eunuch Shue's footsteps were especially obvious. Esteemed Wang Fei, walk faster. His Majesty hates waiting for people, eunuch Shue urged in a low voice. Even in the corridor, he spoke very carefully. Such a solemn atmosphere made the already apprehensive Han Yunqi even more nervous. From what she understood, Emperor Tianhui could be considered half a tyrant with a violent temper. When he killed someone, he didn't even crease an eyebrow. Soon enough, they arrived at the imperial study. Eunuch Shue stopped outside the door and murmured, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you can go in by yourself." Even eunuch Shue didn't have the right to know about the crown prince's affairs, so he was very self-aware. Before Han Yunqi could react, he raised his voice and shouted, reporting, "Qin Wang Fei has arrived." At these words, Han Yunqi had no choice but to hurry inside. This was her first time here, so she only felt that the atmosphere was frighteningly solemn. She didn't know any etiquette, nor did she know where to go, so she simply walked straight ahead. But this place was damned silent, many times quieter than outside. It made her feel like her footsteps were guilty. Finally, Han Yunqi saw a large curtain of beads in front of her. She could faintly make out a person standing by a desk inside. Was Emperor Tianhui there? Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. She clenched her fists before walking in with her head bowed. She carefully lifted a corner of the bead curtain, only to be met with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Instantly, Han Yunqi felt murderous intent rising from all sides. "You're Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunqi?" Emperor Tianhui's voice was cold. He was in his 40s and had a goatee. His face was as cold as the king of hell, imposing without being angry. Unlike Long Fei Ye's coldness, which was cold and detached, Long Fei Ye's coldness was aloof, emotionless, and lofty. Emperor Tianhui's coldness was stern and fiendish. Han Yunqi might have been nervous, but she was still able to keep her composure. She gracefully bowed in greeting. "To reply, Your Majesty, Qinxie is Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunqi." But Emperor Tianhui suddenly said sternly, "Who allowed you to come in so casually? Who allowed you to come in?" At these words, Han Yunqi froze in place. She was a transmigrator who only knew basic etiquette. How could she know the many rules of the imperial study? Moreover, hadn't eunuch Shue just announced her arrival and told her to come in? Han Yunqi bowed, unable to figure out where she'd gone wrong. For a moment, she didn't know whether to answer or stay silent. Although she was designated as Qin Wang Fei, in the emperor's eyes, Han Yunqi was nothing more than a lowly commoner. Just as Han Yunqi was feeling awkward, a familiar voice spoke up from the side. "Imperial brother, she's an uneducated woman to begin with. There's no need to bicker with her. Proper business is more important." The deep voice carried its own magnetism, cold enough to make one shiver. Although it was full of ridicule, Han Yunqi felt an inexplicable warmth in her ears. "It's him, Long Fei Yi." She unconsciously raised her head and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Long Fei Yi dressed in brocade palace robes. He was handsome and noble as he sat at a tea table on the side, slowly sipping from a steaming cup of hot tea. This guy actually came and even arrived before her. Seeing him sitting there so calm and composed, Han Yunqi felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She inexplicably exhaled in relief. Did he come because of her? A wild hope rose in Han Yunqi's heart that even she hadn't thought of. Without a doubt, Long Fei Ye's words carried weight. Emperor Tianhui looked over without a word, but waved a hand to indicate that Han Yunqi should rise. It was a long time later that Han Yunqi found out that even the empress had to bow outside the beaded curtains when she came to the imperial study. She could only enter the inner chambers with the emperor's permission. "Thank you, your majesty." Han Yunqi rose to her feet, sneaking a grateful glance towards Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't look at her. Although she was his younger sister-in-law, there was still a difference between monarch and subject. Moreover, she couldn't enter the emperor's eyes at all. Long Fei Yi could sit, but Han Yunqi could only stand. Zhan heard the empress say that Mu Qingguo was in a coma and Chongping had moss. All the doctors were helpless, but you cured them with a single prescription? Emperor Tianhui got straight to the point, looking disdainfully at Han Yunqi from above. He didn't see her as his younger sister-in-law at all. "To reply, your majesty, there really is such a thing. But, strictly speaking, the young general and Princess Chongping weren't sick but poisoned. Chen Xie knows how to treat poisons, not treat illnesses." No matter what, Han Yunqi had to tell the truth. She could try to see the crown prince, but she had to be honest before that. But the emperor only said, "Medicine and poison are one family. Zhan heard your mother say in the past that all illnesses are caused by poisons. Do you understand this logic?" Cough, cough! Han Yunqi almost choked on her own saliva. She wasn't sure if Lady Tianqin had said those words, but she had to admit that they were too far-fetched. If one looked at it from the perspective of Western medicine, all the lesions were really caused by the virus. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for her. Poisons and viruses were two different concepts. She could mostly treat poisons that existed naturally in plants and animals, as well as man-made poisons. Leaving that aside, Emperor Tianhui's words put Han Yunqi in a difficult position. She couldn't deny her mother's words, but she couldn't explain it enough for Emperor Tianhui to understand the subtleties. Han Yunqi thought it over before replying modestly, "Medicine and poisons are one family. That's the highest realm for both doctors and poisons. Yunqi has only learned the superficial knowledge of mother's skills." No wonder the empress said you were modest. Even your father and Gu Beiwe couldn't treat illnesses, yet you treated them as easily as turning over your hand. If this counts as superficial knowledge, then wouldn't your father and Gu Beiwe be good for nothings? Emperor Tianhui asked sternly. "To reply, your majesty, divine Dr. Han Yunqi and imperial physician Gu know how to treat illnesses, while Yunqi knows how to treat poisons. These are two different matters that can't be compared," Han Yunqi explained as before, who knew that the emperor was impatient and unhappily said, "Qin Wangfei, Zhen summoned you here to treat an illness, not to be modest. Zhen still hopes that you can cure the crown prince with a bowl of medicine. Are you going to keep hiding your skills?" Han Yunqi's heart thumped at these words. Heaven knows how the empress had whispered pillow talk to make the emperor believe so strongly in her medical skills. Chapter 52. Faced with Emperor Tianhui's impatience, Han Yunqi knew that any further explanation would only turn into an argument. Did she not want her head anymore? She couldn't help but steal a glance at Long Fei Yi. This guy knew she only knew how to treat poisons, so he should at least speak up for her. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was still leisurely brewing tea and didn't pay any attention to her side. Han Yunqi's lips curved up in self-mockery. She was overthinking things. How could this guy help her? He probably had nothing better to do, so he came to watch. If she couldn't explain herself, then she wouldn't. Han Yunqi wanted to do her best to treat him. Even if she couldn't, the emperor couldn't kill her, right? "Your Majesty, since you've summoned Yunqi to treat his illness, then let Yunqi take a look at His Highness Crown Prince's pulse first," she said seriously. Emperor Tianhui had been waiting for her to say exactly that. "Han Yunqi, don't disappoint Zhen." Han Yunqi did her best to bear the pressure and soon arrived at the Eastern Palace with the Emperor and Duke of Qin. As soon as they reached the gates, they saw that the place was heavily guarded. Many people knew that the Crown Prince had contracted a strange illness, but the exact nature of the illness was a huge secret. Han Yunqi only knew that it was a pregnancy pulse. She had no idea what the crown prince's current condition was or whether he'd changed over the years. She only knew that the crown prince hadn't left the Eastern Palace since his illness began 7 years ago. The crown prince had been intelligent since childhood and was the empress's eldest son. He had a noble status and was doted on by the emperor. Since he was 3 years old, Emperor Tianhui had spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. But in the end, he'd contracted a strange illness. If it couldn't be cured, Emperor Tianhui would have no choice but to reconsider the heir apparent. Once that happened, not only would it take time and effort, but it would also incite internal strife within the court. The princes would even kill each other. Tianing country was still developing, so internal strife was the last thing Emperor Tianhui wanted to see. Thus, he hadn't given up on the crown prince, even after 7 years of illness. Even when the crown prince was confined to bed, he still paid attention to court affairs daily and knew everything like the back of his hand. Walking into the Eastern Palace, Han Yunqi's heart sank when she saw that the security was even tighter than the one outside. She couldn't help but consider a problem. The crown prince wasn't suffering from any other strange illness, but a pregnancy pulse that he was ashamed to speak of. In a way, this was a disgrace to Tianing's imperial clan. It could even be seen as a sign of disaster. Once the emperor finally gave up on the crown prince, would anyone who knew about the crown prince's strange illness still be alive? Han Kongan, Gu Beiwa, and her, who was about to meet the crown prince. Although she was Qin Wangfei, the emperor's attitude just now clearly showed that he didn't treat her as a member of the imperial family. The entire journey was silent. When they arrived at the bedchamber, they saw that the Empress Dowager and the Empress had already arrived. However, Han Kongan and Gu Beiwa did not come. Han Yunqi originally thought that they would also come. It looked like Emperor Tianhui had long decided to let her pick the Great Liang. Through the beaded curtain, she could vaguely see that the bed in the inner room was covered by a gauze curtain. The crown prince should be lying on the bed. At this distance, the detox system would warn her if there was any poison. Han Yunqi didn't hear the warning, but she still held onto a sliver of hope. She'd do a full body scan when she got closer to be certain. As soon as she saw Han Yunqi enter, the Empress Dowager was very affectionate. She took her hand tightly, her face full of emotion, as if she hadn't been the one to issue the arrest warrant for Hizei of the North Court. Yunqi, you've really surprised me. I thought that after your mother left, my lucky star had left as well. I never thought that you'd inherit your mother's medical skills. Good, very good. Even the emperor had no effect explaining things, much less this mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, Han Yunqi didn't believe that they were sincere in wanting her to save the crown prince. They just wanted to toss this hot potato from Han Kongan's hands to her. Then they'd have another excuse to punish her for her crimes. Han Yunqi was too lazy to explain, so she only smiled. I'm not clear on the specifics, either. I'll do my best. At this moment, the Empress came forward as well, taking Han Yunqi's other hand as if she was very familiar with her. Yunqi, don't be modest. I won't allow you to fail to cure him. If even you can't cure him, then. As the Empress spoke, she took out a handkerchief to cover her face and began to sob. Seeing this, the Emperor's eyes flashed with impatience. All right. Qin Wangfei, come inside with Zhen. Yes. Han Yunqi nodded. Seeing that the Empress Dowager and Empress had no plans to enter, she assumed that the Long Fei Yi wouldn't enter either. But who knew that this silent fellow actually walked in front of her? He didn't say a single word on her behalf. At this moment, Han Yunqi found this fellow to be a bit of an eyesore. Han Yunqi took a deep breath and strode into the inner rooms. Inside, she could faintly make out the person on the bed. That person was covered with blankets as he lay on his back. His features couldn't be seen clearly, but Han Yunqi knew he was awake. This was Tianing country's crown prince, Long Tianma. Han Yunqi was staring when Long Tianma said, Tianma is unable to get off the bed to pay respects. Imperial Father, please forgive me. Imperial Qin Uncle, please forgive me. Han Yunqi's heart gave a slight start. She thought that Long Tianma would give up on himself and have a bad temper. She didn't expect him to have such courtesy. Although his voice sounded weak, it didn't have the dispirited air of someone who'd been ill for a long time. 7 years, 7 whole years. After suffering from such a shameful illness, it was excusable if he didn't speak or chased people out. Just how strong was this man's mental fortitude? No wonder Emperor Tianhui thought so highly of him and still hadn't given up on him. As a doctor, the sensitive Han Yunqi immediately smelled his strong will to live. Leaving aside everything else, Han Yunqi admired patience like this. But this fellow had completely ignored her. For better or for worse, she was still his imperial aunt. All right, Han Yunqi admitted that she couldn't admire him. Separated by the gauze curtains, Han Yunqi sat down by the bed and said mildly, "Your hand." After a while, Long Tianma extended his hand without a word. It was obvious that he was unhappy and didn't trust Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi really wanted to tell him that she was even more unhappy than he was. But Han Yunqi abandoned all distracting thoughts after putting her hand on his. She became serious. Following that, Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma fell silent as well, feeling a little nervous. Only Long Fei Yi sat on one side, studying Han Yunqi's small face. It was unclear what he was looking at. Han Yunqi didn't take his pulse immediately, but activated her scanning system to do a deeper examination. Unfortunately, the results disappointed her. She still couldn't find any poison. Gathering her thoughts, she began to take his pulse seriously. Although she was a doctor of poisons, she still knew how to diagnose patients. She just wasn't proficient in it. Taking one's pulse was both the simplest and the most difficult. As soon as she touched Long Tianma's pulse, she had a rough idea of what was going on, but didn't dare to be careless. At first glance, it really did look like a pregnancy pulse. Strictly speaking, a pregnancy pulse wasn't a type of pulse. It was a special case of a slippery pulse that only applied to women. In traditional Chinese medicine, a pregnant woman's pulse was called a pregnancy pulse. If the woman didn't have her period, had no symptoms, and had a slippery pulse, then it was time to consider whether she was pregnant or not. A slippery pulse meant that the pulse was smooth, floating, solid, and smooth. If there was anemia, rheumatism, acute infection, fever, acute or chronic gastroenteritis, cirrhosis, ascites, and other symptoms, a slippery pulse would also appear. Han Yunqi felt a slippery pulse. Judging from the pulse, Long Tianma's body didn't have any symptoms. For a moment, Han Yunqi was at a loss. What kind of pulse should this be? Han Kongan and the Medical Academy's highly respected directors had all classified this as a pregnancy pulse. But what about her? The ancients didn't understand basic common sense, but she did. How could a man give birth to a child without a vagina or a uterus? Although there were plenty of medical theories in modern times that suggested the miracle of a man giving birth through surgery. Those were all theories. Moreover, it still required surgery. What was Long Tianma's pulse? It could only be described as a slippery pulse without any symptoms. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi released Long Tianma's hand. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui hastily asked, "How is it?" "Your Majesty, can you invite Imperial Physician Gu over?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. She'd have to consult Gu Beiwa about this pulse. Hearing Han Yunqi's words, Emperor Tianhui's expression turned ghastly. "Gu Beiwa's already taken a look?" "He can't help it. Just what did you see?" Han Yunqi wasn't afraid but told him the truth. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's pulse is slippery. For the time being, Yunqi can't confirm the specifics. We need to do a further examination. I need Imperial Physician Gu's help." "Isn't it a pregnancy pulse?" The Emperor was stunned. Long Fei Yi looked over as well, astonished. At this moment, the Empress Dowager and Empress rushed in at the same time. "Isn't it a pregnancy pulse? Is it really not?" Yunqi, what is it then? Hurry and tell us. Yunqi, I knew you wouldn't disappoint His Majesty. Hurry and tell us what's going on. The Empress Dowager and Empress were both moved. For a second, Han Yunqi almost believed that they were sincere. But it was at this moment that Long Tianma suddenly lifted the covers and pointed at his stomach, mocking. Qin Wangfei, you said it's not a pregnancy pulse. Then what is it? Even through the muslin curtains, Han Yunqi could see it clearly. Heavens! Long Tianma's stomach was very, very big. It looked like he'd been pregnant for 7 months. This, Han Yunqi seemed to think of something as her face turned ghastly white. She knew now things were troublesome. Very troublesome. She can't even read the pulse. Imperial Father, Aken refuses to let her treat me. Long Tianma's tone was extremely cold. He was already sick of Han Kongan. So how could he still trust his trash of a daughter? Even if Han Yunqi was Qin Wangfei, even if Imperial Uncle Qin, who he feared the most, was present, he wouldn't be polite. He knew that Imperial Uncle Qin would never take a fancy to this woman. Did you read the wrong pulse? The Empress Dowager was extremely disappointed. I thought there'd be a miracle. Yunqi, so you didn't even see Tianma's stomach. I thought you, say you can't even read the pulse. How are you going to save him? The Empress sighed. Long Tianma covered himself with the covers again and simply turned his back to them. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui's eyebrows furrowed. He glared at Han Yunqi and said coldly, fishing for fame, deceiving the world to gain fame. You and your father, you too? Someone come. Take them out and give them 30 floggings. The Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged glances and tacitly smiled coldly. Long Fei Yi remained seated the entire time, coldly staring at Han Yunqi. It was as if this woman wasn't his Wang Fei and had nothing to do with him. The Empress Dowager and Empress were waiting for Han Yunqi to beg for mercy. They were waiting to hit her while she was down and pin the crime of deceiving the monarch on her. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with anger. She actually glared angrily at Emperor Tianhui without backing down. She clenched her fists, her petite frame seeming to contain a hidden strength that could explode at any moment. This woman, what does she want to do? Does she know what she's doing right now? Emperor Tianhui widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time someone had dared to glare at him like this.